right. I need to double my bandwidth here. Four two, not bad. All right. We're just gonna stream on YouTube right now. Which is a mess. It's just something wrong with Streamlabs. Back from the reset. Yeah. Be the Drifting into Charms. Interesting. I don't know about actual results though. All right, we have our next round coming up here. We're going to be watching, I think, Benny again. Yeah, we're going to watch Benny. I remember what killing Mimikyu. Twitch gone? Yeah, I've canned Twitch for now. I sent Twitch to the Shadow Realm. Unfortunately. I need to like I just need to figure out the fix for it tomorrow. Or tonight. I need to fix it tonight or tomorrow. Or another day. Okay, hit by the magic shadow box, even though you know. Azul's Twitch chat is always bad mouthing us YouTubers. Why is he bad mouthing the YouTubers? We just start a chat war. Dude, the YouTube community is like genuinely so much bigger. Does the Smart Series have a GPA requirement right now? On Twitch or YouTube? I like YouTube more. I actually like operating on YouTube more, but I have to like I just need to stream on Twitch too. Like YouTube gets way more viewers. The thing is that YouTube does not have a great subsystem. So like you get emotes, cool things. It's just not as good as Twitch. Twitch has a way better like pay system, if that makes sense. Does everything look fine though right now? Chat, for anyone watching, is everything chill? I'll stream on Twitch. Twitch is like, Twitch used to be the dominant platform, but YouTube is like very close now. Like what is saving Twitch currently is like people that just go around streaming, just like them doing random bullshit. Yes, being able to rewind is like really important. But like Twitch doesn't have that. You have to like, it's, I don't know. It's without, if we had bet, it was over before, but now it's fine. Yeah, it's just something I need to fix. I think I messed up my bandwidth to where I was double streaming with not enough. It's something weird. Well, this is my, it'd be nice here. Anyways, let's take a look here at we got. All right, so also for anyone who just got here, if you are interested in getting sleeves, there is a code on FCBC's website. If you're interested in picking up sleeves, you can use code SMART for 15% off on product here. So if you're interested in cheaper sleeves, I know some people like to buy sleeves in bulk. You can do that. So check that out if you want. Anyways, taking a look here at the metagame at the moment. Let's just update this so we can all see it. There's a really cool little button here. I can update it. So looking at it right now, we have Golden Go 497 and 493. Region Bulldozer upon 334, 363. Grimmsnarl 330 and 285. Dragapult Charizard 240, 246. Gardevoir Jellicent 143, 207. And then so on and so forth. So the decks that have really surprised and kind of disappointed, specifically Gardevoir Jellicent has disappointed. Charizard Pidgeot has surprised people, you know, doing very, very well in this tournament. Decks like Flareon Noctowl doing well for a couple people, but specifically Sanjay, because Sanjay was like at table 1 or 2, right? Yeah, Sanjay was at table 1. So it's doing well for some people, but for a lot of people having some rough games, but it's doing okay. We got, I take anything over 40% as like decent, because it's like hard to like grade really harshly on some of these decks, because a lot of people like don't show up to round, so it tanks the win rate, and then they just go like 0-10. So it's like kind of difficult to like actually criticize that much. But if there's something that like 20% or 30%, then it's pretty bad. But yeah, that's how I look at it personally. Update my YouTube stuff. Appreciate it. Can you pin stuff on here? Might be able to. That's a great question. I just bring Terror Box next tournament and see what happens. I mean, you could. Could do that. Sammy 5-1 here. I actually know Sammy. I might ask him to screen share after we watch Frostlass Monkey Dory again. We're gonna watch a little Frostlass action. No, you can't. Oh yes. Okay, let me deal with that. Benny B versus player number 2. Both players are 5-1. All right, next round is starting. Round number 7 of the Smart Series. Both players 5-1 in a win-in scenario. 6-2 is enough to make it, but they would love to go 7-1, meaning they only got to win 3 to make it into top cut. So anyways, we're going to hop into it here very, very shortly. We have Benny Billinger, top trainer against, let's see, who are they playing up against? Against Octo Squid. Let's hop into it. Here we go. I ended up with Monkey Dory and Lily's Pearl in my Terror Box before the world, and I gave up on it. All right, hopping into it here. Looks like we are playing as Benny up against the Ho-Oh box deck. Okay, this is gonna be cool here. We have Benny playing Frostlass up against Octo Squid here, who is playing Ho-Oh. We'll see how this matchup is for this Monkey Dory Frostlass deck. Definitely seems like a pretty sketchy matchup if they are able to very quickly get out a Iron Hands to use that amp you very much. But the big problem with this deck is itself a lot of the time. Sometimes it just does not get going. So the problem, right? Anyways, here we go. Benny starting off with that Poke Gear, getting themselves a Hilda, gonna allow them to get themselves a Pokemon and a special energy. However, this hand is relatively weak here. I guess if you grab Hilda, you plan to use it or discard it off Ultra Ball here. Definitely seems like what they're going to try and do. Not the tree. Not the tree. Yes. Anyways, there goes the Badoo onto the board, and we'll see that Iono. All right, there's Artisan coming out. Getting himself that Snow Runt. All right, there is the Snow Runt. Retreat into the Badoo, and we're going to see that Itchy Pollen. So honestly, a pretty good start here. You know, you got the Itchy Pollen out turn 1, gonna try and slow this game down. If I'm Benny, I do not want to see a Terapagos attack here. You do not want this turtle taking a knockout very quickly, and it looks like they're gonna be able to do that. Can I put the FC? Yeah, you can put it. All right, what are we doing here? Yeah, I'll set you up next. All right, here we go. There's the Frostlass. We do see the Sudowoodo. Sudowoodo has that corner attack, which allows you to corner things in the active, specifically that Ho-Oh or Latias become very good targets to trap here in this situation. Yep, we're going to see the retreat go into the Sudowoodo, and we're going to see that in-pound attack. Very similar to corner, but in-pound is being used here to trap that Latias in the active. On top of it too, Latias is resistant to fighting, which means in-pound does 0 damage here. But there's a Minior. Oh my goodness, there's a Minior here to get into the active to break that lock here. That is crazy. The fact that this deck is playing Minior makes 0 sense, but I cannot believe this. A Minior in Ho-Oh box specifically for this? That is insane. Why is chat? Is there any other reason for Minior? Is like chat, there has to be another deck that it's good against. Like, what does it actually do? The tech? Yeah, dude was not losing to in-pound. Oh no, what do you do here as Benny? Minior in the center retreat lock breaker for Ho-Oh box? I guess for Maractus, yeah. That's a tech card, Truth. That's a tech card for sure. My gosh. What a weird game. Where's your gun? Where's your refrigerator? Gets us? Yeah. Oko's hands. Yes, there's so many problems with this era. Oh no, dude. So what do you do now? Like, I mean, you just have no Frostlass. Like, you have no damage accumulation potential. Well, it doesn't unless you wait. No, it does 160, right? Don't you need like the super effective thing? Yeah. With glasses, yeah, that's also what I was thinking about, because some Lost Zone decks were playing the super effective glasses shenanigans. What do you do here? You missed the Frostlass. I mean, you have the stretcher, right? So it's okay. You can go stretcher, nest ball for potentially another Snower. You just have to develop double Frostlass, or you have no damage here to work with. What I would do if I was Benny was maybe try and get that Minior off the board. Like with Badu, then maybe try and go into corner, but then they can just stretch her. That probably doesn't work either. There's like not a whole lot of good plays here. Yeah, not a whole lot of good things happening. There's not a lot of good things happening, but Benny still has a little bit of time, right? It's like still at 3 prizes. Damage is finally starting to get on the board, but if I am Octosquid here, you just would love to KO the active or Wellspring this turn. If you could Wellspring that Frostlass, Benny just loses even more damage that he can put on the board. So, anyways, we see the promotion of the Itchy Pollen Badu. What do you do here? Do you like counter catcher arm? Well, counter catcher armor rouge doesn't work. You have to like KO. What do you do? You have to KO Arm Rouge, I think. Can you get there? I think Arm Rouge has to fall to have a chance. Appreciate it, Sam. Thank you, thank you. It's I don't know what it would be. I think I might have messed up my bit rate. I mean, like, okay, so when I'm trying to stream, I try and stream at 6,000 for 2, but I dropped it down to like 2 to 2.5, I think, for that. And I don't know what I did. Yeah, I mean, you're just trying to hit this and then okay, so basically what Benny's trying to do is just have this get knocked out in between turns. But like, I guess what you could maybe do as Benny, like, I wonder if Benny plays Blood Moon or Saluna, because you could go like Luna punch the active and Arm Rouge gets knocked out in between turns. But in this situation here, Benny just loses to a singular Luminous Energy. Luminous plus retreat will be able to win the game. There is the retreat into the Teal Mass Ogerpon, or the Wellspring Mass Ogerpon. We see the energy onto that, and we're going to see the Torrential Pump for the KO. Looks like Frostlass taking the L there. We saw Benny win earlier in the day, but Frostlass taking the L to the Armor Rouge. Ho-Oh Box. Ho-Oh Box advances to 6-1. Guaranteed for that phase 2. Probably wants to go 7-1 though. Make phase 2 a little bit easier for them as they approach top cut. Good on YouTube. Yeah, Zam. We can look at it like tomorrow. I send you some things to enable when you get a better idea or the problem is coming from. Yeah, honestly, what I can do is like I can give you like control of my computer also. Like tomorrow maybe. Like just show you everything, or like you can just like rummage through the settings and see if there's something just blatantly off. What sleeve color do you recommend? Ooh, are you buying some? I like the black ones. I think the black FCBCs are great. Loki like the violet. What colors do you recommend? I like violet too. Are you getting some night owls? Don't do that with the stranger law, but you can screen share while speedrunning. I mean, yeah, like there's a website where I can like take the control off like at any point too. But yeah, while I stream one match a round. I mean, if there's any other games happening, I'm gonna look for one right now. Oh, there is. Sick. Okay, let's go over to it. All right, hopping into the next one here. We have 2 players at 4-2 at the moment. Perhaps you should, because if you do buy sleeves, FCBC will sponsor more money for the tournaments and support them. So if you want more free cash tournaments, buying some sleeves and using my code is the best way to help out. All right, hopping into here. We have 2 players at 4-2. We have Veggie Roland, and we also have Flaming Reaper. Both these players are 4-2, still alive in the tournament. Need to win out to make it into asymmetrical top cut here. However, they're both in a situation where they cannot lose. So Twitch is down. I know my Twitch is down. It's like broken. I need to fix it tomorrow. I will be fixing it tomorrow so that future events Twitch is not dying. But if I just stream with one of them on, it's completely fine. Like, there's like no issues with this one right now. But anyways, here we go. Here we see the Psychic Embrace going on to Gardevoir. Also see the KO on Drifloon. Shipping price is brutal. I think if you buy a certain amount, there's none. I could be wrong. It's like, if you're gonna buy one, obviously it's gonna cost a lot. That's just what you do. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah. All right, here we go. We see Golden Go being promoted here. Gardevoir is one prize card away from eliminating. 50% off. Yeah, 50%. Yeah. Alex, you have an hour and a half to do it. So do it right now. Because the code expires in like an hour. Yes. But that's like the assumption is you'll buy more than one. Because like, yes, if you order like one pack of sleeves, it'll be like a lot of shipping. But if you order like 10, it's still like, 9. It's not more, right? Yeah, Alex, this is the time to do it because these codes don't happen very often. Yeah, what does the Golden Go player do here? Does Drifloon just win this? Testing it. Yeah, put like 30 in and see what happens. Just hypothetically. What's the code again? It's just code SMART, SMART. For 15% off. So we see the bot. Oh, bringing up the jelly. Does this do anything though? I don't think this is enough. So we just punch the active and then we lose to Drifloon? Is this ever correct? Because you always win the game in 2 attacks, right? We just lose to... Okay, this play is completely fine if there is no access in this situation to Bravery Charm. Sends an action and you still have to pay for shipping. Oh, gotcha. Interesting. It's probably because you can, like, they can only fit 10 into a box like that. Does Veggie have this? Want to buy some? Smart. SMART. What, is Drifloon going to KO here? I think so, if there's a Bravery Charm. Message send, yeah. Order a handful of packs. Awesome. Super sick. I love them. They're great. They're great sleeves. They don't break as much like Dragon Shields do. So I like them a lot. If it's a Japan deck, I don't think it plays Bravery. Yeah, I mean, would you play Drifloon and no... Wait, did the Japan list play no Bravery in Drifloon? Is that actually what happened? Oh, whoops. There you go. Yeah, here's Cornbone. We should just... they chose to start with the... Okay, they just threw here. Why did they... Well, okay, they didn't throw, but okay, they still won anyways. Why did they not just Dengo with the active first? If you draw Air Balloon and you don't have any outs, you can at least retreat and go for it. I'll go look it up. I mean, it ended up not mattering, but don't you just do with the active? Or like go with the active? I'm 6-1. I've gotten so luck. Hey, good job, Maddie. I just Devo KO'd 4 Typhlosion at once. Very satisfying. Hey, congratulations, bro. Press in Louisiana. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's a lot. Also, what's up, Neo? How you doing, man? Wait, Grant, what's your record? Or punish? Dragon Shields? Yeah, Dragon Shields are iffy. Like, Dragon Shields are, like, either really good or just horrible. Like, there's certain... Actually, I'll say this. There are certain colors of Dragon Shield that are better than others, in my opinion. That maybe that's, like, a conspiracy theory, but I am under the belief that it is a 1K. No, Bravery's Madness. I think you gotta play Bravery. Yeah. Because, like, Guardy just wins there if they have Bravery. Yeah. Guardy just insta wins. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Grant 7-0. Let's go, Grant. Insane player. Yo, Grant, if you want to, if you want to, because you're already locked for cut, I will stream your next round. Neo, thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate it. We buy thousands of sleeves at time. $7.99 isn't bad. Yeah, well, that's what I'm starting to do too. Is like, I mean, like, I get sleeves for free, but if I ever run out, I'll just buy bulk of other stuff, right? Drew Crystal 7-0 feed me. Oh my god, Grant's about to take my money, dude. Am I gonna have to pay Manly? Yes, you are locked for phase 2. You had to go 6-2. The only Dragon Shields I will use, like, I am okay using, are the yellow Dragon Shields. And I literally think that's it. There's maybe one other sleeve. I am truly under the impression that some sleeves are, like, some colors just are not, like, good. Like, they just don't, something just happens. Like, they just are made differently. So but I still want to win my cut. It's like, yes, it's the exact same as a regional. It's since there's 1,500 players, it's 8 rounds. 6-2 makes it into phase 2, which would be effectively day 2, but we're doing it all tonight. And then phase 2 is just 4 rounds. You need to go at least 10-2 and then cut to ASIM. Snag a whole case. I want to snag a whole case of the yellow the other night. Yes, it's the only one I'll use. Have we tried? Yeah, the blood reds are okay. I actually have tried the blood reds. The reds aren't, like, that bad, but if you've ever tried the silver ones, they are unusable. Like, in my opinion, the silver ones are unusable. The jet blacks are okay. The other Dragon Shield that I, like, think are, like, acceptable are the matte ones, but I don't know. I just like FCBCs more. They're cheaper, and they're, like, slightly cheaper, like, at stores, but because, like, some people sell Dragon Shields for 15, like 13 to 15 a pack, which is a lot. The pink matte, apple matte greens have the best for me. All have not great or bad. Yeah. Ohio. Wait, oops, wait. So, let me update the standings here. Let's take a look here. So, we have at number 1, Umbramped at 7-0. We have Jinch at 7-0. I think this is Michael Narciacano. I don't know how to say their name. From Florida. I could be wrong. We have Min Xiao Yang at 7-0. We have B. Grant Manley at 7-0 with a very questionable Gardevoir list. Don't know how I think about this, but it's okay. I'm only saying that because he's in here. TKWK Brewing Company CEO from the Dominican Republic. Who is this? This is definitely not something. Marcos Burger. So I don't know. Maybe they are. 7-0 with Charizard. We have 2 Crustals, chat. There are 2 Crustals at 7-0. Oh my god. For Cleveland by Cleveland. Sir. Yes. And then Null 7-0, Poltnor Bot 7-0, Bob Builder from Japan 7-0, Finger 6-1. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people at 7-0 right now. There's probably a couple more that the rounds haven't finished. Wow, what a start. Yeah, Crustal 6th and 7th seed. Oh my god. Dude, are we gonna see a Crustal finals? Chat, we need to see a Crustal finals. Would you like me to attempt to hop on Discord and screen share for next round? Yes, 100%. Anyone who is 5-2 or better, hop in and I will watch potentially your games. Anyone who is doing well, I would love to watch over your games. Gives content for the stream and also helps me host more tournaments. We've not seen a Joltik all day, actually. For what it's worth, not seen a Joltik all day. But yeah. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Five-2 on Typhlosion. Sick. Okay, we might watch that game too. It just simply depends on who goes and screen shares. We might do multiple games as well at this point. Might try and get two-ish games a round. So we'll see. Can I stream as Labubu Fiend? Yeah, bro. You can do whatever you want, dog. That 5 packs obviously keep supporting you. Bought them because you gave me a pack last year and they were great. Dude, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, thank you. That means a lot. Thanks for the sub, Slurpin. Appreciate it. Just for you, I'll do my best too. I appreciate it. My Discord won't open for some reason. We'll have to try again later if I get the chance. Yeah, no, you're totally good. I mean, if your Discord never opens, you can try and just like reset it. But yeah. All right, how much longer do we got till the next round? Should be coming up any second now. Yeah, 20 seconds left. We still have, it's round 7, 343 matches each round. Absolutely crazy to see. Still a lot of players. These people aren't playing anymore, but still got players here that are playing. Plenty of players here still gaming. I didn't go with active gold because though if I hit Cypher then get double retriever. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So I have 0-2 now, 5-2 stressing. Yo, the comeback sleeps, right? Yo, sick. I love the black ones. Like they shuffle so well. And like if you have a riffle shuffle, they're my favorite ones to riffle. Yeah. Just got to win 5 in a row for top cut. Yeah. As I said, for anyone who's able to, if you want to join up into the Discord, feel free. And if you want to screen share it, that would be awesome. Would love to watch your games. 4-3 with the Don deck is so fun, but couldn't quite do it justice. Yeah, it's just not as consistent as it used to be. I think that's the one thing that holds the deck back is that it has a ton of potential, but I think just runs into a few inconsistencies here and there. Six one, nice. Love to see that. Love to see that. Love to see that. Just setting up something right here so I can more easily. I've definitely been performing builds where you don't bother with the eels and go 2-2 Magneton. I might like 2-2 Magneton more. I don't hate that. The 2-2 Magneton definitely has like viability over like eels. That's like one thing I've like considered testing. But so all right, let's see. Are there any judge calls happening? How quick will top players come up with a response to Goldango Genesect? Very quickly. It's already happening this event. Like we're seeing Charizards. I mean, like Grant Manley is playing TM Devo and Fluttermane in his Gardevoir deck specifically. I think for that, you know. How's Pedro Torres doing? I know he was 3-0 with Zoroark. Do we have any update on what happened to Pedro? Let's see. Pedro. 5-2, still alive. All right. Good to see Pedro kicking it. The former IC and multi-time regional champion. All right. Let's hop into the next round here. Have a couple of different decks to watch. Let's watch Aubrey. Aubrey is 6-1. With Grimmsnarl here. We're going to tune into them and see how they're doing. It looks like all right, just handling that. What just happened? Got a link for the card sleeves? Yes, I do. 1 second. If you are interested in discounted FCBC armor sleeves before we hop into this next one. You can go onto this link here. It only, the discount only lasts for like another hour. So go onto this link here. Let me pull it up. And you can use code SMART for 15% off on sleeves. All right, let's hop into it here. When's the next one of these? Whenever I want. I don't know when that will be. Y'all gotta be nice, and I'll host another one. I have a cookie. I don't know. Possibly. All right, here we go. So we have Aubrey here versus Cursive Ain't Easy. Aubrey is 6-1 right now with Grimmsnarl. Already locked up for phase 2, but really wants to put themselves in a situation where they're locked in a good spot for top cut as well, because going 6-2 is great. However, you really want to try and run up the score in phase 1. You know, this happens at, tons of major events. You really want to run up the score and give yourself the easiest job possible in that second phase. You want to make it so that you can take a loss and still top cut. So although both of these players are locked for the second phase, this is a huge round for both of them because they want to put themselves in a spot where they can go 3-1 and still make top cut, as opposed to having to go 4-0, which is a lot more stressful, especially in a best of 1 setting. So all right, here we see the Buddy Buddy Puffin being used, getting themselves a Snow Runt. Can I have a cookie, please? I don't know. However, it looks like Aubrey's hand isn't amazing. We do have access to Filch here, but we're going to play the conservative route. Just go into Morgrim. This is completely fine because you get access to that Itchy Pollen, and next turn, you have access to Spikemuth Boss's Order. So you have an incredibly aggressive attack here that you'll be able to use to hopefully wipe that Cyndaquil off the board. So we'll see what Cursive's able to do here. Cursive is playing that Typhlosion deck, had a really rough turn 1, but a huge research there, going to be able to allow them to develop this board state. We see Artisan being played here, going to be able to get themselves another Cyndaquil and just kind of establish some type of board state, hopefully. But is that what Frost has good in this matchup? Yes, it's like pretty good in general, because like the assumption is that like Brave Bengal Typhlosion will be able to one-shot you anyways. So like you putting Frostlasses in play that, yes, do damage yourself is not a huge deal because you're playing under the assumption they should knock you out anyways. You can also set up TM Devo plays where you operate as a one prize deck where you just like toss up, Badu or Tatsuguri, just kind of feed them BS and give yourself time to then get multiple Frostlats, multiple Monkey Dory. Then you can just nuke their entire board with something like a TM Devolution. You have lots of options. So all right, here we go. There's the retreat of the Grimmsnarl. We have access to Boss's Orders as well. We could use it, however, taking down the consistency of this Dreepy and holding Boss is also okay. There's multiple different options Aubrey has in this spot, but we're just going to see the Boss's Orders wipe the Cyndaquil, put 30 onto that one. That's also completely fine. And yeah, looking like a great start for Aubrey here. You have the Frostlash, you have a backup Morgrim as well, along with that Spikemuth City. And a lot of the time, these Typhlosion decks don't play Stadium or play only 1 or 2, which makes it very difficult a lot of the time for them to actually be able to bump that Spikemuth, meaning there's going to be a consistent, group of Grimmsnarls that'll be able to come out. So, all right. Action here back on Cursive. Cursive does evolve into the Quilava. Now, we want to get 2 out here in this situation. However, it's kind of an unfortunate thing that it has this ability in this situation because Frostlass is going to be able to go after it. And we're going to run into some problems because all Aubrey has to do next turn is put 20 damage onto the Quilava and then hit it for 30. So it's up to 80, and then if you do one more Monkey Dory, that's enough to KO. So you have a very easy route to KO in the Quilava here, which is very scary, for sure. It's not ideal. Not ideal for sure. All right, there's Dracloak. All right, there is Freezing Shroud. All right, there we go. See the KO here, and now gotta find KO here. If I'm cursive and I can get a KO here with that Typhlosion, if you can find rare candy, put yourself in an okay spot. Hey, nice, congratulations, Hookington. Well done. If you want to stream in the Discord server, you're more than welcome to. For phase 2, would love to get as many phase 2 people as possible screen sharing so we get some content. Delta and Frillish are both so insanely good in Guardy. I can't even begin to praise them enough. They're pretty good when you get them, 100%. But anyways, here we go. There is a Bonded by the Journey here, getting that Ethan's Adventure. However, you're running into the same problem where if Aubrey just goes Monkey Dory 30 onto Bench Quilava, Monkey Dory 30 onto Bench Quilava, poke for 90 or poke 30 more, put it up to 90, it just dies of Frostlass. So that's a huge problem, right? So, yeah, I mean, like, the Picnic Basket does help here because it does prevent that from happening this turn, thankfully, because now there's only 10 on each Pokemon, which means there's not enough damage. But the top deck of the boss's orders here gonna be able to bring up the Quilava, and it looks like Aubrey is inching themselves closer and closer to a 7-1 start, putting themselves in a phenomenal position for a top cut berth, and Aubrey able to take the W here with that Grimmsnarl Frostlass deck, taking down a Typhlosion deck, which did kind of what we were concerned about earlier in the tournament, and that is not set up very well. If it gets going, absolutely devastating deck. However, there are just some times where it doesn't function the way that you would like. So you see that. Let's hop into another game here. How's Worlds testing? Or how's testing going for Worlds? That's going all right. There's like so many decks right now though, Jose. That's like the thing. It's like it's such a wide open meta. This is actually good excuses to run online tournaments as you can as I can kind of get an idea of what's doing well. But yeah, this is a fun meta. Like look at, like, we see another Typhlosion here. These two players fighting it out for a day, or I guess phase 2 berth here. We see Typhlosion up against Raging Bolt, and it looks like this Typhlosion player, although behind, has a phenomenal board state here with multiple Typhlosion pieces going. You have access to the Dunsparce. You have a Quilava on the bench with that Bonded by the Journey. Things are looking pretty okay. As fun as Ty is, yeah, as fun as Ty is, it's also so frustrating. Yeah, 100% Buck. Yeah, it's so good when it works. Like right here, like chat, this is like vintage Typhlosion, right? All right, here we go. There is the Buddy Blast, 290 damage. And pretty much what this game is going to come down to is Typhlosion's ability to be able to streamline 2 more Typhlosion after this one. This one will fall, and then what the Typhlosion player is going to need to be able to do is evolve into a Quilava and evolve that Quilava into a Typhlosion, and that should lead to knockouts over the next 2 turns and a pretty smooth victory. Has plenty of time here, can potentially miss an attack as they are pretty much locking themselves into just all 1 prize board states, which means you have time. You have some time for sure. And at this point here, Typhlosion really flexing its muscles as a deck that when you do get going, your prize trades are just so astronomically favorable. Uh-oh. so wide. I kind of want to play a new deck and put my full focus to it the whole day to get an idea if it's matchups, consistency, etc., and just keep doing a new deck every day. That's like fine testing, Xavier. Yeah. Do you like the new game board on live? It's fine. I mean, I don't hate it. I know a lot of people didn't like it. I mean, I'm kind of indifferent though, Cody. It's like, it is what it is, you know? Could be better for sure. Could definitely be much better. But yeah. I feel like me complaining is a first word. I think there are bigger issues. Actually, I think that's a better way to say it. There are bigger issues than that, you know. I had the restaurant covers a number of Oppo's price count. Yeah. It's kind of annoying. It's like the coloring of it. Yeah. I get it. I'm 6'2". It's nearly 4 a.m. Might just drop and go to sleep. Hey, might as well play the next one and see if you win, because if you lose, you can drop. That's the strategy, Maddie. Because like if you just keep winning, then like why not? But if you lose one, you can go to bed. That's how you should think of it. Fairs. You're more than welcome to go to bed though if you want. I appreciate you actually playing the tournament. Price count like it's not placed on the right in bold numbers. I know. All right, so that is phase 1. We have completed phase 1 here for the Smart Series. All right. Oh, Typhlosion. Fun turning so far. Wonder how long I can make it watching. Well, I appreciate you guys hanging out. Thank you. Thank you. You said like Azul says when someone asks, it's on the right side of the screen. Oh, interesting. All right, let's take a look at the standings here. What is happening? Is the prize money from sponsors out of pocket? They only tell me. It literally says. So I sponsored some money for this tournament, but other people. So like actually, I'll tell you right now, FCBC sponsored a portion of it. Let me just pull everything up for you. So this event was sponsored obviously by myself, FCBC Armor. You can use code SMART for 15% off all sleeves on the website until 12 a.m. And also was sponsored by jinkiesco.com. They do run a card store, IRL and also online. You can check them out here. We'll just load that up. And yeah, shout out to them. Shout out to everyone who just comes and supports the stuff that I do. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you're interested in a lot of, Japanese product and stuff like that, ETBs, this is a website that actually has product, which is nice. It's specifically a decent amount of Japanese stuff. So if you're interested, shout out to them. Have my support. Like more people don't complain that's on board on the right side more. Yeah. Anyways, let's take a look at the metagame here. Wow, no match issue. No match issues. It's rare to see that. Anyways, looking at it, we have TKWK company or Brooming Company CEO with Charizard Pidgeot sitting at 8-0. Needs to go 2-2 in phase 2 for asymmetrical. We have Umbermit at 7-1 from Peru playing pure Dragapults. We have is this Ultra NKO? Oh, it's NGTCG. This is Nathan Ginsberg, who is 7-1. I believe this is Nathan Ginsberg, 7-1. We have Pieface, 172 with Zoark, 7-1. We have XOXO Chem Girl from Australia, 7-1 with Joltik Box. We have Poltnorbot, 356. This is Summit, who is a pretty solid player, seen some success this year playing Dragapult Dusknoir. We have Zeting L here, who is playing Ethan's Typhlosion. We have Dockybird, 7-1 with Crustle. Ubs D 7-1 with Grimmsnarl, Ginch 7-0, Dorknova 7-1, Sanjay, solid player as well in their own right, 7-1. We have Min Xiao Yang 7-0. We have Grant Manley 7-0 as well, still playing their match against Summit. We have Ever Since I Was a Jit, who's 7-1 with Charizard Dusknoir. We have Geek Games 7-0 with Crustle. Looks like they're still playing it out. So multiple Crustles rolling up to the top tables here, which is crazy to see. Crustle really showing how good it actually is, I think, right now. And yeah, that's the rest of the metagame here. We currently have, from the looks of it, how many people are still left? We have 154. Oh, we got some more down here too. We got probably about 190 to 200 players who are still alive in this tournament out of the 1,500 that showed up. Someone said, Whelp was 5-1, then lost to Grim, then bricked into Raging Bolt, but still was fun tournament. Of course, I appreciate it, Mark. Thanks for playing. Thank you for these events. Also, Owen's a beast. Everything. Dude, I told Owen that I will bring on more judges, and he's like, no, I got it. And I'm like, okay, this is your job, and whatever happens. But is the slow Pult list just Poltnoir? This build is just like Pult Monkey. Yeah, this is like the Tord build. Yeah, Pult Monkey. Crustle is very powerful for Gardevoir and its strong single prize attackers. Crustle would probably be tier 1. Yeah, no, I agree, Brandon. Well, the thought is you could play Iron Thorns in the deck to fix the Gardevoir matchup, but it doesn't always work. But yeah, that's where things are sitting at right now. Gonna try and set up to see how many people we can get for phase 2 streams. Let's see, anyone who qualifies for phase 2. Congrats. Secondly, if you can, it would be a huge help. All right. Nice one. Does phase 2 start right away? It starts as soon as it's done. As soon as we are ready to go, we will be starting phase 2. We have 9 minutes. Phase 2 should go much quicker than everything else because there will be less judge calls and obviously less players. So Yeah, Charizard is having a good event. That is for sure. Charizard's one of the better decks right now in the format. Let's take a look at the metagame here as well. So we have Golden Go's win rate has continuously dropped. It's down to 47%. Raging Bolt's 45%. Grimmsnarl having a great run at 53%. Dragapult Charizard started well above that 50% threshold, but has slowly dropped off. Gardevoir Jellicent's just having a miserable time. Charizard Pidgeot's doing well, 51%. Gardevoir, 50% exactly. If you include the ties, equals 224, 215, yeah, so I guess they count that as losses. I guess it doesn't count as a win. So they've won 224 times and they've not won 224 times. I guess that's how it works with this. All right, Flareon, 42%. This is the big surpriser here, is Ethan's Typhlosion is sitting at a 53% win rate. This is a deck that a lot of people have slandered. I haven't been super high on it. I know Azul was talking not super positively about it either, but proven people wrong here with a 53% win rate. We have Dragapult's 45%. Crustle, 47%. This is the glass cannon deck of the format. You either hit the right matchups and it does great, or you hit the wrong matchups and you have no control over what you do. Dragapult Dusknoir, 54%, doing quite well here. Looks like there's multiple Pultnor bots. It's like Pultnor bot 356. It's multiple. Pultnor bot 357. 2 that are 7-0. And then we got a bunch of other people here. So, yeah, Pultnor showing itself to still be very, very formidable. Yeah, that is pretty much where we are at the moment with everything. Hydreigon having a rough run. Let's take a look at Armarouge, see if any Armarouges are still alive despite having no access to the brand new energy. Prism Energy, yeah, 171, very nice. Hi, first time participating in the event. Time zone is not really nice for EU folks, but really happy to play nonetheless. Yo, so first off, it was good to see you play. Secondly, I think the next event will be on a weekend, and it'll be in the morning / afternoon for America, and the early-ish evening for EU players. Have a good night, Neil. Good seeing you. So what we'll probably do is we'll start 11 to 12 p.m. EST, which for Europe is about 5 p.m. your time. That's probably the most reasonable we can do. Is only 5 a.m. in France? Yeah, we'll start at like I think what we'll start at is 11 a.m. EST, and that would be 4 p.m. in UK. I think 4 p.m. for France as well. So that's the next one we'll do. I think we're gonna do one the Saturday before Worlds or the 2 Saturdays before Worlds. That's the plan. I'm gonna spend a week or two accumulating the biggest prize pool I physically can, and we're gonna shove it into a weekend tournament. That is my ideal goal. That's gonna be hopefully the biggest one ever. That's gonna be like the Mac Daddy one. Yeah, it's gonna be the big one. Which is crazy to say because this one has over 1,500 players playing. Greetings from Together. Hey, what's up? What's up, Marcus? But anyways, yeah, we got 3 minutes till the next round here. Looking to see if any updates have happened. Grant Manley still 7-0, fighting versus Poltnor Bot 357. I'm really interested to see who wins. Grant does advance. Grant is 8-0 here on a mission after a year of terrible luck. According to him, he is on a mission to win this tournament here. Are you allowed to do tournaments with a buy-in for bigger payouts? Possibly, but the size would be so much smaller. So if you want bigger payouts, the best way is just to DM me and set up something to where you can be one of the sponsors for the tournament. Is 10-2 guaranteed ASIM? Yes. I believe it is. Is it 9 rounds? It's 8 rounds phase 1, 4 rounds phase 2. Yeah. The janitor, is that you, Antonio? If you want, screen share in the Discord. Try and get some games going. The janitor, the brooming company. I don't even know what that means. I don't know what it means. But I like the first. All right. We got plenty of people willing to stream. I appreciate it, anyone who is screen sharing. We got a lot of matches to watch for phase number 2 of the tournament. Everyone who is 6-1 or 6-2 or better will be making it. Let's take a look at how many players will be competing in the second phase of the Smart Series. So hopping into this here, let's just scroll down and see the mass amount of players we have here. We have 181 currently. There's 3 rounds still finishing up. We have 181 players who will be competing in the second phase of the tournament here. How the second phase works is there are 4 rounds of phase 2, which then means after those 4 rounds, we have completed 12 rounds, and players with 30 or more match points or top 8, whichever is higher, it will end up being 30 or more match points and make it into the next phase, which will be asymmetrical top cut. Once asymmetrical is done, we'll hop into the final 8 players to determine who the next Smart Series champion is here. Fighting for $1,000 in prize pool here. We have 350 for first place, 250 for second place. Third and fourth both get 100 each, and then top 8 gets 50 USD each. But yeah, we're gonna hop into it here very, very shortly. Looks like all of the rounds are done. Do we have any judge calls? We have a singular judge call here. Let's see. Crustal still 8-0. Really hope they win the tourney. 6-2. I love Typhlosion. Also represent my childhood. I love Typhlosion. I think Typhlosion's a cool Pokemon. I think Cyndaquil is a cool Pokemon. I think the Typhlosion line is a really cool archetype. I love the I love the like the thought process behind it. It's just cool. It's just very, very cool. I like it. I'm a fan. Really hope they win the tourney. Oh my gosh. Crustal winning. If Crustal wins, Worlds meta is going to be flipped upside down. The fact this menace of a deck, Crustal. Yes. Let's just see. We have 2 judge calls right now happening. All right. I already have a wait, what let me see. Want to be like the Japan wall scenario? Everyone just respects it going forward, maybe. But like, I think it's like easier to respect wall. Okay, so, I think that like that deck was maybe easier to tech for, but like, I don't know. Crustal's like that ability is like much different and much more awkward for decks to deal with. Like just stopping all EX Pokemon is really obnoxious. I was also Typhlosion. I'm salty. Gotcha. It's harder than Senior Reg? Yeah, there's over 1,500 players. Of course it is. And there's multiple top players playing. Like Daniel Magda's playing, who I believe is the #1 European player. I think ended as the #1 European player. You have, you know, Grant Manley finally not being chronically unlucky. He's 8-0 in the tournament, right? Like we're seeing like if you are doing well, like you will probably hit top players like Fabrizio as well, another player who's playing. All right, let's hop into the next round here. Who do we want to watch? Are there any 7-1s? Yeah, let's watch this one. This is a 6-2. Room 20. We can hop into that after this game. We'll definitely be moving around. I want to stream Noah though. All right, hopping into it. Both these players do need to win out. So this is do or die for both of these competitors. We have Noah Donan against Darth Airy here. And it is Pult Dusknor with Neo Upper Energy as the A-spec of choice, going up against Noah's Gardevoir deck. Now, the big thing here in this matchup is to avoid Budew early game, and it looks like we have a turn 1 TM evolution here coming from Noah. We have access to that Ralts bench, Artisan as well, and an absolutely phenomenal start. Turn 1 TM evolution feels amazing in this matchup, but it's going to come down to how many Curliers are in the deck. And we see 2. That's always one of the big things as a Gardevoir player. When you're searching for that Curly, you just got to hold your breath. You're like, okay, is it in there? 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 And when it's in there and they're both there, it feels so much better. So we're going to see Noah here prioritize Frillish. I'd still love to see double Ralts come down here. Definitely an absolute necessity to happen. I'm curious what they're thinking about. Yeah, it looks like they're going to opt for Frillish. I guess maybe they're going to only go... Oh, are they just going to evolve into Jellicent here? Is that what we're going to see in this situation? Is just opting to go Jelly first? Interesting. All right. So looks like instead of going for double Curly, which I honestly feel like is the safer play here, they're looking to just go for one Curly, one Jellicent, which also seems fine. You did draw into one of your 2 Curly. It would have been very bad if they drew into both of their Curlias. And yeah, we'll see the TM evolution here. The big chore in this matchup is, can you find the TM evolution and the pieces to pull this off? And Noah, thankfully for him, just had those in the hand. So action here, back onto Darth here. We'll see what Darth is able to do. We see that Artisan being used. Going to be able to search for that for a Pokemon, put it onto the bench, potentially another Dreepy. You could also get Budew as well if you're looking for that itchy pollen in this situation. We see the evolution into Dusclops. We see the evolution into the Dracloak here. And the big question is that last card a supporter? From the looks of it here, it is not a draw supporter, as we're seeing that Recon Directive here first being used. Look at that top card of the deck, putting one on the bottom, one into the hand here. And we'll see what they end up doing here. They're not going to be able to knock out this Curlia unless they Dusclops, CC plus attack. That doesn't even work. There's like no way to KO it here. Prepare for round 9. Did you just get a buy dim sum? Did you just ever check? There is one buy, you know. Clefty over Flutter. They had to have been more scared of Bolt over Mirror. Probably, yeah. Well, what's your username on TCG? I mean, what's your username? All right, let's do the treat. All right. So Noah did not get Gardevoir up, but did get this Jelly in the active, but this is still a fragile board state here, because if Darth is able in this situation to take the KO on this Jellicent, it doesn't feel great. You want 5-2-1. You didn't make it because you want 5-2-1. You had to go 6-2 or better to make phase 2, Dimsung. It says on the thing. All right, here's the Iono in an absolutely amazing hand here for Noah. You really can't ask for much more. You drew into an energy, you drew into research, you drew into Gardevoir as well. So you have absolutely everything that you need here. Now, for phase 2 of Swiss, correct, yes. There's only 8 rounds of phase 1. So, anyways, here we go. No, it's okay, Dimson. It happens. No worries. Hope to see you in phase 2 for the next one. All good. Don't apologize. All right, so we're going to see Phantom Dive here. Down goes the Kirlia, and pretty much, I don't know, like not having the access to Counter Catcher feels so annoying. So this Jellicent has protected in a way both of these Kirlias from getting blown to smithereens. So that is important. Now, if I am Noah, we just KO active here because there are no Dracoloaks, most importantly, on the bench, which means if this Dragapult falls, there is no way Dragapult is being made on the next turn, even if you had access to Rare Candy, because of Jellicent's item lock that is locking down the opponent. So this seems very scary here. Did I not see a Clefairy in here? Because if there's no Clefairy, then we're going to start to run into some problems where we're not actually able to take a KO here, and it's going to become very scary. So at this point, I think they might just be using this first before they Ultra Ball. That's the only explanation. Or they just don't have it in here, and it might just be prize. Because if it's prize, Noah's not in a good spot, because Noah can just punch into the active, and then Phantom Dive comes through and potentially takes even more prize cards. So we'll see here. It's a little bit shaky on what is actually happening. We do see the TM de-evolution. Oh, we might just go for that. That might just be the better play here. See Earthen Vessel getting a couple energies. Do we have it, though? I mean, I think at this point, if there's no Clefairy, there is Clefairy. I would just take KO here. Yeah, 100% no. Yeah, we're just definitely KOing this here. It's a free 2 prizes. Yeah, you could go TM Evo, and I think that Noah made a mistake by taking the TM Devo, because you want to draw into the TM Devo, not really put it to the bottom, I think. So here we go. Okay, so we are going to see Jelly take this KO here. Unless there's not 4 energy in the discard pile. If there's not 4 energy in the discard pile, we have problems, or at least 3. Okay, yeah, there is 3 to put on this guy. But if this was okay, like if this was a spot where this Dragapult player had a Dracloak on the bench, this would have been a terrifying situation, because the Dragapult player could have then just gone Boss's Orders, Dragapult, Clefairy, Jellicent, and then win the game with like Blood Moon Gust. It would have been really bad. But in this situation, like Jelly is going to show its worth here by just blocking Rare Candy. There's just no candy. There's no way that a Dragapult can happen here. You don't have energy on Monkey Dory as well, so you can't use like Mind Bend and just kind of try and YOLO confuse here and take the knock, like, and just like hope that a miracle happens. But yeah, this is not great. I think this is going to be a situation where Darth like tries to use Blood Moon Ursaluna at some point late game to make some push back into it here, but Noah's really closing the doors on this very quickly here. Seems like very, very good position for them to be in. Now, we could potentially bite here for 40 and take the knockout. I think that is your best play. You bite for 2 prizes, and then the next turn you go Blood Moon Ursaluna, Counter Catcher, up the Clefairy or the Pheasantipede, because we're knocking out the Jellicent, and then use Iono or something like that. Take the KO, go down to 1 prize, try and restabilize this board state, and then look for a potential final KO later on. However, we're not going to see that. We are actually going to see, though, the Petty Grudge. This play is actually just a little bit better because you get energy on Monkey Dory. And although this game was looking really, really bad at just a couple minutes ago, for Darth is piecing back together a way to create some sort of line in this matchup. There's now some sort of line. Now, it's going to take multiple turns. On top of it here, we do see Itchy Pollen. Are we going to see that retreat in item lock here? I think that Darth would love to find Dracloak and would love to find a way to switch this Dracloak like something like that Air Balloon. And if you do that, then you're threatening Phantom Dive the next turn, and you're very much back in this game. So we're seeing a couple recon directives. Once again, Switch is not able to be used here because of Jellicent. But if we can get a Dracloak and protect that energy, we're back in business. Yep, all right. There's Petty Grudge taking the KO. Going down to 4 prize cards, or 3 prize cards now, actually. On an odd prize trade. isn't a huge deal, as this deck is very capable of taking 3 prize cards, but it means we're not winning the game next turn. There's no really reasonable way at this point that we're going to be able to get there. So, yeah, action back on Noah just to try and make this board state as difficult as possible to deal with. And, oh, we see, is this just game here? We can go Badu for 1. Oh, I think Noah's close to game with a Bravery Charm. Because Noah can go Monkey Dory, KO Badu, and then take out the Pheasantipity. Is this game here? Does Noah have it? I don't know if there's enough energy in there. I think there's 5. That would be enough if there's Bravery Charm left. If that is enough, or actually, wait, no, he needs 6. Yeah, Noah Noah just needs 5. Yeah, because you can use 1 Monkey Dory on the Badu, and then 1 onto the Pheasantipity. Yeah, this is enough here. It just simply comes down to, does Noah have the energies, which he does, plus the Bravery Charm? And I don't know if Noah does in this list. I see the TM Devolution and no Drifloon, which means that there's probably not Bravery Charm. But if there is Bravery Charm, Noah has game here. What are we doing here? What are we cooking? I mean, you always Scream Tail in this situation, I think, anyways. Does Noah not see it? Oh, there can't be a Bravery Charm, right? There just can't. There's just no way. Noah's a good enough player to notice this, I think. Oh, we're just Scream Tail. Okay, this is also fine. Yeah. This confirms there's no Bravery Charm. And just Scream Tailing down to 1 is completely acceptable. What you can also do is just punch the active here with like a Gardevoir, and then just go into Scream Tail for a game as well. That's like also fine here. That might actually be a better play. Yeah, it's just a punch here. Yeah, exactly. So Noah recognizes that this is just the best play. Just KO the active, put 60 on the bench, Pheasantipity, and now you put yourself in an even better situation because there's no way a Dragapult can Phantom Dive this turn for the final 3 prizes. And on top of it, too, in this spot, Pheasant, yeah, like the Fez is just in range. Yeah, like it's just in range, and you have to deal with this. Have to deal with the Scream Tail here. Yo, I appreciate it. Pockets, thank you, thank you. All right, there's Monkey Dory putting some damage down on there. Recon Directive being used. What are we seeing happen? There's the Night Stretcher. I think this is just game, right? I think that, like, the tournament, yes. This is round 9 of the Smart Series. Over 1,500 players are competing. Yeah, this is just game here. Noah was able to find that. Actually, it's not just game. Wait, no, it should. Well, actually, wait, no, you can't Night Stretcher. Watching someone stream this to Twitch, but then cut stream as he was getting advice from friends on voice chat, and they question whether it was legal. Glad I found official stream. Oh yeah. I was normally streaming on Twitch as well. Okay, yeah, this is game. I was streaming on Twitch earlier, but Twitch was having issues, so I'm just streaming on YouTube right now. Oh, is this not enough? No, you have game. Just retreat into EX or do this. This is also fine. I mean, yeah, like you have game multiple different ways. Like you can just retreat into EX, put 30 on active, then blow up anything that comes up. Yeah, there's like game in multiple different ways. So Noah gonna be able to take this W. What's up? First time in your live stream or video? Hey, what's up? Welcome, Jennifer. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining the stream. I appreciate you. All right, there it goes. Roaring Scream taking the KO. Noah advances to 7 wins, 2 losses, 3 wins away from the asymmetrical top cut of the Smart Series number 3 1K tournament. Congratulations to Noah there. One step closer. Let's take a look at Noah, or not Noah. Let's take a look at Logan here. Just happened with Logan. Logan is, I think, 6'2". Let me see. What's Logan's record? Let me see. Yeah, 6'2". How many people join the tournament? 1,500. All right. Moving over here to Logan. Logan is 6-2 with this Dragapult Charizard deck, going up against Dragapult, Pidgeot, the Dunsparce, playing against Kazuzuka, who is a very well-known online player, one of the better Japanese online players that we've seen, consistently performing well in online tournaments. Got top 8, I believe, at the first Smart Series tournament, and is seeing success, 6-2 right now. And yeah, we'll see. Run. Yes, but we hit 1.5K after late check-ins. So, got there. It ended up being 1,539. Okay, what are we doing here? Are we promoting or are we not? All right, let's see here. We have a lot of different options. You could just also start with Pheasantipity too, but looks like we're just Ultra Balling to thin out Arven and Chiyu. This is a sign that we're going to use Boss's Orders or Prime Catcher here. Probably, or I guess Iono here. Yeah, Iono's probably just the best play here. Iono Punch with Charizard down to 3. Like, that's pretty good. We probably like KO here the Pidgeot. Yeah. So it's Counter Catcher, KO Pidgeot, and then Phantom Dive, wipe Dunsparce, and all right, we found the line, chat. Found the line. Where would you find these? Go to play.limitless TCG. All right, here we go. Logan gonna put themselves in the best position possible to win this game, all the way down to 2 cards, going to have access in this situation to Dragapult Phantom Dive for game. This is going to be a photo finish. Comes down to this turn. Logan thinning out the deck here, making sure that they're guaranteed to find the pieces to win the game. Has 0 cards right now, so needs to play that Super Rod here, or they will just deck out. But you can Super Rod the exact 2 cards that you need, which is Dragapult and Energy. That's all you need in this situation to be able to guaranteed find game this next turn. Burning Darkness taking the KO here, and it simply comes down to, does Kazuzuka find the boss's orders here? If not, then it's looking like, or actually, they need boss's orders or the Dunsparce to get the Dunsparce off the board. If they're not able to do that, then Logan here is going to be able to take this W. There's the Dunsparce. Oh no, because now you can use it at Dunsparce to take it off the board here. Now there's no 3 prize turn left for Logan. How does Logan win now? I guess Logan now has to like go into Pult, Phantom Dive, Punch, and then bank on no boss again. But you run into this terrible problem where you have to Phantom Dive, which means you have to put 6 damage counters on that Charizard, which knocks out the Charizard, and then you just lose because you activate 330 from Zard. Oh, I think Logan's just gonna get squeezed here. I don't think there's like anything that, yeah, there's. Oh, wait, no. Wait, is this just... Wait, do you not have... Wait, no, yeah, no, you can't take 3 prizes. Yeah. What do you do here? Because Phantom Dive forces damage counters to be placed. Can you get double monkey? Does double monkey ever set up game here? Oh no. Do you have to retreat and take the turn off? Is that what we're doing? Just like Prime Catcher, retreat, go okay, yeah, so that's the play. You go Prime Catcher, retreat into Dragcloak, or into Dragapult. You go 30 onto Charizard with 290 and 30 onto Bench Charizard. And then the next turn, you go Monkey Dory, KO, Monkey Dory. That sets up enough to KO. This is the play. Okay, so this situation once again comes down to boss's orders. He needs to split, or just leave this one prize in the active, but you don't want to activate Fez here. So just putting this on the active is 100% correct. Yes, there we go. Retreat and Mind Bend. You could also do that too. Like that also is like probably fine. But then again, you lose to boss anyways. Both plays lose to boss. So you'd rather, I think, just have the second Monkey Dory. Because they can just always retreat. Oh boy, this is close here. Wow, does Kazuzuka have it? I don't know if they have it here. Did Logan find the route to win this game? Is it there? Yeah, Logan very smartly finding this line here. A line that some people wouldn't see, giving themselves a legitimate chance to win this game. We see the Cleffa come out here, but there's no access to Fez. There's another Iono. Well, Trio needs banned. Yeah, its attack is pretty powerful. Its coin flip base is not really that OP. Yeah. There's the boss's orders. This is game here no matter what. Actually, boss doesn't even matter. Wow. Logan survives after it not looking really good for a couple of turns. Kazuzuka just was not able to find that gust effect to slam the door. And there is the concession. Logan advancing to 7-2. Another player who is still alive for top cut of the Smart Series. Kazuzuka falling down to 6-3. Not going to be able to make it into top cut, but can definitely finish respectively in the top 32. All right. That was a great couple of games. That one was nerve-wracking. Oh my goodness. That was a crazy game by Logan there, figuring out how to get the W. Double Monkey's game. Yeah, Double Monkey's game there. Yep. Very cool to see. All right. I'm going to quickly use the bathroom here, and then we'll be back. We got 4 minutes until the next round. I will be back shortly. All right, we are back. Hope everyone can hear me okay. We have 2 minutes left until the next round will be paired. One of the nice things about phase 2 is there's less players and usually more experienced players, so things go very smoothly for the most part. Wug Trio. What's this Wug Trio propaganda? I want to take a little bit of time, though, for anyone who's new here, just to go over who's supporting the event. I'm supporting the event with some of my money, but some of the big people who have been supporting them, shout out to FCBC Armor. Only about 15 minutes left on the 15% off discount code. If you want to go to their website and order sleeves, you can get 15% off. Shout out as well to Daniel Song and jinkiesco.com if you're looking for some Pokemon product. Mostly Japanese stuff. There's a lot of Japanese stuff here. There's also like some ETBs and stuff if you're interested in that. Shout out to them as well for supporting the events. And yeah, thanks as well to you guys. You are the people that are supporting the event, watching the stream, screen sharing, like when you're playing your games in the Discord server. It's phenomenal. And you guys have made this an incredible experience and has given me the opportunity to give back to the community and provide free online events for people, which really help out. A lot of people can't afford to go to all these tournaments, so giving them something to look forward to is something I really wanted to do for the community, so I appreciate that. And we still got a long road ahead of us to finish the tournament and find the winner of the next Smart Series tournament. So this will be fun. We'll see exactly what ends up happening here. Let's take a look at how things are going. Let me just update the standings here. We'll take a look at how everyone is doing. So looking at it, we have Grant Manley at 8-0 against Michael Ginchier at 8-0 as well. Charizard versus Gardevoir. Grant Manley has been on an absolute tear at that 8-0. We have Poltnor Bot 356. Noah's playing. Who is this? I don't know who that is. I think this is Nick Robinson. Wait, no, actually, no. I don't know if this is Nick Robinson. Is this? I could be wrong. So yeah, we have Poltnor Bot 9-0, Grant Manley 8-0, Bunny 8-0, Gigi Wug 8-1, Joa 8-1, Jamie Chestnut 8-1, Umbermet 8-1, Muscle Cat 8-1, Sanjay 8-1, Seaboy Gamer 8-1, Chemgirl 8-1, Huffer 8-1, Kawash 8-1, Summit 8-1, taking down Nathan Ginsburg here. Matt Bridges, who made top 8 at the most recent Smart Series, 7-2, just lost. Still alive, though, needs to win their next 3. We have so many great players who are still alive in this tournament. Jack Moore, unfortunately, just lost at 6-1-1, so they've been eliminated from top cut contention. Noah Donan, who we just watched, 7-2, still alive in this tournament here. Pedro Eugenio Torres did end up tying this past round, unfortunately, so that is unfortunate. Let's see what's happening here. One second. Crystal lost? Ugh, Crystal lost. Unfortunate. All right, we got next round. We have Gumi35, who is 8-1. We're gonna watch them. Isn't Crustle losing a good thing though? or is this a pro Crustle chat? Are we pro Krusty in here or like? All right, next round is coming up. Grant Manley is 9-0. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So Grant 9-0, Poltnor Bot 9-0. Looks like Dante Salvator. All right, let's see. What is... All right, let's do this here. I'm crustophobic. All right. As I said, both these players are 8-1, so I wanted to watch this. Gumi 35. Walls in the hair, like kind of boring. Typical control is more engaging and interesting than nah, you can't hit me. Yeah, no, I agree. I think control decks are healthier for the format in general. So anyways, hopping into it here, we have Gumi 35, who is going to be playing. This is actually a pretty well-known player. They see success in real-life tournaments. I believe got top 32 at NAIC, I think, if I'm looking at it correctly. Yeah, they got... Yes, 20th. This is Justin Neudorf. Justin Neudorf here. Was a top, or like was a pretty good senior overall, and then they'd age up to Masters and have done well in Masters as well. They are playing the Pult Charizard deck here. It looks like they had a pretty rough start though. Starting on Tatsugiri is good, but you got too many supporters in your hand, and that's kind of an issue here. So we'll see what Dante is going to be able to do here with Charizard. Pidgeot with access to the Cleffa here, which makes it a very explosive turn one. Whenever you get Cleffa plus a setup, you're asking for trouble if you let your opponent, do that. So not great here. Now, we do see the Artisan hitting the discard pile. Honestly, pretty smart here, just because that Justin's start is not good in this situation. So this seems completely reasonable. Toss that away. Use Cleffa. Let's play conservatively. We don't need more Pokemon, and see what happens. So all right, here we go. Justin starts off here with that Arven. Going to be able to get that Precious Trolley. This is a Precious Trolley build of Charizard. So instead of focusing on just using Buddy Puffin, yeah, this is actually just pure Zard. I take it back. I thought it was Dragon Ball Charizard. No, this is just the pure Charizard Dusknoir deck. All right. Here we go here. Let's see what they end up grabbing. Looking through. What are we getting here? The Arven? Yeah. Arven seems fun. We'll go TM Evolution. And are we evolving into double? It has to be double Charmeleon, right? It's like when the last Doom Turn, a pretty good deck. Yeah, I think that the biggest thing it has going for it is its simplicity. It's just so simple. It does the same thing, right? All right, so instead of getting Charmeleon, is basically just saying, I'm going to Arven next turn for rare candy anyways. Who needs Charmeleon, right? And this is a pretty threatening board set. I mean, double Dusclops into the threat also of using Charizard is so powerful. Like, you are putting yourself in a situation where you can just kind of nuke the opponent's board. So let's see. All right, here we go. There is the Arven. Kind of bad. Rad. Yeah. So the goal is just to basically just blow up all your guys and just go kaboom a bunch and then attack with the Charizard for a gazillion damage and hope that they can't deal with the Charizard. It's actually pretty cool. It's like it's built in a way to where it doesn't really need Pidgeot. It's kind of built like a theme deck almost. Like if you look at the list, it's really funny. Just like how it's like built. but Charmeleon. 3 goes turn 1 is horrifying. Oh yeah, 100% EV. It's very true. You know the Dusk line? I think that's wild. I think it's a 4-4-2 line or 4-4-3 line or 3-3-3 or something like that. It's a thick line. Might be 4-2-2. It's like crazy though how much is in it. Yeah. It's pretty gnarly. All right. Oh boy, here comes the bombs. If you can get that rare candy, which you have access to and counter catcher to, this is going to be a huge turn for Justin here. Wow. Yeah, there comes the rare candy. There comes a card to discard. I think it's a maybe 3-2-2 or 3-2-1. I don't know. There's a lot of them. Here we go. Rare candy Charizard's happening here. Now, the problem is you don't have the ability to wipe all Charmanders off the board, but oh, it's 4-3-2. My goodness. Yeah, that's a lot. Thanks, Mike, by the way. If it's a tournament Doomless. Ah, okay. Thank you, Annie. I appreciate you guys for helping me out. Suddenly skill expressive deck. It's pretty interesting. I'm like, it's like built to be super basic, but there's a lot of cool things you can do with it. Because like you have the option here to just go and just try and like take a bunch of prize cards this turn. But do you really need to? Is just punching with Charizard safer? Oh, is he going to TM Evo again? Oh, this is really cool. So Justin just taking this turn off and saying, I don't care. I'm just going to get a Charmeleon and a third Dusclops here and just set up just terrifying board states. Oh boy. Because like at this point here, like Justin knows that Dante's like board state was not great. Like Dante didn't get Pidgeot out last turn and didn't attack with Charizard, which is a pretty telltale sign that not cooking too much here in this situation. So playing conservatively, taking this turn off makes complete sense here. And now you have access to triple Dusknoir next turn if you really want it, and the Charizard as well. Yes, this is terrifying. Watching, like, if I was Dante here in this situation is not the spot you want to be in. Because like it feels weird because it's like, do you use a gust effect to KO a Dusclops? That feels so inefficient. Like that's like one of the things. So you're putting this deck together. Yeah, it's a pretty cool deck. Absolutely need this list. Yeah, if you want to get the list, I will post it after the game for everyone. We'll post it after the game once we're done watching. All right. Here we go. Here comes Charizard, but the big question is, what is the better Charizard deck? Yeah, of course, 23. Happy to help. See Pidgeot being used here. Using that quick search. This is sick until Psyduck comes out. Yeah, it's very true. Very true. Pretty awesome deck. Sick. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Yeah, here comes the boss. This is kind of the play I was talking about, though. But, like, it feels awkward to commit to this. All right, we'll see Burning Darkness. Dealing 360 damage here. Taking that KO. Going down to 5 prize cards. And here it is. It's time for some fireworks here from... Or potential fireworks here from Justin. Gumi35 playing this Charizard Dusknoir deck. We're going to start off here with Tatsuguri just to thin the deck, not because you particularly need a supporter. You kind of have everything you need. I guess you could take an Arven here, but you kind of got everything you need for this turn. It's just, I guess you probably want an Ultra Ball maybe to get a Dusknoir. I think that's potentially what Justin was looking for off this, was to get an out to that, because then you get Dusknoir and Dusclops, which puts even more pressure onto this Charizard Pidgeot, because you go down to 3 prizes, not 2, which means that you can safely do that. But like I'm prudent, yeah, I know, of course, Sleeps. I'm happy to host that. I'm happy to host them. I'm glad you guys enjoy them. I'm glad they're fun to watch, and you know, like you guys like can like learn stuff and just play Pokemon as well. It, you know, that's one thing I wanted to do, and like I wanted to get back to community, give something cool. Like I'm not making money off this, you know, like I don't take any of the prize pool. All of it goes into, you know. Yeah, here we go. Here they come. Fireworks are about to happen. We're going to see this Dusclops. Where does it go? Are they putting it on Pidgeot? Yep. This is going to activate Counter Catcher and enable Charizard to take down this Pidgeot, attempting to hinder the draw engine here. We also see a Night Stretcher as well, going to be able to get a Dusclops right back as well, potentially or a Duskull, reestablish that Dusclops threat for the next turn. Seems pretty good here. Yep, going to be getting that Duskull. Seems pretty good. I have to play in it and see what's going on because yeah, this is testing. This is like even just watching the events. Like this is, I'm glad people are realizing it's like, yeah, like these events have so many players and so many top players who are playing. They get to do the testing for you, or like if you want to play as well, you get good testing in, right? It's like you get to play in regional style tournaments with, you know, regional level competition, and you get to learn something and you get to watch content as well. It's yeah. And as I said, for the next event, we're probably going to run it on Saturday or Sunday, start it early in the morning. Well, not that early, but like later in the morning for East Coast, which will give Europe also time as well. So could I get a recommendation for a deck to play at my local or my next league? People are tired of me playing Marnie. A decent Bolt matchup would be perfect. I like Charizard Pidgeot. I think Charizard Pidgeot's pretty good. They're basically weekly mini regionals at this point. Yeah, exactly, right? I literally told myself, I was like, well, people aren't like, there's not a whole lot to do during June and July, right? You know, because there's no, you know, regionals, you know, once we're done with NAIC. Like, I mean, I got back from NAIC, what, like a month, like over a month ago. Like, it's been over a month since the North American International Championships, or about a month since then. So, there's not a whole lot to do, right, for a lot of Pokemon players. So I wanted to give, like, that to them so that, yeah. Okay. So what is happening here is we are going to see the KO, and Justin is setting up for a huge Dusknoir play or Dusclops KO Charizard next turn plus Iono. This is all coming together. The pieces are being formed to create a potential Zard sweep. Everyone participate next week? For sure. When is Pittsburgh Regional? September, right? So sign-up should be at like end of August. Well, Frankfurt and Monterey Regionals, which are the week or two before Pittsburgh. Registration is going live, I believe, tomorrow for that. So I'm going to take off for that and drive to it. Heck yeah. How'd your season go? My season went good. I won a regional. I top 8'd, or I top cut 2. I day 2'd 17 events. I finished with 13-ish 100 points. So yeah, pretty good. Wait, tomorrow? Well, Pittsburgh's not going live tomorrow. Frankfurt and Monterey are going live tomorrow. And if that's a week or two before Pittsburgh, we got to assume Pittsburgh's coming up, you know, reg in the next couple weeks. Where you check that? It's terrible because they don't tell us. You have to go onto Twitter. Okay, so go onto Twitter or X and look up RK9 Labs and turn on their notifications. They'll post when stuff is going live. Thoughts on Sineshta? I haven't played enough with it, but it's not as bad as people think. All right, here we go. Oh, wait, dude, they have... Oh, they're close to game. If they could go Dusknoir KO Pidgey, Dusclops KO Cleffa, and then just punch the active for game, they would have it. Oh, they're close. If only they were at 3 prize cards. If only the Charizard player had 3, you could force him down to 1 here. Can I link RK9 Twitter? If it will allow you, yes. See if it will allow you, Sleeps. Ty Blue thinking about going to Pittsburgh the first regional? Oh, nice. Yeah, dude, regionals are great experiences. Even if you're not like, I think so. Looks like, I think that like it's such a great experience just to get to just get your feet wet. I think it's a big thing. Getting your feet wet is really important, you know, and just actually see what it's like to play in best of 3. I can't stress enough. Like, don't set super high expectations for regionals, especially your first one, right? Your first one, you want to set the expectation of, I want to create the best experience possible. How do you afford to go to so many events? Probably able to make 10 events this season, trying to have a bigger season. Well, I'm lucky enough to be in a position where I still am able to perform at a high enough level to where I am able to turn my earnings into more tournaments. I'll post it after that. Internationals are better, 100%, Peter. You're exactly right. Yeah, but they're still great. I mean, they're both great experiences, right? So basically skill issue me based, to be honest. I mean, it's not a skill issue. Like, I would say that I'm very fortunate, but like so actually I'll tell you right now as we're watching this. So like what I ended up doing was I saved up like a chunk of money, and then so like back in 2022, I saved up like a bunch of money, and I like went all in on Pokemon, and I top 8'd the first event that right after COVID. And then I just kept spiraling it over and over and over again. Game next turn? Yeah. This game just wait. Yeah, they just have game here. They just have Dusknoir plus boss. Or actually, no, CC. Or wait. Wait, no, you just have game. Yeah, they can just go. Oh, yeah. It's over. Dusknoir, Dusk plus boss. Yeah. My first regional playing in the main turn is gonna be Pits, and my goal is just the day 2. Yeah, I think the big goal that players need to like really make for themselves long term is I'm going to play the best I possibly can each tournament. I can't stress how important that is. I personally, now this is a first world problem, but I don't really set my goal to win every turn. I put myself in a like I say like, hey, I want to play the best I can. Like that's such a big thing, is to just say. Because if you set specific goals like that are like I don't know, like I hear people saying, oh, I want a day 2, 6 events this year, things like that. Just set the goal of just like simplify. Just set the goal of I'm going to play the best I possibly can. It's so important. All right, this is the deck list for anyone wondering. Some super meta, yeah, for sure. Let's see, what's Hookington's record? Let's see, what is Hookington's record here? This game is still in the middle. Is this Adam Calamont? No. Noah. This is not Noah. No, who is this? I'm trying to find someone who's 7-2 or better. Visa Blade. Let's see. Gardevoir versus Dango. Pikachu and Bolt. Who is this? Can't necessarily control if you win, but you can control your prep and overall decision making. Yes. So like this is actually something that's really important. So obviously there is luck in Pokemon. I say luck takes up about 10% of the game overall, which is why we see the same group of players winning tournament after tournament and consistently, seeing success. However, the top players are able to maximize their chances to get lucky. Like, people are always like, oh, this player gets so lucky. They maximize their chances to get lucky. Louis has the exact conversation with someone ranked the top 40 for NA at a local challenge this past weekend. I mean, it's the truth. Like, they're like, people like, if this game was truly about luck, the top 16 leaderboard wouldn't look very similar every single year. You want a table 32? IRL math. What are they playing? Let me see. Yeah, I can do them. I can do them coming up too. We got a couple people that we're considering. I'm just trying to run around and find people who are still in top cut contention. But thank you for that. Yeah, I think I'm more of a probability than luck. Like, if I sequence this way, I'm probable. Yeah. Is Henry Chow lucky? Sure, but yeah. So like Henry Chow, for example, is like has gotten probably pretty lucky, but is also an exceptionally good player, right? Just an incredible player. Like, I was fortunate enough to play a little bit with, now this was before Henry became like the Henry Chow. This was after he won Baltimore Regionals, and I had the opportunity to play against Henry a little bit at the Latin American International Championships. We were play testing a little bit together, and it's incredible how his mind works. He's just very, very smart and just knows how to play Pokemon at such a special level. So yeah. And just puts himself in the best situations to be lucky, right? And puts, like, because he's just playing incredibly well. So I have so much respect for them as a player. Yes, good players create their own luck and utilize their luck properly. That's very true. Yes. Like, if this game was all like, okay, you don't see top players say this game is all luck. You just don't. It reminds me a bit of the end of Blue Lock Season 1. I never watched that. I'm definitely very uneducated on it. Also, remember to spend more money. Bling will make you better at a game, and gambling always pays off. Yeah, exactly. Who's going to Vegas regionals in here, chat? Vegas is going to be such like a crazy regional because like people who do bad, it's just like literally straight to the casinos, chat. There was some inherent luck factor in the game, though. It's why special events exist, because some places consider the Is the game some form of gambling? Correct, yes. Because of like, I mean, like the reason why VGC has problems is because like you can get like is because of like critical hits and stuff like that. There's an issue with that. Like there's like an issue with I think critical hits that like since it's a random number generator. I mean, like it's a percentage, right? It's like you're favorable or unfavorable to hit it, but it's still technically considered random. But and like just laws are weird about it. Day one of Vegas Regionals is my 21st birthday. Hey, happy birthday! Yeah, that's really cool. Yo, thank you, Mauricio. Appreciate you, brother. Hope you're doing well. In your armor. I'm sorry about Prism Energy. I know how pissed off you are. I couldn't do anything about it. I was like pissed. I literally like told like All Out Blitzo, who's like one of like the ambassadors, like, hey, can we get this fixed before the event? So I tried my best for you. They consider esports gambling too, and that's pure skill. Vegas will be the first turn I get to play instead of working at within the past year. Vegas is going to be just an insane regional. Like the stories that will come out of Vegas will be wild. Like there are players who don't go to a ton of events that are making Vegas the one or two, or like one or one of the only couple they're going to, you know. Prism Ho been meta. It's a fun deck. Yeah, it either feels broken or terrible. It's like, but like, dude, when the game's that it feels good, it's just wild when it gets going. It's a gnarly deck when you get going. But anyways, here back to the game. Pokedo's Twitter will go triple platinum after Vegas Regionals if it hasn't already. Yeah. It looks like it does not look great for our Gardevoir hero here. You probably just have to punch with Jellicent and just pray. You like punch with Jellicent because like him with Gardevoir doesn't do anything. Ho becomes insane. Okay, I wouldn't say Ho becomes insane with Prism Energy. Let's chill there. Prism doesn't like Prism like creates what scenarios? Okay, you can attack with Armor Rouge now, like with like two Prism. Actually, wait, no, you can't do that actually because you can't put it on evolutions. Like it doesn't like completely alter the deck, right? It like makes it better, but like it's like slight improvements, right? Like what attacker does it enable? I guess that's a better way to put it. Goldango decks have tech very good against Jellicent. Probably good to set up double Jellicent, no bench. Yeah, so we're seeing Goldango decks played literally 3 to 4 bosses order. So it's kind of crazy. But the dinguses are ready. Makes it more flexible with energy. Yeah, no, that's definitely true. Yeah, very true. Yeah, no, I think Ho Armor is just like a very big glass cannon deck. Like when it works, it's amazing. Oh. How's Iron Leaves, Warrior Moon, a few other things? That's true, yeah. Moon. Oh, Moon's a good one. Yep. Just having that nuclear capabilities is pretty important. Yeah. It just kind of simply comes down to those. Like, are you able to beat Gardevoir? Right? Like that is the boogeyman in the format. Is, you know, Gardevoir. Fearless feels better into Goldango than Genesect? Or than Jellicent? Yeah. Jelly doesn't do anything anymore. We can beat Guardia with Reshi now. Oh yeah, you got the Reshi. Yeah, that's a cool card. And the Reshiram's sick. Prism enables a good fighting attacker that was hard to fit in otherwise. Previously, it was just Cornerstone, but Prism allows things like Slitherwing and Okidogi. That is true, yeah. Very true. So I think it just gains more consistency. It just makes the deck like, because you're able to do more things. So like your hands and options are less restrictive. Yeah. Or restricted. I can't bundle a boss out for those. Yeah, for sure. Guardia will perform better at Worlds than online good players, keeping the sauce to themselves for now. Well, there's also an argument that like Worlds players are using these events as testing. Like I know Worlds players who are using these events as testing. The whole point of these events were to create like the best competitive experience in between tournaments for people. Like, and to give people like free tournaments as well, but to create a very competitive event that like people truly want to prep for, right? It's like we're gonna announce the next like Smart Series sometime this coming up week, and I want to get the biggest prize pool possible for it, and it will be held the weekend before Worlds, I believe. I think that's what we're gonna do. We might hold it 2 weeks before, but I think we're gonna hold it the weekend before Worlds, and I'd love to get even a bigger prize pool for everyone. So if anyone's interested in sponsoring the event, you know, feel free to hit me up. But yeah, I want to get a big event, and it'll be a weekend thing. Really hosting it. Yeah, we have. I mean, it's not even really a mini. Like, this event's is bigger than some of the UK regional, or not UK, Europe regionals. What are we doing here? Yeah, we're just attacking. Yeah, is it bigger than Vancouver? I mean, Vancouver's NA, not US, but... If you had more, if had more players in Milwaukee, not sure about Portland best possible. Not, I don't think as much as Portland. I think I had more than, I guess more than Milwaukee. Did it? Wow, did it actually have more than Milwaukee? That's crazy. Isn't that really awesome? Yeah, no, of course. Is Guardi Jelly fraudulent? It's pretty close to being fraudulent. Yeah. I think too many people are ready for it. Grant Manley 10-0. Holy cannoli. Grant was pissed off about his season and decided to take it out on everyone playing in this tournament. So easy to get energy stuck on it? Yeah. Well, also, speaking of one of the cool things that Ho also gets is Air Balloon. That card is like so good in the deck. Like, I can't stress how good Air Balloon is in a deck like that. Let me see. All right, we have Frogger27 here, who is 9-1. This is one of the first winning it. This is the first winning into top 8 we have seen here. Excited to see exactly what happens. 10-1 does lock up asymmetrical top cut. If that was painful. Just couldn't draw into the final Iona for the life of me. Bravery Charm being the last prize, so I couldn't put on Fez. Yeah. Solid run, the Hookington. Thanks for streaming. I appreciate you, by the way. Thanks for, you know, giving us content. I appreciate you. That hand is insane. Yeah, this is a this is a hand. Wow. This is a potentially electrifying start here if fire energy can't be found off of research. Big if though. Energy rough. Yeah, that's the problem. Is like you're gonna get itchy pawn, and then you have to like manually draw it, or you have to like naturally dot, or you have to manually draw into that. Yes, becomes very annoying. Prism would be good here. Yeah, it's true. Prism would be good here. Iona incoming. Yeah. I don't know. We're gonna see. We could see game here. Double fire. Does double fire and win it? Wait, is this game? Wait, this is game because it will just count as a colorless energy. Wow, Frogger's gonna lock up top cut. Wow. Oh my goodness. Prism energy gets added tomorrow, the day after the tournament. Oh my gosh. Frogger taking down. Wow. Taking down Typhlosion. Wow. Okay. Honestly, wanting to play Ethan's for an energy search option. Well, that was a quick game. Well, yeah, that was pretty broken, chat. Mauricio, if you're still here, I hope that's like a crowning moment for your deck that you've been grinding. Oh, this is Nathan Osterkatz versus Nathan O. Nathan O. All right, so we have Nathan Osterkatz, who won like I think 2 or 3 regionals this year in the senior division. Also won the very first Smart TCG series. Also has won I think 2 or 3 international championships as well. So if it lasted more than 2 turns, yeah. So we have Arch Influencer here versus Nathan Grimmsnarl up against the EV box here, and we see the assault landing coming out. Normally, however, Typhlosion is more even-sided. Yeah. Beat AF. Dude, that game ended before it started. Insane deck. I will admit, man, when it gets going, it's broken. So we see an early Van Rotem KO, which is honestly best case scenario for Arch here. However, I see an Iono come out. Who was running that Ho-Oh box so I can peep the list? Great question. It was Frogger27, who is now 10-1. Too bad it couldn't be top 16. Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to end up being top 16 with how many people are going to make ASIM. So, yeah. Yeah, this Iono. I mean, it's acceptable. Wait, do you have Leafeon? Wait, can they use Leafeon here? Wait, no, they just have Leafeon. They just drew everything? Oh, yeah. That's true, yes. No, Nathan did draw everything. This is a crazy start. Wait, but there's no... Oh, there's Leafeon. Is this enough? Oh, he drew like perfectly. Oh my goodness. This is KO. Gotta get 2 Syndicals to respect the pawn and keep Quilava in hand? Possibly. Yeah, Mike, I can see that. I'm so proud they're one of the members of the Armas Discord. Oh, sick. That's so cool. Yeah, no, we'll definitely hopefully get them in for Top Cut. I'd love to watch that. Prism Energy is banned right now for this. Well, it's banned on TCG Live because it's broken. They're having an update tomorrow, and it's gonna fix it apparently. So yeah, they disabled it. This matchup is so bad for Grim. It's not as bad as people think if you have Blood Moon, or like you can hit the Leafeon before it actually gets, you know, like to attack into you. But this situation's bad. Yeah, but they had to disable Prism Energy because it's completely broken. It doesn't even work. They disabled Prism Energy, Archeops, and a couple other things, I think, right? Imagine if it wasn't broken. Yeah, I don't know. The next tournament will be running. It's going to be on a weekend. As I said, the next Smart Series, I believe, will be the weekend before Worlds. It's going to be played on a Saturday, and it's going to be put at a time that works for EU and also all of NA. Favorite shiny evolution? Ooh, that's a good one. I think Umbreon is sick. But I think like the tan Leafeon is kind of cool. Green Espeon's kind of cool. Actually, wait. I was just like looking up which one I like the most. Isn't Vaporeon purple? Because that'd be the one I like the most. Like, I'll be playing, excited to finally get to play. Yeah, I'll be doing one on a weekend. I'm gonna try and announce it soon. I just need to collect the prize pool, and I have no idea how much we'll have for the next one. But I'm not gonna post about it until I've collected it and like actually found people who will sponsor the event, right? Oh. Chipotle order. Ooh, that's a good one. So I'll give you guys my Chipotle order. It's incredibly like basic though. It's just like white rice. I don't do beans. I'm not like, I don't dislike beans, but I don't go out of my way to have them. You know what I'm saying? White rice, beans, or no, white rice, no beans, chicken, fresh tomato salsa. I sometimes do the green one too, but putting them both together, I don't know. Sometimes for my stomach it bothers me. And then cheese, lettuce. Yeah. Can Limus handle the weekend's volume going to dox into oblivion? Well, story time for anyone who has you know been playing this entire tournament. The Limitless platform crashed right when round 1 started. For anyone who was playing in the tournament, they would know this. Thank goodness Robin Scholes was awake, because Robin Scholes is the owner of Limitless, former world champion, and also runs the website. He literally DM'd me, and he was just like, what did he say? He said, and I quote, "There's a lot of people in this tournament, lol. I didn't realize. Should have manually scaled it up in advance." So he should have like set the, like, basically the website was not prepared at that time to handle 15 plus 100 players instantly going on it. I could host it on a Sunday too. Maybe I'll do Sunday. That's not a bad idea, Edwin, because I think more people are off on Sundays. The problem is if the event goes honestly, I could probably do Sunday. It's just Saturday, I can, like, the event can run super late Saturday night, and people will like be able to more comfort. Like, I'm not gonna run it that late. Like it would be finals, that would be super late. But yeah, no, I could do Sunday morning too. Is there gonna be a bubble even after ASIM? What do you mean? That works better. Okay, we'll look at Sunday then. I appreciate you guys, you know, telling me. Yeah. We'll look at Sunday. I was shocked that he was still awake. I mean, it was only like midnight for him, but he like instantly responded. Yeah, huge props to Robin for adjusting the websites to like take that big of amount of players so quickly, because we were very nervous for a second. Yeah, this Grimsnarl is getting torpedoed right now. Oh god, that's this game. Oh my goodness. Like, if you win your ace round, is there still a chance you can bubble out a top cut? No. I don't think so. Would it be the point of ASIM then? Yeah, there's that's like, yeah. All right, where are we going here? Oops, there you go. What are we doing? What are we doing? We watched 2 rounds this game. This was pretty good. All right, we have Avante here. Anything about the tournament meta shocker surprise you so far? The amount of Typhlosion that's doing well, Steph. That's a great question. So, Elijah, the point of asymmetrical is if any 30 pointers will make it. However, if there are so many asymmers where there's going to be 2 rounds, we might. I don't think we'll reach this point, but all right. Okay. That was my question. I didn't exactly count how many people. You will always have an opportunity to play for top cut. But I do not think there will be 2 rounds of asymmetrical. So, Elijah, there would have to be 17 players for there to be 2 rounds of asymmetrical. But only one person would play 2 rounds of asymmetrical. It'd be the 17th versus 16 playoff. Let's take a look here. Also, what's up, Tony? How you doing, man? To answer your question, I don't know. Let's take a look. I know it's suggested. Have you considered splitting the event into 2 days, especially now they've gone so large? I will be putting the next event on a weekend. Wow, Grant Manley lost. Grant's down 10-1. Ooh. Poor guy. Wants to huffer. Ah, Jolty Box, Tony. There you go. There's your answer. The hoe on the winner that plays more than one AZU. That'd be awesome. More than one AZU. What's that? What do you mean? We have evolutions for the Winnin, I believe, at least. We also have Frogger too. No, we're not doing it next Saturday. We're gonna do it the Saturday before Worlds. Or the Sunday before Worlds. I'm trying to figure out what day I want to do it. I'm going to run a poll in my Discord server. And that is going to determine what day I do it. So that will determine it, because I want to give the community actually a chance to like make that decision. So that's how we're gonna do it. Is we'll ask the Discord server sometime this next week. Looks like still in a good spot. Yeah, it's still pretty good. The only Ho list that has one online event played only one Area Zero, which is like yikes, yeah. All right, how many people are left in contention, chat? Let me... Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's going to be a lot of 10-2s. 8-3, 8-3, 8-3, 8-3. So there's... It should get cut into less than... There should be less than 16. I think. I don't think we're going to have 2 rounds of ASIM. Yeah, give everyone a voice. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, I just want to give everyone the chance. Can 9-3 make cut? 9-3 gets a participation high 5 for me at the next regional you see me at. But stand it, Evan. You know, get that dub. You know, finish 9-3. Like, it's like you played this much, right? So you might as well. Might as well finish it off. What regionals are you planning to go to? That is a great question. Let me pull them up. What regionals am I going to? I'm obviously going to the World Championships. I'm not going to Frankfurt. I'm going to Monterey. I'm going to Pittsburgh. I'm going to Milwaukee. I'm not going to Belo Horizonte. I'm not going to Lille. I'm not going to Gdansk unless I choose to go. I mean, I could probably go. I just don't want to. I'm going to Vegas over Buenos Aires, obviously, because Vegas is a really short flight. I'm going to LAIC. I have a stipend to go there anyways. I'm not doing Stuttgart. I'm doing Toronto. I'm not doing Birmingham. I will most likely do Merida. I will obviously do EOIC as long as I can register. I won't do Sevilla. I won't do Quatero. I would maybe do yeah. I think maybe do Quatero. I'll do Prague most likely. I'll do Utrecht, and then obviously NAIC, and then all the other NA events that show up I'll do. I won't do Puerto Rico if there's an SPE. But you can join his Discord. It's in his bio. Yeah, YouTube bio. It's my TCG. Yeah, it's literally just, yeah. If you want a guy for Pittsburgh, let me know. I was born and raised. Yo, a Yinzer. You Steeler fan? A Pirate fan? For Atlanta Regionals get announced, it's not happening. I don't think. I think it's going back to Florida. So we're hitting almost all the same ones. Yeah. This cut situation, read it. What does it say? Players with 30 or more points or top 8s, whichever is higher. What this means is whichever one has, so for example, like you will advance to ASIM top cut if you have 30 points, basically. Or top 8, what this means is if there was not enough players, let's just say if it was a smaller tournament, right? And there were not 8 people with 30 pointers, then someone with maybe 29 would get it, right? Cards are gonna never be good. You guys got Skeens, right? The throwing is going back to Florida. I liked Atlanta. Our owners don't put money into the team. Yeah. So then it says players with 30 more points or top 8, whichever is higher, advance to the next phase. That means ASIM, right? ASIM top cut, one single elimination round. If for some ridiculous reason we have over, if we are projected for over 17 players in ASIM, we will alter it to 2 rounds of ASIM because 17 and 16 would need to play, obviously, right? And then it would go. So I don't think that is going to happen. I think we're only going to have like 13 or 14 10-2s. 30 is locked. Got it? Yes. So ASIM top cut, one single elimination round, 30 minutes per round, 5-minute round check-in, and then 8 players advance to the next phase, which will be obviously just like the standard top cut. Yeah, I assume 30 is locked. Yeah, I mean, it is. It literally says it's locked. So unless Limitless breaks again, it should be fine. I played on Vegas. Hopefully I want to go to Stuttgart. This is my birthday weekend. I like Stuttgart. Stuttgart is a cool place. It's a shame it's not during winter time though. Because the winter, like, it's not during December, unfortunately. Oh wait, no, it is. Okay, I mean it's technically end of November. There's a chance you'll be able to see the Christmas, what is it called? Like the Christmas fairs and stuff like that, or like the Christmas, like celebration stuff. I can't think of what is it called. The Christmas something. Yes. It's really cool to be in Europe during the holiday season. That's what I'll say. It's very cool to be in Europe in the holiday season. Very festive. Oh, but Wim's got EX deck. I'm trying to find some deck. I'm trying to find some deck about him. I'll just go into the tournament. Just going to play that Limitless and go to decks and see if we can find anything. We go to Pittsburgh. Got to go to MT Washington, overlook the city, and then get a lunch at the Big Am Tavern. Best bar food. Ooh, yeah, I might be down for that. I liked Pittsburgh. The last time I went, Pittsburgh was cool. Just need to see how expensive flights are going to be at hotel and such. Shouldn't be horrible flying out of Atlanta, but I don't know if I've never been to Europe. Probably will have to connect through like Amsterdam or London or something like that. Or actually, you could probably fly through Frankfurt. If you can get to Frankfurt, maybe run it back at Monterey with Mauricio. Yeah, that'd be cool. If you fly it, okay, so if you are planning to go to Germany, just fly into Frankfurt and then take a train. There's trains that go from Frankfurt. I've done this multiple times. There's trains that go from Frankfurt to Stuttgart, Dortmund, and all like, or a large portion of the major German cities. For the next phase, I'm going to finish out the next round and head to bed. Yeah, of course. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words. Since we're all going, yeah. Yeah, the European events are really cool. I'm super excited for Prague, and I'm super excited for Utrecht. Because Utrecht is right next to Amsterdam, and I like going to Amsterdam. So I'm going to keep my name out of your mouth. He's speaking for you, bro. He's saying shit. All right, next round should be coming up very shortly here. I'm going to update this just because is Pedro Torres still alive? I know he was playing Zork. Is he still? No, he's out. He died. Unfortunate. Oh, we lost a Crustle. Oh no. Pedro gets eliminated by Crustle. Unfortunate. All right, let's update the standings here. We need to be careful because if hoping that there's not more than 16 because then we have to add an extra ASIM round. I don't think there's going to be though. Oh boy. All right. I was on 1183. No. Sorry, no for me. From 02 to A3. Yeah, dude, you want A1. Yeah. Expect the next event to be on a weekend and a much better time for you. I appreciate you staying up all the way till what, 4 a.m. Yeah, next event will be coming up the weekend before Worlds. I think we're gonna do the weekend before Worlds or I think that's what we'll do. These crabs need to swim away. Dude, these crabs are just farming people. There's too many crabs. So we have Grant Manley at 10-1 here. Sanjay, also a pretty well-known player in the Ohio area, 10-1. Bolton Orbot is Noah something, I don't know. Jinch, 10-1 with Charizard. This is Ginsburg, I believe. This is Nathan Ginsburg. This is... I don't know who this is. Dude, it's so annoying. It's like some of these players are like real players. It's just they hide under different names. Is this Gabriel Fernandez? No, this person's just named Finger. Oh, Blitzel's still alive. 9-2 with the Bolt. Did Blitzel beat Typhlosion last round? Oh my lord. That matchup's bad. A lot of X2s. Yeah, this might be a 2. This might be a double ASIM. Oh my gosh. We might have to play 2 rounds of ASIM, which is like fine. I mean, they're both 30-minute rounds each, so. Tuning from Australia on my B-day off. First off, happy birthday. I hope you're having a good day, and yeah, thanks for tuning in. Had lots of fun last year. Anything? Yes, of course. Thank you, and I hope your birthday is great. Hope you have a good time with whoever you're with, or just enjoying a day off. Hope it's good. One second. Someone was asking about there's 8 10-1s. I cannot tell you what I said. All right, sorry about that. So this is the situation here. If one 10-2 makes cuts, if every 10-2 makes cut. However, if there's only 10-1-1s, then no 10-2s make it. Oh, thank you, Carlos. I appreciate it. Thank you. I counted 33 9-2s. Yeah. Your friend is having a great run today. I'm gross, so we got to represent. Hey, yeah. I hope that's great. Yeah. I'm glad to see Chemgirl doing well. Yeah. I'm glad to see that you got someone to cheer on. How many rounds are phase 2? 4. This is the last round. One second. Let me see. GG's, I hit Crustal. I'm sorry, Will. All right. I think everyone at 10-2 is going to get in. Can all the 10-1s ID? It's not set up like that. It's set for ASIM. It's set for like guaranteed ASIM. So there's a certain number total that you can reach. So it says players with 30 or more match points or top 8, whichever is higher, advance to the next phase. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's set to auto ASIM. All the top players should always ID here. These players should always ID regardless of this, though. Yeah. It's the same. So all these players are going to ID. Every player is going to ID here. All right, let's watch a win and in. We have D-Master here. D-Master versus Bar. So the reason why it's set up like this, I wanted to mention this. So the reason why it is set up in the way that it is it's really it's like, it is just kind of BS that you could go 6-2, win all your rounds in phase 2 and then not make cut. So it essentially makes it more fair that if you win all 4 rounds in phase 2, like, you deserve to like at least play an ASIM. So that's pretty much how it's set up, because there was a lot of drama earlier in the season about how like you could win all 4 rounds and miss cut, which was just bad. Like, it was not good, but it was you know, like that. So this means everyone makes cut here. However, we're watching a win-in between D-Master and VAR, and VAR has a Crustal in the active here, which is not good for our fellow Grimmsnarl player here, who is trying to avoid this matchup as we see the active get pummeled for 240. Now, Frostlass needs to get on the board quickly to start actually ticking damage here. It's not great. It's not ideal. But like, all the 10-1 should always just ID, because like you make cut regardless and it doesn't affect anything. Because like you always have to play 2 rounds of ASIM anyways. So like, it doesn't matter. It's just like completely irrelevant. Devo Triple Monkey is game here. That is true. Yeah, Devo Triple Monkey is game here. Very true, Meep. But they don't, like, they can't play Arvin here. But I guess you can put 90 here and feel okay. So like, you definitely have to retreat though. You need to sack a Pokemon, because you don't want Crustal to take all the damage off the board. That's the problem, because like, then you don't get any monkey damage. So it should be like retreat into probably Morgrim or like Monkey Dory. You none of these feel good to retreat into. Yeah. All right. Well, now you just like can't really do anything. 9-3. Hey, good job, Hookington. Congrats on top 32, should be. Maybe bubble 32 into 64. This is ASIM cut. Yeah, you're close. You're 1 away. So, what do you do as Grimmsnarl? Like, what is actually the play here? 2 matches if you lost super bad luck from Zard hitting heads on confused multiple times. The Goldingo matchup, I think I probably made a misplay or 2, which I learned from. Yeah, that's 100% good. I know ID last game. He just wanted to play it. He was 8-3, by the way, Zam. He was 8-3. Also, I saw your message. I'll get back to you. I appreciate you telling me those things. Yeah. Yeah, I'll get back to you on those. Also, 12th round putting me to 7-3. Yeah, so he's already out of it. I know that. Yeah, the cooking was already out of it. I mean, I guess you can go. Oh, wait a minute. There's the Devo in hand. If you retreat into the, are they not gonna know this play exists? specifically the Crustal player. Can you just go retreat? Yeah, you just go retreat into the Grimmsnarl, pass, and then TM Devo the next turn. Oh boy. Yep, you just pass here. Definitely the play. See what ends up happening here. Yeah, deal with Arvin so he knows it's there. Yeah, he knows it's there. That's important. It's what we know. Yes, we are aware of this, which is very big here. Oh, the 2 Lux Capes. Oh my god. Oh, dude. Where's the tool scrapper when you need it? If there's a tool scrapper in here, that'd be crazy. Oh no. What do you do now? Do you just quad monkey retreat? You have to. Yeah, you have to quad monk and then retreat. There's that. Put 30 there, 30, 30. You put 120 and just retreat into snow run. I think that's all you can do. The problem is there's no frost last. This is the issue that is just screwing them over. Is they can't get damage on monkey, so they're completely just completely banking that there's no boss's orders, which is fine. I mean, it's all you can do, but it does not feel good to be in this situation. Megaton Blower goes crazy here. You were not prepared for my Megaton Blower. Oh my gosh. Dude, Tool Scrapper would go crazy here too. Last time when I TM Devo double TM Evo double Frost. I don't know. This is so much work. I think what you have to do is do you just Devo this turn and pray that they can't put together another Crustal. I think you have to get rid of this Crustal this turn. You can't allow a guaranteed down to 1 prize card. Because I want 1 Luminous Energy and Grimmsnarl costs nothing. You can attack with Monkey if needed. Yeah, that's true. You have to Devo here, I think. I don't think you can win if you can't, because then they just go punch Crust. Like, yes, if they have a Crispin, you do lose at that point most likely, but is there another option? This isn't play. Oh wait, yeah, I know it was missed in play. Never mind. Maybe they don't understand. Like, maybe they don't see that, because they definitely should be piling more damage on Crustal. Wait a minute. Then do they not know that this is a thing? That I guess I don't know. This doesn't work. Oh no. Well, actually, they can't even attack with the Tatsugiri. There's not an energy on it. Never mind. So they can't even go for this play. Yeah, this game's just like cooked. This game's like, I don't know what they just did. CT bench trouble? Yeah, you could have done that. I don't know why. Yeah, could you have brought up the Dwebble? I mean, the issue you're running into now. Oh yeah, this is game. If there's a dark energy, there's just nothing you can do. That like the Crustal has too much HP. Yeah, boss on Frost Slash just ends the game because there's no damage to put together now. There's just no damage on board. Like, there's 10, 10, 10, 10. There's what? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 damage on board. Like, that's not enough to knock out the Crustle of the other person Ionos. Well, there's going to be a Crustle and Top Cut, chat. Oh, boy. Yeah, you could have CC Drubble for an extra turn. That was probably... Wait, but Drubble only has 1 retreat cost, though, right? Doesn't it not matter? What are we doing here? Yeah, exactly. You can just boss. I guess, yeah, that's true. Yeah. You can go for the Hail Mary. Well, you would have needed to, like, you would have needed to do it last turn. No, this doesn't work. No, 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 no. This doesn't work. There's a missed energy. Yeah, unfortunately, this person's PC is potatoing. Yep, and that is the game. So, unfortunately, missed energy does block it. All right. Wow. The stream is probably just potatoing. It's not my stream. It's just his computer. No, no, no. The stream is fine. I think instead of second Grim, he should have stretchered back Blood Moon. Harder to take 2 prizes off and then can. Yeah, so what he should have done is he should have just shoved the Blood Moon in the active and then just gone pass and then let it hit for 120, move 120 over, pass. They hit again for 120, move 120 over, pass. Are one of the, yes, the 10 ones are playing it out. So no matter what, there's an ASIM because these 10 ones are fighting right now. Oh my gosh, yeah. So even if the tournament was set for a clean cut, there would have been ASIM no matter what. All right, chat. So last week we had that funny little problem. It should be fine this time. I'm sorry for answering this already, but what time is Top Cut and are you streaming it? I'm streaming it as long as I have people. For anyone who made Top Cut, if your computer is capable, please stream in the Discord server. It would make me very happy and give us stuff to actually commentate over and help the stream go just like grow and will help future events as well. So. Yeah. All right, so everyone, here we go. There are currently 10 matches remaining, but we're going to take a look at some of the guaranteed players that are in Top Cut of the Smart Series 1K. If I do a watch party of your stream on Twitch for whenever you feature Frogger, yeah, of course, bro. Dude, you're always good, man, if you want to. Someone asks, Elijah, do FCBCs have a similar shuffle feel and texture to Dragon Shields? I haven't used anything but Dragon Shields, but my LCS is charging 15 for them now. So yeah, they're pretty similar. I want to say they shuffle a little differently. I think they're a little bit more, they're less bulky. Like the problem I have with Dragon Shield is how just bulky they feel. They feel a little bit less bulky, which to me is important actually. So that's like one reason as to why I like them. And I, rarely break them or anything like that. The problem with Dragon Shield is I just get sometimes sleeves and they're just terrible from Dragon Shield, and I don't get that as much with FCBC. Like obviously, there are boxes for pretty much any sleeve company that could be better. All right, let's take a look at standings here. What do we have in Top Cut? That is the $1 million question. All right, so we have, let's just update standings. We have Jinch, first seed, 11-1, taking down Sanjay in the last round. We have Grant Manley, who is 10-1-1 with Gardevoir. We have Poltnor Bot 356, who is 10-1-1 with Dragapult Dusknoir. We have Frogger27 here. I'm going to try and get them in for asymmetrical cut with that Ho-Oh Armarouge deck. As long as they are screen sharing, I will get them for top cut. And then we have a Huffer 10-1-1 with Joltik Box. Gigi Wug with Charizard Pidgeot. Bunny or Ethan's Typhlosion. Geek Games SBO with Crustle. Umbermit with Dragapult. XOXO Chem Girl 10-2. Joltik Box. Sanjay 7S 10-2 with Flareon. We have another Crustle of Donovan. Poltnorbot 357. I believe this is Summit, I think. Mike 10-2. Ever since I was legit 10-2. Matt Bridges 10-2. Greener Gerbil 10-2. My Sapling 10-2. Rover T 10-2. Who is this? I'm actually curious who this is. He's back. I don't know. Sapling, Rover T, Callie Moore. Oh, there's only 19 in Ace. Actually, no, there's going to be a few more. Yeah. No, All Out Blitz a lot. Or actually, no, they're still playing. Never mind. Oh, they won. They're 10-2. They beat Nathan Ginsburg in the winning end. Lazard? 5 for 8 with Dragon Shields for good. Yeah, you know, actually, some people say that European Dragon Shields are better than the American Dragon Shields. I don't know if that's just BS because they're a European country, so aren't they just all made in Europe or China? I don't know if they're made in China. I'm not actually sure where they get made. But if anyone's tried European Dragon Shields as opposed to US Dragon Shields, does anyone know a difference? But can you compare the FCBCs to... I hate katanas. I don't hate katanas. I used to use katanas, by the way. I just don't... They get... So, I take it very... Like, I like to look at when sleeves get old, right? When sleeves get old, my issue with katanas is they feel terrible. Like, shuffling when they feel old. It's just the texture is... like really uncomfortable when they get old, in my personal opinion. To me, they're also harder to riffle and stuff like that too. But anyways, we have 4 minutes left until top cut, so we're gonna hop into that very, very shortly. I'm gonna quickly use the bathroom, get some water, and then we'll hop into the asymmetrical top cut. I will be right back. All right. Twitch stream's down? Yeah, Twitch stream's down. So instead of just making stuff up? Nah, that's how I feel about katanas. Katanas get dirt clumping on them. Yeah, see? That's pretty much what I said. Is like when they get dirt, like old, they're hard to shuffle. I will say katanas feel really good at the beginning. All right. So do you see 2 rounds of ASIM here? Yeah, we'll see 2 rounds of best of 1 ASIM. It will go quite quick. I say that. Pervert. Excuse me. All right. Here we go. ASIM best of 3? No, ASIM's BO1. It's just too long because the chance. Okay, this is the reason. The chance of there being a untimed 2 rounds of ASIM is just miserable. It would be so long to play because each round on average would take about an hour to an hour and 20 minutes. So it adds another like potentially 2.5 to 3 hours just to get through ASIM. So like we literally wouldn't be out of here until 6:37 a.m. EST, which is just insanity. So the only way for live to like reasonably do it, because we're not doing it in 2 days, is to make ASIM best of 1. There's just no way to do it with enough time. But anyways, hopping into it here, we have Rovert, who is playing the Typhlosion with the Dracoloak draw engine against Kawashi, who is playing but top cut is best of 3, correct? Actual top cut is best of 3, yeah. Kawashi here is playing the Grimmsnarl deck. So we're gonna see Typhlosion versus Grimmsnarl here, a matchup that I personally haven't seen a whole lot of. The last time we watched the Grimmsnarl archetype, it dominated Typhlosion, but that was also because Typhlosion didn't get a great setup. So we'll actually get a chance to see this deck in action. How long do you expect Top Cut to go tonight? Wonderful question. I would say the ideal goal is to get done with Top Cut by... we're actually right on... Yeah, we're pretty much on time. 3 a.m. EST, ideally. Looks like with one Pult plus Legacy to keep it as a 1 prize deck. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, because you can do go fan another 1 prize deck. Yeah. Now that I was able to test EV Box in the tournament multiple rounds, I'm pretty sure Air Balloon is better than one switch in the deck to be able to save energies on Flare and a free retreat. Yeah, I think so, because you just always have a free retreat option. But anyways, here looks like the Typhlosion player is getting a pretty good board state. This is going to be a good game. We see both players getting what they need. Ethan's Adventure, really the core of the stack, allowing there to be multiple Qualavas put onto the board here. Feels pretty good. We're going to see another Cyndaquil on the board. Here comes Ethan's Adventure, and we're going to see some fireworks here with those Qualavas, those beautiful full art Typhlosions. That is such a cool artwork. I gotta get myself a playset of those if they're reasonably cheap, because those are super cool. All right, we see Ethan's Qualava being used here. Going to search their deck for another Ethan's Adventure. We're going to see another Bonded by the Journey here coming out. Another Ethan's Adventure going into the hand here. They're going to be like 435. We're going to try and get it done by 330. Usually top cut goes quicker, but we'll see. I think, I'll say I think we'll be done by 4 to 4:30, so it'll be fair. Let's use Ace rounds won't be done till past 2 a.m. easily. Oh, that is true. Yeah, probably 4. Yeah, probably 4 to 4:30 is optimistic. I was getting my time zones messed up. I was in my head thinking incorrectly. These rounds should go quick though. These rounds on average shouldn't like take too long, because there's just gonna be no judge calls. There shouldn't be any really judge calls and stuff like that. So, Dango's tier 1, the Typhlosion seems like an obvious counterplay. Yeah, the problem with Typhlosion is that can it beat Grimmsnarl? I mean, we're going to find out here, right? But can it beat a Grimmsnarl deck that actually gets the function? That is the big thing, right? Oh, that disconnected? No, I didn't disconnect. All right, here's the secret box being used. All right, we're seeing the Morgrim here. Oh, we're just going to take the turn off and go into Tatsuguri. Okay, so that is very important time that Typhlosion is going to be able to get here. You know, it's scary when you're watching your next round opponent. Hey, what's up, bun? Hey, congrats on making top cut, by the way. I'm happy for you. I saw your post. I know you're very happy. So, you know, congratulations. You earned it. And best of luck in cut. All right, here we go. Action back. There's so much damage. It's kind of piling up on these. It's going to become the concern here is that this damage is accumulating quickly, and you're pretty much put on a clock. You know, even though both players are at 6 prizes, there's a clock. Once prize cards are getting taken, a lot of them are going to be taken pretty quickly. Now, how many Ethans are left in the deck? There's 2 in hand, 1 in the discard, I believe, right? Something like that. Show me the money so I can buy DK. Is it new? Is the new Donkey Kong like brand new? Did it just come out for the Nintendo Switch 2? Do you want to stand on 1? Correct. Yes, you do not want to attack early game with Grimmsnarl. It's actually kind of the same thing what you should be doing against Bolt a lot of the time. Is you just want to like get damage accumulated. Also, for example, against matchups like, you know, Toadscroll as well. Yeah. Because now at this point, like, you're prolonging the game. Like, you can still force Rovert here to go through 3 Grimmsnarl. Like, you can put him on an odd price trade and force that, right? So you have options in this spot. 1 Ethan prize, yeah. 1. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, that makes it awkward for sure. 1 Ethan being prize is not great. Yes, he does play redeemable ticket. It's in the deck. All right, there's Iono here. Might be just going for it. I mean, can you knock out Quilava here? You can put 30. No, yeah, you can. Ooh, boy, that's not good. Yeah, ticket is in deck. Yeah, it's in deck. Oh, this is not good because Quilava is going to fall here. You can take Quilava and no Shaman on board. Can't really protect this. So, big price swing here for Kawashi. Taking the big 2 price KO here with that. All right, here's Buddy Buddy Puffin coming out. Going Frost's Monkey here seems so good. Yeah, you just buy time. You just turn into a different deck. Yeah. I mean, like, now we're seeing, right? The damage has been accumulated. You punted a prize card early game. Now you go into Grimmsnarl. The damage has been built on the board. And now you can go Shadow Bullet. 30 damage onto Quilava. Frostlass takes it out. And you're just putting yourself in a great spot now. I mean, the problem that we're going to run into here as Rovert is there is not a 4th Ethan's the deck. Yes, there is access to the redeemable ticket, but sometimes it can kind of feel like a needle in the haystack. You have to find it, right? And since you aren't playing the Pidgeot build of the deck, that is not so easy sometimes. So, all right, we'll see what Robert's able to do here. We do see the Dreepy get into the active here. A few different options on what we actually want to do here. You could just thin out with Buddy Buddy Puffin or just play research. That seems fine. Oh, there is Secret Box. Whoa, okay, there's Secret Box for redeemable ticket, but you promoted the Dreepy, which means how do you retreat this? Do you have a switch card? Or I guess a rescue board, for example? What can you get here? Okay, so what do you do here? Do you just, like, retreat? I mean, can you even win now if you don't kick a KO here? Oh, yeah, you don't even have energy. Yeah, this is so bad because now the Grimmsnarl player can just take another 2 prize cards. Next, just go Monkey Monkey KO KO. Oh my gosh, this is brutal. This is so unfortunate for Typhlosion. Oh boy. I mean, what do you do here? I mean, like, Picnic Basket's nice, but it's like you're not progressing the board state. It's like you used Picnic Basket, but failed to progress the board state. Now, if you use Picnic Basket and attack this turn, then you're making movement back into this game. Exactly. If it's Boss Typhlosion, it's just game over. I mean, even just evolving here makes it so difficult. I mean, you can go and put 10 onto Quilava, puts 30, 60. No, you can't ever get there. Yeah, it's like you just didn't progress the board, and like now at this point, kind of on fumes here. I mean, we can hit for 280 next turn, but it's like we're just still short. There's like so many problems. Yeah, that's the game. Oh no. I mean, it's not 100. It's 100% over. I think I could be wrong, but. This could have possibly gone worse with Typhlosion. Yeesh, this is rough. Yeah, I'm like trying to figure out what even to say, and I don't think I can come up with a line here. I mean, we can punch the active with, oh, yeah, you got to go. But like, this isn't, you have to like deemable ticket and then draw into, oh, we're just going to use it. Oh, this actually, wait, this actually works. But the problem is you have no follow-up. So like, we can see a KO here. This is like the one thing, but you have no follow-up. I mean, unless you play a one over a candy. I mean, that is your follow-up, right? Yeah, evolve, attach, bench, rare candy next turn, and brave Bengal and just pray, I guess. I mean, you need the Bengal here, yeah. All right, Buddy Blast. 310 damage. You're going to be able to take the KO. And we've made some headways back into this game, but there's just no really infrastructure to this board state. There's just not a backup play. It's going to come down to drawing into rare candy Typhlosion energy. Even if there is candy, which I don't even know if there's a candy left. But it's like now we're in a situation where like you still might have to go through 3 Grimmsnarl. Like that is a possibility. It's going through 3 different Grimmsnarl. Yeah, here comes. Oh, this doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean they just go down to 1 prize now. 30-30, yeah. No monkey KO Sonico. Yeah, this also just is like a disaster. And yeah, it's not good. Yeah, monkey KO. Yeah, the Cyndaquil has died. He died. This is a very it's one Dreepy against the world. You better not harm any my chances at DK. DK Bonanza? 1 Dreepy versus the world? Yeah, 1 Dreepy against the world. Well, that is brutal. Let's see who's streaming. So good. It's really good. Okay. It just came out, didn't it? Is this the Pult Mirror? Yeah, Pult Mirror. This is Joa W versus Poltnor Bot 357. Gosh, I'm so nervous for this. Just have fun. You already made it this far, so like you deserve. I think that's one thing that like I always want to like. I always try and tell people who are like, "Oh, I'm nervous." Like you deserve to be here because you made it, right? It's always something to think about, you know. Like you made it because of your play. That's like one thing that's always so important to understand. It's like you see 6. Like people like you need to understand. Like give yourself a pat on the back, right? Be confident. Say, "Hey, I got here because of me, not because of anyone else. Because of you," right? Or a copy of DK Bonanza delivered by Smart personally. I mean, like, yeah, but yeah, of course. Like you're playing around other people, but you deserve to be with them. I think that's always something like players should understand when they're playing. Yeah, just always think about that. Hey, Crustle and Cut, but happy to make top cut and back to Hey. Congratulations. I'm happy to see that you did well. Thanks for playing. The next one will be on a weekend, probably in the morning / afternoon. But River does not mean unwinnable. Even if I'm rooting for Grim, you got this. Exactly. I've seen some unfavorable matchups flip. It's happens before. You can do it. Fun. You guys, that best Switch 2 exclusive so far. It's arguably the best game of 2020. Oh, really? I haven't gotten the Switch 2 yet. Is it worth it? Heads. Oh, they flip heads and they went on a coin flip and advanced to top cut. Oh no, or the final round of ASIM. Oh no, off the coin flip. I mean, to be fair, there wasn't a whole lot else next turn that I think they could have done the opponent. So it's a sad moment. Yeah, of course. Best of luck. Have fun. It's worth it if you want to play any of the game exclusives that receive upgrades of any of the upcoming games. Gotcha. I know some people have been liking the Mario Kart. Is that one worth it? Some people like it, but some people don't. Like, it's like kind of been controversial, I think. Like, is Mario Kart is it like, you know, worth it? All Out Blitzel 1. Top 16 for Blitzies. Matt Bridges lost. All right, let's take a look at what's happening here, everyone. What happened to the Twitch stream? There were some issues with it that I'm working out in the future, and with the connection or something like that. So we're just on YouTube right now. Anyways, for what's happening, let's update standings. All right, so Ricardo is playing still in ASIM top cuts. Grant Manley played against Charizard Dusknoir. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. We have Green Gerbil versus Charizard. Charizard Mirror. Donovan versus Poltnor. We have Kawashi versus Ethan's Typhlosion. Grant Manley versus Ever Since. We have Huffer versus Exo. Oh my gosh, the Joltik Box Mirror. Holy cannoli. We have Frogger 27 with Ho Armarouge playing against either Ricardo or DeHubs, playing either the what is the Terror Box, and then Ricardo playing Grimmsnarl, and then we have All Out Blitzel playing against Dragapult in top 16, and then we have Jinch versus Poltnorbot. And it looks like all of the rounds have completed. Any judge calls or anything like that? Nope. Looks like we'll be good to start the next round here very shortly. I don't think it's worth $80, but it's still a good game. I would wait for the sale if you don't get the bundle. Gotcha. Maybe people just tried to sign my Pikachu EX on the I can see it. Problem with Mario Kart was that it wasn't good enough to sell the Switch 2 by itself. Okay. Yeah, that's always big. You have to have like a really good game that actually like can carry a console. Yeah. Yeah, you need something that can carry the console. Like, obviously, Breath of the Wild like did not come out right when the Switch came out, but it carried the console in a way because people bought the Switch to play Breath of the Wild, right? But I don't think the Switch 2 has had an iconic game like that yet. So, yes, next round we will be watching for top 16. We will be watching Armarouge. It'll be really fun to watch. Top cut should be starting any second now. Set that up. What's up, Jeremy? All right, here we go. Hopping into it here, we have Frogger27 in Arm Rouge against the Hubs playing Terrabox. So Arm Rouge versus Terrabox. This is the final round of asymmetrical before we head into top cut, as there was double asym as we had like 20 people. Do you get could be it? Same people behind Odyssey? Oh, really? Okay. Very cool. All right, hopping into it here. Both players are 11 and 2, I believe. Right? Actually, no, 11, 1, 1, and 11, 2. 11, 1, 11. All right. 11, 1, 1. I mean, they're in cut, right? Frogger versus the Hubs. I don't know who these players are. I'm trying to convince Grant to screen share if he makes top cut. I think we might be able to. All right, hopping into it. Top 16 asymmetrical cut here. We have Arm Rouge up against the Terrabox. Looks like Arm Rouge just have the Durant. This is such a pretty deck here. You got the Reshiram 2, one of the brand new cards. And yeah, we see the benching of the Squawkabilly. A great start, I would say, aside from the Legacy being in hand. If you can get a Charcadet, your start's pretty good. Looks like you're going to bench the Clefairy. I think it's probably one of your better attackers in this matchup because you know that they have to fill up their bench, right? However, this hand is not good. All we really needed was a Charcadet and our board state would have been fine. However, Squawkabilly has not netted anything really good. So this becomes very awkward. Now, the question is, can you thin this hand out to actually Mew for one? I don't think you can. I think that's what they were considering. They realized, yeah, you can't actually do it, and passed it off over to Terrabox here. So unfortunately, it was looking promising. You got the Legacy on the board, which is actually pretty good at the beginning of the game, just because you can kind of maneuver it around. You don't have to worry about having to find it at certain points. So a good kind of initial start, but that Squawkabilly really didn't net anything good here. So action back here on Terrabox. We see a Lily's Clefairy start. It's not necessarily a huge liability, but definitely something you don't really want to have on the board at the very beginning of the game. It can be a very powerful attacker at certain points, but we see the Nest Ball here most likely going to get themselves a Terra Pokemon or Fan Rotom. That's exactly what they end up getting here. And yeah, it seems like Terrabox is a deck that kind of died. I feel like when Shaman came out, but some people are cutting Shaman and people just aren't respecting this deck anymore, which has created kind of a pathway for this deck to actually see success. So this is the second time I believe Terrabox has made cut at one of these tournaments. The very first event, one made top 8s, I believe, and then for this event, one's an asymmetrical top 16 cut, fighting for one of those spots in top 8. Alex says it's wild. We went from Terrabox using Owls and Bolts, no Owls, to now Terrabox, no Owls, and Bolt with Owls. It's a cycle. That's like the big thing. It's just a consistent cycle. Well, not that it's likely to happen. What happens if we ended up with 9 12-2s here? Not well, I mean, it's based off ASIM, right? So someone could go like 12-0 in the tournament, lose in ASIM, and then they're not playing, right? That's how it works, right? Sometimes players with better records, like, really good records, lose, and then it's like this weird like look where like someone with a worse record is above them, but that's because they obviously won in cut, right? And the person that had like the crazy good record didn't. There's certainly fine things to play on the Switch 2, then you could always replay your Switch 1 games on the Switch. At 4K FPS is a game changer. Yeah, I haven't gotten the Switch 2 yet. I have the original Switch. I just the only games I really committed to were like the Pokemon games. I mean, I really only played Sword and Shield a whole lot. I actually never I started literally an hour into Scarlet and Violet, flying to LAAC back in 2022, and I never played it really after that. Let's go Ho-Oh Box. Yeah, let's go Ho-Oh Box. I mean, it needs a little bit of a better start here. However, we do see the Aono here, obviously, which was very, very important, as Ho-Oh now actually has a manageable hand here. It's still not great, though. That's the thing, because you have the double Area Zero that's going to be hard to thin. You also have Nest Ball. That's going to get yourself a Charcadet, but it's not a whole lot else. You know, definitely going to be looking for either a Draw Supporter or an Ultra Ball. Either of those cards will get Frogger out of this situation, because you will either be able to thin out the hand, use that Muse Restart, or you will be able to use that Draw Supporter that you draw into. So it's looking potentially salvageable, whereas the last hand was just horrible. I'll just mark our world. Makes more sense. I forgot ASIM was elimination. Yeah, it doesn't go by record. Does not go by record. Yeah, I think the Switch 2 could definitely use more games that make people switch. Like, if you add, like, if they make a new Smash, like, for example, and it's only on Switch 2, like, that would bring a lot of people. Okay, there's an... Oh, no, that's one of the cards I was talking about. You needed something here, right? And you're going to be able to get yourself a Charcadet or a Terra Pokemon and then put down the Area Zero just to thin it out. But I think that's a little bit too risky here. Just, you know, choosing to take that Charcadet is important. And we got a game now. We actually have a game now. This Terra Box's start isn't amazing. It's like okay, but no Hoot Hoot on the board here is not too good. I'm just trying to make sure what this list looks like. Oh, wait. This is just Terra Box. Okay, that's what you meant. There's no Noctowl in the deck in general. Okay, this is just chaos. Crazy. Scarlet Violet also runs 4K 50 FPS on the Switch too. Well, that was a big problem with Scarlet and Violet on the Switch, is the game would just look horrible. Like, I mean, like, the game would just, like, not load in certain things, which was the big issue with it. Like, that's been the criticism a lot of the time of the Switch, you know, Pokemon games. So, anyways, here, double Charcadet it down. However, once again, still not an incredibly playable hand. Now, we do have an energy that you can attach, and then hopefully that top deck is something that is burnable, so that we get access to using that Muse Restart. However, we're going to see here if Terra Box is able to pull off a Wellspring. Now, there is no Noctowl engine, so pretty much just entirely relies on naturally drawing into things like the Crispins of the world with cards like, you know, for example, Squawkabilly early game to thin out the deck. You also got multiple Teal Dances if you're able to get that set up. No Pokegear, though, most, I would say, notably, even though this deck doesn't play the Noctowl engine, I think Pokegear would definitely be something that you could potentially add into this deck. Oh, there's actually even no Crispin. Wow, this is just an energy switch deck. Oh my goodness. So this is just a turbo energy switch deck instead of a normal Crispin type of Terra Box. Wow, this is wild. The thing that made me stop playing Scarlet Violet was how long the Pokemon boxes took to load. Well, the game just felt slow early game. Like I started the game and just got bored instantly and just was like, no. Like, and I didn't get really bored of Sword and Shield. Like, Scarlet Violet just like tuned me off for some reason. I'm not sure. But so this deck is just entirely built around just spamming energy switch. Wow, okay. That is definitely very interesting. This would be a cool deck to play Scramble Switch in, actually. Definitely be cool. But anyways, not really sure exactly what they have in their hand here. End up doing. They're taking a little bit of time. There's a Teal-Dance, 2 Ogre's Mask. Oh, there's the Ogre's Mask. I wasn't even. Gotcha. Okay. This is a really cool archetype. Just comes down to, can I pull Wellspring off? Because they can't pull Wellspring off, and you know, Frogger's able to get out of this situation and just get an attack off. You pretty much just win the prize trade. Like, your prize trade should be relatively favorable because there is no Pikachu in this deck. That's one of the problems this deck has, is there is not a whole lot of firepower if your opponent gets, you know, fully set up. It kind of feels like a deck that just tries to run the opponent over, but if they fall behind, it seems difficult to catch back up. Except you do have Blood Moon. That's like the one thing. And oh, they're going to be able to take the lead here with Boss's Order. Is going to be able to take out you probably KO the Mew here, because I guess KO and Clefairy is fine too. I guess like either is okay, but like, you know that they're not drawing well, so like KOing like Mew is completely acceptable in this situation. Even though like, yeah, they could just like Clefairy you back, but like at that point they're just trading 2 prizes in an unfavorable prize trade. So I think either or is fine. They're both totally okay. Hope we get more Pokemon announcements for Switch 2 during Pokemon Presents. I don't know what we're going to get. I'm not optimistic that we're going to get TCG information. The only TCG information I bet we'll get is like maybe new set stuff, but they rarely ever talk about competitive Pokemon. Oh, there is a Ultra Ball here. This is going to net a Armarouge. Be able to get them something here, but the problem is that all you can really do is just hit with Terrapagos. Yeah, that's all we're gonna see here. 150 punch. Would have ever been better to... No, that's fine. Well, actually, no. I think what they should have done is they probably should have Ultra Balled for Fezandipity and then bundled and then benched Fez. Wouldn't that have just been better here in this situation? Because, like, you doing this... Like, this is not relevant damage in this spot. So wouldn't it have just been better to pop bundle and then just Ultra Ball here for Fezandipity and just, like, basically say, if I don't find the Armarouge, who cares? Like, you aren't taking a KO anyways. I think that's definitely the right play. All right, so we do see the Iron Bundle coming out. Just going to toss up the other Iron Bundle. Is, you know, definitely a card that you don't really need on the board anymore, so them knocking it out is fine. And on top of it, also puts them to an odd price trade as well. Ultra Fez would have been much better. Yes, I agree. Ultra Fez was way better here. That's what I thought he was going to do. Yeah, that's definitely what I would have done here. But maybe they just wanted the guaranteed damage, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense because you are just basically dealing dead damage in this spot. Because the assumption is if you're not able to hit for 190 at a latter portion in the game, you are losing the game anyways, right? So that's like kind of a thought process thing that they could have thought about a little bit more. But anyways, no Owls Terror Box going to be able to go up 3 prize cards here. And now the pressure is really going to be put on Frogger. Frogger needs to find an attacker that can take a knockout and then prevent, you know, a knockout back to swing the 4 prize card trade, because you're not very many attacks down. You're pretty much 1 attack down when they go down to 3. So it's not like you're, you know, 2 entire attacks behind. So the issue with the Pokemon video game is that TPCI knows Pokemon is too big to fail. 20 years ago, their games were revolutionary. Now they pale in comparison to stuff like Sony's first-party titles. They aren't forced to improve their game. Correct. Yes, 100%. Like if we look at if we look at Pokemon's games from like even going back to Black and White, like I feel like Black and White were the last genuinely, in my opinion, semi-challenging slash like you could tell like how much thought process they put into them. But I think starting in Sword and Shield, it became, not Sword and Shield, Sun and Moon, it just felt so much more commercialized. Like I played Sun and Moon, I didn't play Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, but I felt like the passion for the games was like Black and White and Black and White 2, and I never felt it after that. Yes, Ogremon deck does play the Ogre Mask, correct. It is their way of getting into different attackers. So like the thought process is you could potentially just go like Teal Dance, and then like next turn go like Teal Dance, and then like Ogre Mask, a Wellspring, and then attach Water Energy. So, but anyways, here we do see the Sob in this situation just locking. This is like also one of the unique things that these Terror Box decks are able to do. They oftentimes can just buy time by using that Sob. We see multiple different variants of Terror Box, specifically the Noctowl variant, you know, be able to pull out the counter catcher when you need it, or something like Boss's Orders, drop something in the active and buy a little bit of time. So no Crustle lost its top 16 match. Crustle's down. This Arceus was so sick and such a nice change up to the formula. Yeah, but I'm just talking about mainstream games. Yeah. Ultra is better than base game. Ultra Necrozma was a Nuzlocke Ender. Well, yeah, that thing was broken. Yeah, I remember that. It's really possible to make engaging fights in a Pokemon game too. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, Relief 4. The only point of the game where they deviated was good. Well, yeah, I mean, like Brilliant Diamond and Shiny Pearl, in my opinion, were like a semi-disaster because they literally remade Diamond and Pearl, which weren't good games. Like they were very flawed games, and like Platinum fixed everything in them. Like Platinum is like one of the best games like Pokemon has ever made, but Diamond and Pearl aren't even like top 5 or maybe even top like 8. What about Auras? Auras was fine. I didn't have any issues with Auras. But like Hoenn had less problems than Sinnoh did. Like original Hoenn, original Sinnoh is just not a great like the Pokemon. There was like no fire Pokemon. The game was as slow as molasses. It was just not a. It was just like if I had to rate like Diamond and Pearl, I would rate it a 4 out of 10, and I'd rate Platinum a 9.5 or 9. But in streaming, I wasn't. Oh no, that's all good, Elijah. I appreciate the support. I thought Oras was fine though. I mean, I played, I think Emerald. I think I played Ruby or Sapphire too. Those are some of the first games I started with. Early stop spin multi KO is the only angle left for Ho. Yeah, I think at this point it's just kind of not in a great position. I mean, I guess one of the unique things actually about this deck is you do have access to the Minior, which does allow you to get out of these sob plays. We actually watched, I believe, Frogger earlier play against Benny Billinger, and Benny tried to pull off a pseudo Wudo lock, and Frogger dropped down the Minior and was able to get out of the active, which was pretty cool. Or I think it was Frogger that did that. Yeah. I haven't played them in years, but besides Distortion World, what did Plat do so much better than Diamond and Pearl? Platinum had more Pokemon. So the problem is that in Diamond and Pearl, there were only like, I think 2 or 3 fire Pokemon, which means literally the Elite Four member, I think in Diamond and Pearl, only had 1 or 2 actual fire Pokemon on the team. Like that's how bad it was. But Platinum, they fixed that. They actually added, I think, at least 5 or 6 more fire Pokemon. So the game was a lot more diverse because that was like a huge problem in the game. Like I think literally in Diamond and Pearl you had what, Infernape and Rapidash? Or what was the other one? There was one other fire Pokemon you had. On top of it too, the gameplay was incredibly slow. Just like you couldn't like run as fast effectively. Like it just like everything was slow. Like it took like a really long time to do things, but they speeded up the game. Not like getting through the game, but just like the actual like mechanics of the game. Like for example, when you went like surfing, you literally could like you went insanely slow, but in Platinum they fixed that. It's crazy that this Ogre box isn't playing Crystal, but I guess Legacy helps you go to the 7 prize routes. Yeah, this is gnarly to see. This is like pretty crazy. Flint had Rapidash and Infernape as his only fire types. Yes, it was just Rapidash and Infernape. Yeah. So it's hilarious with minimized baton pass for Floon. Yeah. Also, Distortion World was cool. That was one of the highlights of Platinum. But anyways, back to it here. We've seen a sob war, and the problem is that the hubs can just sob multiple times here. He has such a big lead at this moment. And the big question is where do you go here? Because eventually you're going to have to break this, and you're going to have to break it probably with a hand disruption card and a knockout on the active. Looks like we're going to look for a sob trap on this now. Okay, so we're trying to lock this now in the active. Now, the hubs also has 27 cards, so the deck out play is not going to work in this situation here. So this is going to get a little awkward for a few turns. And my Nuzlocke Monferno got magnitude 8 early, so my fire coverage is Rapidash. Felt so bad. Yeah. BDSP should have the same art style as Link's Awakening remake and Echoes of Wisdom. Well, like people were hoping that like BDSD like was like Legends Arceus. Because Fernando's Foot is going to win Worlds with Crustal Thorns. I mean, that'd be his deck. Lack of Mons in Distortion World make a 9 out of 10 go to 4 out of the story was solid and only 4 was good. No. If you played like Brilliant, or like if you played Diamond and Pearl, the movement was horrible in the game. Anyone who's played them like knows that you just moved so slow. Like I think that like that's completely, I think that's kind of reasonable. Like the lack of Pokemon in a game is like pretty severe. The fact that you moved half as fast as in Platinum, and you didn't have Distortion World, you didn't have Giratina. There's probably other things I'm missing too. Black at turns would have been better to go for Lock on Mew and Squawk than release attack with Rush and Prey. I think that the problem right now is that there's just like he's not just like doing enough here in this situation. Like, yeah, we're going down to 4 prizes now. How much time do we even have left in this round? That's actually going to be kind of important. So how time works in this is it's just 0, 1, 2, 3. We're going by the rules until Worlds. The research wasn't it? Yeah. But now at this point, you're just a Clefairy away from losing. I mean, an energy switch plus a boss's orders and an energy attach just, gets the game. Now, you can't one-shot the active and win the game, unfortunately. But yeah, there's boss's orders. Are we going to see that energy switch and the legacy energy here? That's all we need. Actually, wait, Curious K with Ogerpon here? Oh, wait, this is enough, right? 69, 20, 50, 180. We need one more energy. There is the energy switch here coming out from the hubs, and we're going to see, yeah, this is overkill, actually. We're going to see them take down Frogger in asymmetrical. Unfortunately, the Arm Rouge deck, which you've seen a couple of times, will not be making it into asymmetrical. And we see a, not necessarily as, honestly, I'm going to say it's a pretty unique deck. I would say it's almost as unique. This is a crazy list that made cut, piloted by the hubs here, playing a version of this deck that we really haven't seen before. Is it even considered Terra Box? That's one of the big questions that I'm kind of wondering, is this considered Terra Box, or is this considered Ogre Mask Box? This is the deck that the hubs will be advancing into top 8 with, has already claimed their $50 cash prize at very least. So congratulations to the hubs for making it into top. And this is the list they're playing. We have the 3 Ogerpon, the 2 Wellspring Mass Ogerpon, 2 Cornerstone as well. Cornerstone is actually a pretty good card because you can just kind of steal wins against decks that aren't really prepared for you. We got the 2 Clefairy, the 1 Pheasantipede, the 1 Bundle, and then the support Pokemon as well. You got Blood Moon, Squawk, Mew EX, Latias. You have the Legacy Energy as well. I know that Jeremy Jalen mentioned that, which is pretty surprising to see this in the build over things like Prime Catcher. And we got the double Ogre Mask. This deck's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to see a deck that a lot of people haven't really, I guess, thought of recently see success, and specifically the way that they're deciding to play it. Now, the matchups they've lost to, they have lost to Potato TCG playing Crustle. It definitely seems like a rough matchup. And they lost to Seaboy Gamer playing Gardevoir. So 2 losses there for them. I don't think they really have many answers to Crustle in this deck. I guess you have access to the Mew EX, but that doesn't always work in these situations. So it looks like almost all the matches are done here. It looks like Grant Manley did fall in top 16 to Charizard. Unfortunately, Grant had an incredible start to this tournament, starting 7-0, but just was not able to finish. Lost to Ever Since I Was a Jit playing the Charizard Dusknoir archetype. Now, a couple different other players here. We have Poltnorbot 357 has defeated Jinch playing the playing Charizard Pidgeot. Cornerbot's playing Poltnor, obviously. We have another Poltnorbot 356 took down Donovan with Dragapult Dusknoir, taking down Crustle. So the Crustle deck has fallen. We obviously just watched the hubs. We have Huffer playing against XOXO. Chemgirl was able to take the W here with Joltik Box in the mirror match. We have Greener Bill 18 versus Gigi Wug here. Both of them are still playing. We have Bunny. Bunny was able to take down the Grimmsnarl. I know that Bunny was looking to get top 8 so that they'd be able to purchase DK. I know that's what they were hoping to do. So congratulations to Bunny on making it into top 8. Yeah, I guess you can purchase DK now. And then we have Umbermit here taking out All Out Blitzel. All Out Blitzel has fallen. So multiple notable names here have taken the L here. Grant Manley, also James Kowalski. Now, there still are some pretty strong players left in top cut. We have Summit, who top 8'd, I believe, the San Antonio Regional Championships with Snorlax. They are still in, I believe, contention here. So that will be one person to definitely keep an eye on. We also have here in this situation, I believe this is, who is this? Let me see. I believe this is Justin Newdorf. I think it's Justin Newdorf. I could be wrong, but I believe this is Justin. I believe we watched them earlier today. Yeah. Yeah, this is Justin. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so this is Justin Newdorf here. They got top 32 at NAIC with, I believe, yeah, Dragonful Dusknoir. So Jose, you can't call it Terror Box with the Owls? Yeah, it's kind of hard to say that, right? Reminds me of the heavy Clefairy Teomas build that popped up for a bit. Was that a deck that showed up in Japan, or did it ever do well in the US? That was our first Pokemon game, so maybe I was just hype as a kid, lol. Got into it a little late. I mean, yeah. Like, the game was, like, good, but, like, I wouldn't say it was good. It was, like, decent, right? But, like, once we saw Platinum, we just, like, people saw how much better Platinum was. Would not be disappointed, Bunny. He would have won with Prism Energy. Cope. Yeah. All right. Now that we're about to head into top 8, I'm going to have to hunt for some players to stream. I believe Steven Varesco is playing Joltik Box. Yes, Steven won. Okay, so we're going to watch Steven Varesco. Yeah, okay, so we got Varesco next. Yeah, all right, we got Steven Varesco next. He's just playing under a funny name, Huffer. It's crazy how many players are just staying up this late. I appreciate all you guys' support. As I said, I will be running, actually a couple things. I will be running the next event the weekend before the World Championships, either Saturday, Sunday. I'm going to make a poll in my Discord server and figure out what the majority of the community wants. A few things will probably be changing. We'll be starting in the late morning, early afternoon. We'll be definitely looking for a caster or two, probably one caster for the beginning of the tournament and one for like the latter portions. So if anyone wants to do that, any top players or casters or things like that, feel free to message me. And then we'll probably get another judge or two, I think, for the tournament, because if I run this on the weekend with this same prize pool, probably we'll get more. I wouldn't be surprised if we got 2,000 for that event. But I also plan to try and get as much prize pool as possible, so I want to give myself 2 weeks to do that. So that's another reason why the next event won't be until August. Yeah, the next event, plan it to be August 9th or 10th, one of those days. Yes, we actually watched Pedro play in round 3, I believe. We watched Pedro Torres, for anyone that does not know, former international and regional champion. They did end up playing a pretty crazy deck here. This was really fun to watch. We watched them on stream, so if you're interested in seeing how their game went, you can go check that out. But this was the deck they ended up playing. They ended up going 7-3, so a very respectable finish, especially for such a crazy deck in the format. All right. All rounds completed. All right, should be good to go. Top 8 starting now. Steven Varesco will be playing. They most notably got top 4 at Baltimore Regionals. They've been a competitive player. They top 8 at NAIC a couple years ago. Very solid player. We'll be watching them play. My next op is Zard Ghost, so I'm lucky. So I'm likely out, but that's so much fun. Don't go if you don't need to make enough money to get Metroid Prime 4. Of course, Daniel. I know you're in the UK, bro, but the next one will be the weekend before Worlds, and it'll actually be at a reasonable time for you guys. I'm gonna make sure the event is accessible for or I would say as many people as possible. But all right, let's hop into it here. Let's see exactly what people are playing. We have Poltnorbot 356 against Greener Bill 18. We have Steven Varesco versus the Hubs. We have Bunny versus Justin Newdorf. We have Umbermet versus Poltnorbot. What I'm also going to do, by the way, at the end of this tournament, just so people know, I'm going to go in here and change the names that I know into the actual players' names. So you'll be able to see actually just like what players are playing and stuff like that. You can actually figure it out if you just like click on their name, but it's takes time and it's tedious. So I will be updating all the names and stuff. For example, like All Out Blitzel will be, I'll probably keep All Out Blitzel at All Out Blitzel because he's known as that. But yeah, winning the first EU time zone one. Yo, let's get it, bro. All right, hopping into it here. This is the best TCG event by far. Yo, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Matt. I appreciate you. I'm excited to do one for the EU people as well. I'm excited to make sure that we're including them. 12-1-1. Can't wait to see the Poltnorbot matchup in finals. That's going to be amazing to watch. All right. Steven Varesco. Yeah, that's first the Hubs. All right, cool. End up, yeah, of course. Best of luck. So hopping into it here, we are seeing the Hubs once again with that Ogre Pawn box deck go up against Steven Varesco here. Have you chosen a deck for Worlds? I have not. Yeah, we'll see what Steven's able to do here. This hand does look pretty problematic unless you do play the capsule, which it looks like Steven does not have in the deck. So are we going to miss here a turn 1 jolting charge? Oh no. This does not feel good here for Steven. And you don't even have a ball search. So you can't like burn Prime Catcher here to get it off. Wow, this feels absolutely awful. But what do you do here? You have to go like Arven for Miraidon and then take the turn off? Or do you just get Latias and hold Latias on board? None of it feels great here. Steven looking through the deck here. Yeah, you pretty much have two options, being Miraidon and Latias. I think you got to get Miraidon, though, just to guarantee that you'll be able to get, you know, pretty much something going next turn. Like, you don't want to get Iono to then, like, not find a Miraidon, and then just things kind of fall apart. So I think this is definitely fine here using that tandem unit. Going to get themselves a Pikachu and a Joltik. Now, the big thing that I would say, like, Steven has, you know, going for himself right now is that the Hubs really does not have a great way to deal with a Pikachu. If a Pikachu takes a one-shot, it's very, very difficult for the Hubs to actually deal with that. So at this point, yes, Steven has fallen behind, but that Pikachu with that Resolute Heart ability will definitely give him a chance to catch back up here. So we'll see what happens. On top of it, too, this Cornerstone has a weakness on it. It says the attacks of it are not affected by resistance or weakness, which means although Iron Hands is weak to fighting, this Cornerstone is not going to be able to hit for weakness on this Iron Hands and take that knockout. So possibly it's just going to be a hit here for 140, and that will give Steven that important time that he needs to, you know, get this board state going. But we'll see exactly what ends up happening here. Yep, there is the Demolish hitting for only 140. And action back on Steven. And now Steven's actually in a pretty decent spot. If I'm Steven here, you're just loading all of these energies, if you're able to, onto that Pikachu. You're just going to load up that Pikachu, say, all right, I'm taking a knockout with it on this next turn no matter what. I'm playing Steven's Metagross? Yes, yes. Steven should have been playing Steven Metagross. Exactly. 100%. Update on Grant. He is complaining in my DMs about his bullshit luck, apparently. So if anyone wanted an update on how Grant's doing, we're in a group chat and he's explaining how he had only one bad matchup and he hit the only bad matchup or something. Poor guy. All right, what do you do here? You probably just put like, do you ever just split here and put like, I guess we're gonna set up Iron Hands to potentially chase something that goes on the bench. Sounds like a skill issue. I love Grant. I'm just messing with him, but it's always funny to keep in touch with his unluckiness. Never lucky. Maybe he's just been saving all of his good luck for Worlds. Maybe he's gonna win Worlds now. You get Lyric to cast. She's cool as heck. I love Lyric. She's great. Possibly, yeah. I'll message Lyric and see if she's interested. She's in the UK now, so I don't know how her time zones would work, but you know, Lyric's fantastic. I mean, any caster is more than willing to DM me. I'm gonna make a post about it. That was all of us at some point, except for the winner of the tournament. No, Lyric does a good job. She's been like working really hard on like improving as a caster because I feel like some casters come in and they're good at commentating and like they're good at explaining things, but they don't necessarily know a whole lot about the metagame. And I know that when Lyric was coming in, she really just like wanted to make sure that she knew everything that she needed to do. So I mean, she put in the work. So important. Steven's a Virginia legend. Yes, Steven's a good friend of mine. I've roomed with Steven before at an event. Because that Brave Bringo only works on Garvantia, but it allows you to hit 210. Yeah, that is a relevant number. Exactly. I don't know if I'd play it though. That's the thing. I think the Power Glass is much better in this deck. I think actually Power Glass is broken right now. It's super good versus Golden Go. Oh. What is the hands for? I have no idea why we're powering up hands. I think the thought process here is that like you're only taking one prize card with the Pikachu into the Legacy Energied Cornerstone. So, oh wait, no. It's because of Cornerstone's ability. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, it's for Cornerstone. Literally Cornerstone. Yes, you need to hands the Cornerstone because of its ability. Yeah. It's super late at night for people, so I can't blame people for messing that up. I myself messed it up, and I obviously should know this. Yes. All right, here we go. Crispin being used. Getting that metal energy and also the basic grass energy here. I guess the tail dude is trying to wall, yeah. All right, there's the, yeah, it's late. Yeah, it's late. No shame in messing up the obvious here. This seems rough here. I mean, the fact that there's multiple cornerstones, dude, I don't know, maybe this ogre box deck is broken because this seems really rough here. I mean, there's just no like you haven't put any damage on the board, which is the issue. There's like no pressure being put on. So like if Hubs here has another boss's orders and can just boss punch an Iron Hands, I don't know how Steven wins at that point. Is this the last person streaming? If so, you're gonna have to convince someone else to stream their games. No, I have someone else. I have someone else who's not streaming right now who can stream. It depends if Justin Newdorf wins. Because if Justin does win, I will have a match. We'll see. They printed the Ogre Mask for a reason. I figured it would be good at some point. Yeah, it's finally seen play. I thought this card was really creative when they came up with it. I always like, you know, kind of weird cards like this that like have like, I feel like a lot of potential, but like they're creatively made. Like it's not a card we've seen before, right? Like there's so many cards that are just like pretty much like reshaped and are like incredibly similar to cards in the past. But I like to see like cards like this that are like really unique. Of course, even to go through 4 cornerstones is going to be rough. Yeah, and I think that Hobbs knows how to do this. I mean, benching potentially another Ogre Pawn doesn't feel very good. I don't think you want to bench Teal Mask too. Like the crazy thing about this is if you ever KO one cornerstone, they could just Ogre Mask the Teal Mask into another cornerstone. Oh, this feels so bad. Choosing to hit here. I mean, what do you do now? Treat and punch? Yeah, I think that's what you got to do. Ultra Ball. Grab Galvantula? Is Galvantula prized? Wait, is Cornerstone weak to Psychic or Grass, chat? It's Grass, right? Master's Ninja Boy on an item? Yeah. So couldn't they, like... Yeah, it's Grass. Yes, yeah. You can Mew as well. Okay, so we got some play here. Let me see. Does Steven play... Yeah, Steven does play Galvantula. So if Steven can get Galvantula... Oh, wait, no. Heroes doesn't work as an ability. Yeah, it doesn't have an ability. So, or it does have an ability, so Galvantula doesn't work too. Oh, that's kind of cringe. Yeah. No card will help the Jolted Box player. Galvantula EX. His first attack smokes Cornerstone. Yeah, the first attack destroys Cornerstone. Yeah. Galv has an ability. Yes, yes. I forgot it had an ability. Gargantua. That damn spider, bro. Damn spider. All right, here we go. Mew for 1 here. There. Ooh, there's a Crispin. So that's important because it's going to be able to Crispin onto that Mew EX to at least try and set it up. There's just no more energies, though, at this point. Like, what do you do? Do you just, like, amp for 2 here? You are able to amp for 2. Now, that's, like, one thing you can do as this will go through Legacy and at least make it so that you're getting onto an even prize trade. That's the one thing you're doing for yourself here. But discarded Ursaluna instead of Charm. I agree. I don't know why he kept the Ursaluna because you can always Pikachu KO. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think there's no reason to keep Ursaluna. Yeah. Like, what do you do now? Just hope that there's no fighting energy? I think that's your only play, is just pray on no fighting energy. The problem also that Steven's going to run into is Steven doesn't play Super Rod. So there's no energies left in the deck, which means I do not know how Steven completes this game unless his opponent throws and benches another Pokemon. Ogre Masking to Scoop? Yeah, it's... I mean, I think it's already just Scoop here anyways. You have no energy left. Taking it back? Why? I guess if you have no energy, it's like fine. Yeah. I literally think if there's a fighting energy, this game is over. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, it's all of the energies are accounted for. One count either way is opponent throwing or benching something. I guess that's true, yeah. Wait, but you can't even Blood Moon the Teal Mask. This isn't one shot. So you're banking on your opponent, dude. Like, I don't know, like if you're banking on your opponent literally dropping 2 things on the board. Wait, is this enough to KO? Yeah, it's plenty. Yeah, this is Operation Pray that the hubs like doesn't find it, or just doesn't find doesn't ever find fighting. But it still doesn't even work. Yeah, this game is literally just bent on Dahub's just turbo throwing here because there's not even enough energy to ever power up Mew. So you can never even create a situation where you swept your opponent I don't think you can do that. You have no energy left. Don't you need that? I would not judge here. You knew that they didn't have the fighting energy. It was the Once I Was a Jit Clown. You lost to Justin Newdorf. Got a Luminous Prize? Yeah, potentially. Jit Clown. You're so mad, Grant. Dude, it's 2:30 in the morning and we're bitching. Oh my god. I literally think that if I am correct that there's no energy left, okay, there is now an energy. But if Steven didn't pull that energy, there is literally no win con because the Blood Moon can never attack. Judge and Joltik? Yeah, this is some cooking. I don't know who that is, but the online name looks familiar. They normally go by Gumi35. Trick Roar. They normally go by Gumi35. They got top 32 at NAIC. Tell Grant to get good. Dude, you're literally in the same chat with him. Tell him to get good. Don't ask me. I'll let you sleep in tomorrow. Well, I have a flight to catch in the early afternoon, so I will not be sleeping very much. Yeah, that's what I meant. I have a flight to catch in the afternoon. I'm Molodine. Is it twice now? Grant, we can't be that mad. Where are you going? I'm going to the East Coast. Well, kind of. Actually, Midwest. I'm going to the Midwest. Kind of, I guess. I guess if Michigan's considered that. I'll be in Michigan for like a week. And then I'm coming home. And then I'm going on vacation for another week in Virginia. So. And then Worlds happens, and then school and everything, and my life turns to a chaotic mess. Going boss for game? Classic, yes. Whole day on this tourney. I spent my whole day on this tourney. I could have slept, and I'm literally now flying across the country tomorrow. Yes. The classic Blood Moon boss. Oh yeah, Zara with a 4/4/2 Duskmore, the only deck in tournament that can beat me. Dude, if you look at that deck, it is literally a theme deck. It is like the absolute definition of a theme deck. It is so funny. No, I am not part of that. I have not been a part of anything they do. I'm not part of anything they do. Where are you going? Going to Detroit. Have you eaten? Yes, I ate in the afternoon. Start school? Yes. I'm going to mostly all the NA stuff. Seemed kind of good. Yes, I watched him play. It was broken. I watched him play like in phase 2. Playing the energy 3v3? No. Good old JR2. I don't think I'm playing in the energy 3v3. I considered it. Like I messaged Leb and tried to convince him to come down from Wisconsin, but he's about to have a kid and he's like, nah. I was like, okay. She'll be never. Yeah, I mean, I could hypothetically, if someone wanted to, if someone wanted to, like, give me a team to play for and pay for my spot, Connor, I would probably go. But I just don't care. I don't know. The main reason actually I'm going to Detroit is I'm coaching a group of people for Worlds, and I'm helping them get prepared. That's actually the main reason why I'm going there. And then I'm going to Virginia just for vacation, pretty much. But that's the reason why I'll be gone for a week. Maybe a third? Yeah, I'll just tell Caleb to bring his, like, yeah, unborn child to be the third person to play for the team. That's a great idea, Connor. You're really smart. Well, this start is way better for Steven because we actually got a reasonably timed jolting charge. So the Poltnor bots? No, one of the Poltnor bots is Summits, who got top 8 at San Antonio. They're just under an alias, but I'm gonna rip away all the aliases after the tournament. This is the smart term. We only learn from our mistakes and do better next time here. Yeah, I mean, that's life in general, right? I need to sleep, or what am I doing? Dude, grab a Red Bull and hang around. Why Jolta plays Bengal now? Yes, I know. It's terrible. I agree. There's literally no reason to play Bengal. You, like, literally, Power Glass is so broken right now, and people don't see it. Like, dude, if I attach a Power Glass to a Pikachu and I announce the Topaz Bolt attack against the Golden Go deck, their deck loses. And the card is so broken and no one plays the card. Like, literally, the card is the reason why the deck is good. Pacific time, it isn't even tomorrow yet over there? Yeah, dude, you're ahead of me. I'll play Vitality Band over Bengal. It's at least letting Pikachu hit for 310. Yeah. Get to bed. Dude, Grant, you do not see the vision on the glass. That card is just insane. Like, it's broken in Mirror. It's broken against Dingus. It's like broken against like every deck. The Bengals for Bolt. I think Galv does 210 to an Ogre Pawn. That is true. Yeah, you can do that too. But like, are you actually reliably finding Bengal energy, like Bengal energy plus Galvantula, which is sometimes harder than people give it credit for finding? Does Joltik plays? Yeah, I don't know if Varesco's cooking, bro. He's cooking though. I've always been on board with Power Glass. My beef is with the deck fundamentally. Yeah. I also don't like Genesect because like I just rather like take a like auto loss to Bolt and just like make my deck inherently better. Zard Trolley or Straight Zard Max Belt. I think Straight Zard is broken if it gets set up, but it feels like a nerfed version of the previous one. Specifically with its consistency. Not really because of its power level, but because of its consistency. There's almost no way the finals doesn't involve Dragapult. Yeah, Bolt's pretty good. My issue with the Trolley deck is it just feels like a complete pile sometimes. It like just doesn't work occasionally. Like when you brick, your deck doesn't like ever have a chance of working. Like it's just like if you look at the deck and just how it's constructed. But maybe the Joltik player is correct. We aren't the ones on top 8 with it. Yeah, true. There's Guard. You have to cheese. No, you do. It is not bad against Gardevoir. Okay, Grant. Like, Grant, it is not bad against Gardevoir. You literally lost to a Joltik this tournament, bro. The matchup is 50-50. If they don't play Balloon. I will show you it's 50-50, Grant. I really feel like PDCGL is bricking Zard opens on purpose. PDCGL just hate Zard. Yeah. I mean, okay. I actually think Steven can win this game. It was a pretty bad Guardian matchup, to be honest. You can't change my mind. Bro. It was literally designed to be Guardian Pult. Nah, dude. I will slap my Vitality Band on my Pikachu and I'll one-shot. 2-0 Grant Manley with Brave Bengal Tiltic box. Nah, I already beat him this year. I don't want to beat him again. I'll deal with him next season. So, this is like, I mean, if you can get into Joltik again next turn, then you hypothetically have a chance. But, like, it still just feels so bad. No respects Joltik, but we had 2 in top 16. Maybe we had 2 in cut if it wasn't for a Mirror Imagination. So, yeah. Also, for what it's worth, I do think that Gardevoir's fine into Joltik box. Like, as someone who's played quite a bit of both decks, I actually do agree with Grant. I'm mostly just trolling. Also, Armor's player, just curious on what a certain Grant Manley thought about the deck. Grant, if you're still awake, someone wants to know about your thoughts on the deck. I was terrified of facing him tonight. My brain was bad. A very hot take, dude. If you say that around Mauricio, oh my gosh. Don't say that around Mauricio, bro. He's gonna take that personally. Be careful. This meta so Zard heavy, which is great for Pult and bad for Guardy. Well, the thought process is that Golden Go is a broken deck right now, so playing Zard to body it pushes Dango out. So, like, is there ever an argument to play a deck that now just, like, kind of struggles to Dango? It's like this weird cycle where, like... Did he look like he was melting into the table with disappointment? Super wide meta. But, like, is there a deck that loses to Dingus that beats everything else? Or, like, takes a slightly in favor to Dingus? Like, it's like, yeah, this is not a triangle meta. This is like an octagon. I think we're reaching a point where, like, I don't know. Have I not gone for a squawk at a real game going? Yeah, no, it's cool to see that many decks, or that many Ho-Ohs make it into phase 2. I think there was like 5 or 6 that made it into phase 2. Maybe 4 or 5. There was a ton of Dango in the tourney and not one made cut. Or yes, so like the thing that happened is this always happens, is a deck gets turbo hyped and then just collapses because everyone is like prepared for it. So for example, a lot of people in social media had been talking about Goldango. It also had done very well in online tournaments because people came prepared. Like, the problem with Dango, the thing that is always going to hold Dango back from being the #1 deck in the format, it is just too linear. It's a super linear deck. It's kind of like the opposite of Gardevoir. You know, like, Gardevoir is like one of the most diverse decks, and it's able to change based off the metagame. The thing that will always hold Dango back is the more diverse metagame you get, the weaker the deck becomes. Like, that's the reason as to why the deck kind of fell off recently, was because if you're not able to isolate like 3 to 4 decks and expect to only hit those, your matchups under those top 4 decks are not good. Like, your Zard matchups are tough. Your Joltik box matchup is not good as well. Your Typhlosion matchup is bad. What your Crustal matchup is a near like auto loss, right? Like, your Ho matchup is iffy. Like, your deck has a lot of like flaws that get exposed. There were like 75 fire decks in ASIM. Yeah. Dangongardi. I don't know about Dango. I mean, like Dango could hypothetically win Worlds, but I want to put money on it. All right, Steven's got a shot here. We're gonna go into the Iron Hands. Use that arm press. I think Potent Guardian are the only decks that win Worlds. I think Grimmsnarl is really good. I think people are underestimating Grimmsnarl. But the problem with Grimmsnarl is that, like, I think the Dango matchup is actually pretty close, but it's not like great. And like Grimmsnarl is running into this like spot where like it's kind of becoming like the best or one of the best decks in the format that takes like slightly in favors to everything, but you're just fundamentally such a broken deck. You can like make up for it. Pultzard low-key tough right now. I think Pultzard with Prime Catcher is pretty good. Nobody's going to play Toad, Typhlosion, or Flareon at Worlds, and Dango Zard matchup isn't that bad. That's true. Flareon, okay, Flareon's a very unique deck because its matchup spread is very good, except its Gardevoir matchup is bad. It's like you beat mostly every deck in the format but Gardevoir. The Gardevoir matchup just sucks. That's the thing that will like always hold Flareon back from being a tier 1 deck. We're doing Worlds with Thorns because he's lucky and Ian. It's true. It's very true. Is it Blaziken decks? Yeah, Blaziken would be kind of cool. Fortunately, anywhere around the top. Hey, well, congratulations. Shoot me a message, and I'll get you paid. That Dusknoir Zard theme deck would win Worlds. I might buy that. It was like Grimm's matchup are going very dependent on getting double last setup. Well, that's the problem. Yes, is that. So the problem that Grimmsnarl is running into is you need to get double last against a select group of matchups. You need to get double last up against Dragapult Charizard, in my opinion. You need to get double last set up against Raging Bolt. You need to get double last set up against Golden Go as well. You have no shot if you don't get double last set up against that deck. You need to get double last up against Flareon Noctowl as well. That's another matchup you need to get, double last up. Ethan's Typhlosion, another one where you'd like to get it up, but you don't need to. But there's a select group of decks where like you really, really want to. But I was like top 8. Yeah, top 8 out of 1,500 players, Bunny. Congratulations. You should be proud of yourself. I want to try Pedro's Zoroark deck, though. That's like one thing I want to try. Do you think right now it's a better a Charizard version like Gabriel's NAI60 or something like Dusknoir Trolley? I mean, I still think Pidgeot is broken. Anything is hard. Well, yeah, that's 100% true. Power outage and top 8 is Diabolical. Yeah, that's tough. They should have done the deck a little bit out there, yeah. I mean, this is like technically winnable now. I think Steven has almost game. Okay, never mind. Either prize one or miss Evo. Dude, the fact that Grimmsnarlists are playing one Ultra Ball, like, if you don't get Evo off, you literally have to, like, it's so hard to find it. Find a dude who went, or is like trying to find a dad who went to get the milk? Yeah, that's true. You have to use, like, the power of friendship to find that one of, or that two of, with no outs to it. Alright, we're getting cooked by Goldango. Okay, okay. If you play Drifloon and 2 Bravery, Charm matchup's fine. Always get Evo though? I don't know. I do think that like Pidgeot is better, but that's just because I like consistency. And I feel like that variant, if you get Pidgeot up, is just so good. I can buy into 3-3 last, but not Badu. Badu sucks. Oh, yeah. No, I don't think Badu's good in the deck. I think Tatsuguri's really good. That card has been broken. Because your deck is, like, just barely holding on to like, being, like, a semi-functional deck. They pull Guardian right now. Badu's bad. Yeah, Badu's not very good in the, like, at the moment. Tatsu was going hard today with finding me my boys here into spot for it. Yeah, that card's really good. Ultra Level is really bad at using Grim. But is Overrun deck actually good? It looks awful, but Cornerstone is kind of good. Well, yeah. Cornerstone is broken. That's like the difference. It's like very similar to like Crustle, where like half the format has no answer to it. This dude has everything all the time and gives me an out to win with Galvantula by bitching you. Yeah. Oh yeah. Should Zard Pidgeot play Briar? It's like okay. I don't think you need it though. Oh, is that anything? Like at Fez? Do you go for a Galvantula game here? And just try, I mean, you have to like YOLO into it, right? Oh my god. Do you like, the other play would be like retreating and, okay, Steven needs to see if there's boss's orders left in the deck. Because if there's no boss, you can just shove a one prizer active and bench a Luna and just sit there. Because you know they have to knock out the active. But if it was hostile to Grim, especially online, because Bolt and Crustle are insanely popular. But for Worlds, I think Grim has a good chance. Because I don't think, yes, Worlds players, like people will just like end up playing like their comfort and a lot of that. And like, I think like Gardevoir will be the most played deck at Worlds, but yeah. Was there any bosses left? 2, but how many bosses does this person play? Okay, 3 bosses order. So Steven couldn't have made that play where you just go retreat and pass. I think you just lose the boss, but I mean, this is still like kind of bad though. I guess both plays were like probably fine. I mean, maybe benching Luna was correct there. Because if you bench Luna and you jolting charge to Luna, then you just insta win the game with boss next turn. Because you already had boss in hand, right? I sleep well, bun. I'll shoot you over a message tomorrow. I guess actually technically today. I think Grim's Bolt matchup is that bad. Yeah. I think a good Snarl player could get... Well, yeah. So, like, the Snarl matchup is... Like, Snarl versus Bull is actually very close. If you have the Ogre Pawn. Not the Ogre Pawn. I saw Ogre thing. I know I said that. If you have Ursaluna. If you have Ursaluna, it's much closer. You can't really fit it in. That's, like, the problem. It's just very difficult. Oh, there's 3 Crispin. Are we just gonna see like Mew for 3? Stops Galvantula. Oh boy. Oh, and the Sob now too. Does Fresco have a way out of this? Oh boy. Now Varesco's win con is actually no, that like they just lose now to hit for 100, 120. Oh no, dude. Sobbing to pump? Yeah, we're sobbing in the pump here. Yep, there it is. A water energy wins the game. There it is. Luminous energy, and we're gonna see that torrential pump. And the Hubs takes down Steven Varesco. And looks like we're heading into top 4. So all the rounds have completed in only 39 minutes. So top 4 will be starting here very shortly. Congratulations, Steven. I will just shoot me over your PayPal, bro, and I will get you figured out tonight or tomorrow. Insane. Dude, is that good? Watching the Hubs play this deck? Yeah, this has been fun to watch. All right, next up, we're going to be watching Justin Newdorf here play their top 4 match against the Hubs. So we're going to see another game of this really interesting Ogre Box deck here. Easy read. He had another boss on hand when he also brought one boss. Yeah. All right, let's get top 4 all set up here. We'll be starting here very shortly. Bots are really bots, or are they on a team? No, they're actual players. They're just trolling with their names. Is Kim Jong-un actually Kim Jong-un? No, Kim Jong-un's Nathan Osterkass. But they didn't make cut, right? I mean, it could be. There's going to be that one Grim player who makes top 8 at Worlds by playing Marnie's more Pico. Hubs best player 2025. Yo, people on the Hubs train here. Man, this person has 1,700 already in Arceus, and Arceus has literally, dude, the tier, or like the thing literally reset like 3 days ago, right? Or 4 days ago. That is insane. Already being at 1,700. Holy crap. I got a lot, but the issue is Guardialist that runs shit would absolutely. Okay, yeah. Also, for anyone wondering, the reason why the dimensions are like this is because Justin is playing on a phone. So, yeah, 1700. Need 2 beers. Dude, I need a beer right now. I am so tired. I am like trying to push through this here. I need like an energy drink. Yeah, this is a 1700 mobile gamer. I mean, this is someone who's like done well at in real life tournaments in the past. So it actually looks pretty good though. Like despite being on mobile, it looks like reasonable. Beer, beer. Funny. The pink coin of doom. I disconnected, run into too many bugs on live link to 17. A cold brewski would do it. I need a white monster. That's what we need right now. Brutal. Yes, there are legitimately 2 ogre masks. Don't be hype. What beer? That is a good question. Type of beer is important. Because some are good, some aren't. But like, imagine being top 4 in 1500 player tournament with a deck that plays 2 ogre masks. This is insane to see, yes. The 1640 earlier today, I'm paired against a 1490 mid game crash and I proceeded to lose. I'm like, so like, if Pokemon actually gave a ranked ladder to this community, I would just grind ladder. But I can't justify it sometimes when there's no ranked ladder. It's just like, ugh. Like I don't know. I'd literally rather play in actually online tournaments than sit on ranked ladder. Or not on ranked ladder, just sit on like unranked ladder, which is pretty much what it is, because there's no public leaderboard. It's not really ranked. It's not like, I don't know. It's not like your conventional one. Also, this hand is the one reason why I have concerns about this Charizard deck, because oh my lord, this hand is just horrible. This is just absolutely obscene. Goes against the spirit of play. Yeah, I think that's the reason as to why. I actually think the reason why Pokemon has not put a leaderboard is because it's in their eyes a kid's game and they don't want to cause negative competition. But I think it's a horrible excuse. Like, it is just terrible. Not skill, but it's just who grinds ladder. Like, I refuse at this moment in time to play Donk to get up to Arceus. I just don't. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It doesn't make sense. Like, Pocket has one though. Also, VGC has one too. So it doesn't make sense if that's their argument, because there's literally no other excuse I can think of. Yes, exactly. And I 100% agree with you. Yeah, it's absurd. Oh wait, no one who's rank 1. It's really cool that we've it was so much in the Clash Royale. Dude, it'd be so cool if we had a public leaderboard. Like, I would actually play for number 1. Like, I would consistently grind and I would stream. I would stream myself playing high ladder. The other problem with it is that what they need to do is they need to make them like it not be 1 month for each like ladder reset. They need to make it like 3 months, because when you get to Arceus tier, there's no one in Arceus tier, and you sit for 15 minutes waiting for a game because no one is in Arceus tier when you consistently reset the ladder. It's just mind blowing, and they think that's the right way to do it. They don't even know how to implement it. So the energy is kind of 5-head. Yeah. This guy's a genius with this deck. I feel like anyone who can come up with this deck and make top 4 in a 1,500 player tournament is cracked. Of League of Legends rank ladder and long season. Yes, like if we had a 3-month season, we just go by quarters, right? We just get Wellspringed next turn. This feels like really bad. Like, do you need 3 Charmander? No, I don't. Like, you don't even have room for it. That make the client playable first. It's complete garbage. The thing that pissed me off is PTCGO was not a bad client. PTCGO was so close to being a good client. If they added like ranked ladder and a couple other very small things, there were very few glitches. Like there was obviously like the beast energy glitch and a few other ones, but they weren't bad. Like the game looked pretty. Like it looked like good. And well, I wouldn't say pretty, but it looked good. It was a little bit slower than live, like just like the animations and stuff, but it was fine. Because no one else. Yes, exactly. You have to play against someone 3 times in a row. It's because they don't like. It's because they literally do not like. They just reset the season too fast. I think that's the best way to say it. They just literally reset this like the season in a month, which is absurd. PTCGO feels like PTCGO home. Yeah, it's literally Walmart PTCGO. Yeah, PTCGO was fine. It just was a very basic client. It was a basic client with very few issues that just needed a ranked ladder. Game just kills us when you pass your turn too fast. Yes, like, okay, for anyone that's played Dragapult recently, have you ever ran into those issues when you're reconning, you just break your game? Crystal on this deck? Yeah, Crystal's probably better, because you... Well, I mean, like, you don't play Arven Grant, so, like, you can't, like, Arven for it, so... I got top C4 this like an NASC. Oh, really? With rose-tinted glasses, and it wasn't much better, but unlike live, it doesn't break it. Yeah, exactly. It's like the client wasn't great. It was just like acceptable. It wasn't something that you would complain about every single week, right? It just wasn't that. This feels so rough because if you KO here with Charizard, you just get nuked by Ogerpon, and that's like the issue here that you're running into. Like, we have Rare Candy Charizard, but are we just going to bring up one of those Ogerpons and then Iono? Is that really your only play here? Is to do that? Yeah, the Hub is about to take the dub here at this point. You get Arven for Legacy Energy. What chump is taking actual KO with damage fairly these days? I obviously know you can't Arven for Legacy Energy, but like that would... But that'd be the argument of playing like crystals. You can Arven for it, so they're both not very equally searchable. Damage fairly these days. I mean, yeah, crystal's probably better, but I can at least like see the thought process. I mean, I agree. Crystal's probably better. Yeah. Wait, when you Ogre Mask, does the crystal get discarded? I Arven for pink cards and backward facing cards in live. It's very true. Backward cards are egregious. It makes no sense. So actually, they finally fixed this glitch. It took them, I think, about a year plus to fix it, but there was a Gardevoir glitch for anyone that did not know. So, you know, obviously, Gardevoir reads that you cannot knock yourself out, right? However, TCG Live said no to that, and you would sometimes, or I guess like me specifically, I would sometimes overkill my Pokemon. So if I needed to put 80 damage on a 100 HP Pokemon, I'd put 4 energies, and as I put the fourth one, when I put the fourth one, it put an extra 20, knocking it out. So I was playing a live game, and I was playing Gardevoir, and in that game, I knocked out one Pokemon with my Psychic Embrace ability, which you can't do. And I was like, okay, this is weird. So I go Super Rod, or I think it was maybe Super Rod and Night Stretcher. And I'm like, okay, I'll just, you know, do it again. Because, you know, I had the ability to get a Drifloon out. And I knocked out another Pokemon, and I conceded the game. I literally suicided 2 of my Pokemon. Like the same stage that was played in. Oh, really? Is this the person that played it at NAIC? Who was the person, David? Remember Lucky Energy? You would sometimes draw the rest of your I I didn't know that. I was also pulling out my own toenails. Well, what I've been running into recently is if you recon directive too quickly, you break your game. And like the whole game just like doesn't really work very well. Yeah, Crystal says on the Pokemon when you use mask. Okay, thank you, Henry. Also, why is Zard playing Jets, dude? This person's cooking. Don't question it. Are we? What is the? I don't understand what this does. Why are we evoing here? This game's just over. It's just chalk. Let's just go to the next one. The only draw engine is Tatsuguri, and Jets are good versus Mindbend. Yeah, I guess it's true. You have Jet versus Mindbend. I've Psychic Embrace a Screamtail a couple times, and it crashes the client. I think that some glitches are like because like your I actually think TCG Live is an incredibly sensitive platform where like if your computer like isn't like super good, it's more prone to crash. But like even like myself, who has like a pretty good computer, is still crashing occasionally. Disconnect angle. Matthew Hubbard is probably is. Oh, Matthew Hubbard. Okay. Oh, DeHubs. Yes, yes. This is probably the because if their last name is Hubbard and their TCGO name or the TCG Live name is Hubs, that makes sense. Playing live is like navigating a minefield. You got to take it slow so you don't overwhelm itself and break. Oh my gosh, that's true. Live is the reason why I stopped playing Guardian and swapped to Grim. Yeah, Grim has less cards to brick. Yeah. Yo, what's up, life quality? I would destroy this ogre guy. Really, you would have won that game? Grant, you're just built different. Grant, you're just built different, right? I've never seen you lose those type of games before. Hopefully we can get, like, if Justin wins, we have a stream game. But if DeHubs wins, I've got to get in contact with one of them to get them for finals. With Guardian, I mean not with Zard. Oh, with Guardian. Oh, gotcha. Yes. Yeah, phone stream. Yeah, this is a phone stream. Yeah, I think Guardy, like, especially if you play Shaman, you just absolutely eviscerate this Ogre Pawn deck. Yeah, dang, Grant. Your matchup spread was looking pretty good if you were able to win that round, Grant. I can't lie. Yeah. Your matchup spread was looking pretty good. Playing Process Online. Yeah, it's like so much better. Like, I played Grimstar at a locals, like, I think last week. And, like, it was so annoying to just go, like, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, and then just, like, flip them. And then, like, if a Pokemon gets hit for, like, 200 damage because your Grimmsnarl has, like, 8,000 HP, you have to put, like, 5 more dice on it and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah. Would board wipe your Ralts off the bench because you have no shame. Grant, do you think you would have won this event if you had a Zool luck? If you had his luck, do you think this event would have been yours? This hand sucks. It's just, oh, my deck literally cannot beat stuff. From ROs, do I have enough dice? Yeah, so I thought I had enough dice. I didn't. And I kept asking my friend for more dice. Like every turn, like the game like went like longer, and it was like Grimstar or Mirror, and I literally had to take other people's dice. Well, in this situation here, this seems like oh no. Yeah, you gotta attract customers, not even to like use the supporter, but just to thin out. So if you had a Zulek and you wouldn't have to play against it. Exactly, Blake. See? This is what you need to think about, Grant. Jet's good to reset confusion. Yeah, Jet's pretty good to reset confusion. It's true, Matt. Oh, we're just shipping research here. Oh my god. I just dodged the one guy to farm. Yeah. My local store has an extra bag for me with dice because I was the only Grim player for whatever reason. Man, this is so depressing. The Hubs is just gonna just smoke this Charmander here. Oh my gosh. What do you do? Just retreat? Oh no, bro. This is the pile part of this deck, chat. Is like if you don't find your TM evolution and actually get usefulness out of it, the deck is just horrific. And this is like what we're seeing here. It's like there's no out to this. There's almost like no combination that works because of what this deck consists of. There's just so much junk you can draw next turn. This deck has buns. I don't know if it's buns. I just think that we're seeing the ugly part of Charizard, Dusknoir right now. Against Area Zero decks, when you literally need 40 dice, also playing against stuff with Klefki makes it way more complicated. Yeah. Up and Salt is the only code, it seemed. Energy switch. I guess, yeah, just going in extra energy here. Just completely saying I'm going to guaranteed Wellspring back-to-back turns. This is, like, fine, yeah. And, like, there's now 2 energy on the Ogre Pond, too. You're just going to start redrawing into grass energies to then just reload. This is, like, almost a guaranteed loop of 2 prize knockouts. It's like we're getting very close to that. He's just going to go 2-2. Thoughts on the metagame during the Azul Invitational? I would not take the Azul Invitationals tournament with anything other than entertainment. No, Grant's not going to Worlds. He didn't qualify. Like, I think it was great, like, entertainment purposes, but I think it was good for deck lists too, but it's only an 8-player tournament, right? So since it's only an 8-player tournament, it doesn't mean anything, right? It's just for entertainment purposes. This event has over 1,500 players, so this is a very good indicator of where things are at right now, and we'll see in a couple weeks when we run the next Smart Series right before the World Championships during that weekend. That will give us the even more accurate representation. Make it through the grinder. There's an 8-player tournament with 2 people who main Guardy. I think you also have to look at it from like genuality aspect. Is like, are like 8 top players gonna play the decks that they're gonna play for Worlds in those events? No. Maybe Brent would, because like Brent just like makes it very public what he's like pretty predictable. Like he kept saying, like he just kept playing Gardevoir over and over again, right? It's like you kind of knew what like Brent was playing. He's over fire. Got Chitrain for another Mander. I mean, at this point, I think he's basically just saying I lose the game no matter what if a Torrential Pump happens here. How do you feel about Guardy with Jelly, or do you think it doesn't work? Guardy with Jelly is not great right now because everyone is prepared for Jellicent. So in this format, we see multiple top decks just be prepared for it. For example, like, look at, Golden Go. They're playing 3 to 4 bosses orders in a bundle. Like, very easy for them to deal with it. So you just rather commit those spots to better cards in the deck. For Henry Bradner, are definitely playing Guardy for Worlds? I mean, probably. What do you do here? Like, this game is... I mean... We just punch and say that we lose to a E-retrieval? Alright, we're gonna get Zard here. What? Why did we do this? Is that because you can act, I guess, Ultra Ball or Candy? Does it bring me some joy to see that this Dusknoir guy get railed as badly as he destroyed me? This matchup seems awful. I'm not sure how Trick Roar lost to this deck. I don't know, Spectral. We weren't watching. Hoping that the client crashes on, of your opponent. Yes, yes. The DC strategy. I mean, Grant, like, to be fair, we were watching Justin earlier in the tournament, and they got, I think, triple Dusclops up. Their board state was like Charmeleon, Charmeleon, Dusclops, 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 or Charizard, Charmeleon, Dusclops, Dusclops, Dusclops. Just disgusting board state. There were literally 3 Dusclops on the board. It was in phase 2. They're really coming back, ruin the Mind Bench shenanigans you could pull off. RI just not worth it anymore? Yeah. There's just no... like, the line is punching and hoping that DeHubs' deck just stops functioning. Which I would say the percentages of that happening here are less than 5%. I would say if we simulated this game, this situation 100 times... Actually, I'm going to say this. It's probably like 99%. I think there would be one game where you'd miss. It's just so easy to hit it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Did Sugar actually lose to this deck? Explain to me like you're Cranky Kong. Oh, at Gork. Oh my gosh. For the ad revenue? Yes, dude. Shout out Justin for helping the ad revenue. he's carrying. That's game. That is the game here. All right. We are off to finals. Congratulations to the Hubs. And now 14-1-1 with Owlless Terrorbox. Apparently Cranky Kong is still looking for the Banana Thief. The Banana Thief. Oh my gosh. All right. Big dub for the hubs, yes, very much so. All right, let's take a look at what's going on over here. Let's see, oops. Where are we going? Wait. Oh, there we go. All right. So, last round, Poltnor bot versus Umbermat from Peru, playing Pure Dragapults. Looks like just the exact Tord. Actually, no, there's Hilda. Yeah, there's. So it's basically the Tord deck with Hilda. 13-2. Has lost to Charizard Pidgeot and Charizard Pidgeot. They've lost to 2. Wow. Yeah, it seems like Zard did really well, just got taken out by that. If Ogrepon wins, then I'm going to play at locals tomorrow. This is crazy if this deck wins. Against this Poltnor bot guy, he had Budu and 1 bench, and I could only do 40 with Clefairy. If he didn't bench the guy, I could only do 20 with Clefairy and not kill his Budu. So he just benched something for no reason? Or what? We ended with 1,500. This is crazy. The scale up of this is kind of wild. Like, these are events ran by a different, or I guess it was technically ran by me, but it was kind of a different thing. But like 575, 740, 1,500. Like, kind of crazy. He benched a guy to not lose, but my hand was dead and I had no basics. Oh, gotcha. You underestimated their deck. Yes, yes. We need to try and get the hubs on if we can. I'm going to figure out if I can get in contact with them. Keep getting distracted watching the stream. I'm writing emails. Need to focus. Writing emails? That's always kind of tedious, right? I'm playing Zard at locals tomorrow. Please pull up. I'm not going to be here. I'm leaving the state. I will not be around. Unless I sleep in, which is a possibility tomorrow I sleep in. But I'll try not to. All right, we're waiting for their response. All right. Yeah, they're still just playing. I don't know what's going on with this one. They should be almost done though. Hopefully. I mean, it's like the mirror though, so this could go very long. Wait, there you go. Let's boot up some live while we wait for the next round. I'm looking at you, Sidek. All right, we'll play a little live while we wait for top 4 to finish. Should we play the Ogre Box deck, chat? Let's play the Ogre Box deck while we wait for finals. Yeah, Dustanor is kind of a crummy card. It's like... Is my live going to load? Thank you. All right. Ogre deck. Play against Grant Manley with Joltik Box? Nah, dude, he's too tired. I'm not going to make Grant do that. It's already past his bedtime. Does the deck go first or second, chat? That's like one thing I'm kind of curious about. Honestly, I really hope we get a new BDF and Mega Evolution or something new. Pretty cool. Yeah. Second return with KO seems pretty good. All right. What are we doing here? We're going to bench this. Oh my gosh, I started... Dude, come on, bro. This is like criminal. What's happening? If Toad can do it, you can do it too. Yeah, that's very, very, very true. All right, we'll ship research. And cool, we're doing nothing this turn. Because they have flippin' Clef Key. I literally have almost turn one Wellspring. I would play two charm, yeah. Pretty good. We've actually gotten through Top Cut super quickly. We're gonna be done here by 4:30 a.m. EST. Hopefully. Evolution line for Fearless Jellicent. 2-1's like fine. 1-1's also fine. I just wouldn't play Jellicent in general. Yes! Boss's orders. We deserve this. I need to just draw playable cards. I think this is fine. I need to draw supporter at some point. Yeah, that. Now I can sob and then KO the Monkey Dory. Anyways, for anyone who just got here, We are waiting for the finals to see if we can get someone to stream. All right, I think we're going to get them. We'll see. Let's go here. Do I like not Iono? I think I Iono. I think I just keep holding this. So it's like Grant is the Huffer Joltik box guy in the tournament. No, they're out. What do I even do here? I don't really want to Iono. But I guess I don't really care at this point. They're not doing anything. Yeah, whatever. You bundle, I'll toss out a Klefki. Yeah. Oh. I always just go teal dance. Yeah. Teal. Luminous. E-switch. Can't knock this out, unfortunately, but like fine. Body this. This is a very strange deck, but I mean, it's working right now. Get hit by the... What do they do here? I guess I can go to Janet or Jellicent. Okay, Jellicent might be a little annoying for our deck to deal with. This might be a slight issue. Okay, well... What do we do here? Do we just like attach and sob this turn? Probably fine. All right, finals is up. I gotta scoop this game, chat. All right, just waiting for their response. The jelly instead of the monkey. All right, we got the hubs. We'll be streaming. All right, finals coming up. I am excited for this. This is going to be fun. All right, finals between the hubs, who is 15-1-1, I believe now. 15-1-1. Going up against Umbramet 19, who is also a insane 15-1-1. I believe they're 15-1-1 too. No, 15-2. All right. Finals of the biggest Pokemon TCG online tournament of all time. We have the hubs here who we have watched this tournament multiple times playing that Ogre box, going up against Umbermit here playing that Neo Upper Energy Dragapult build with the Hilda. So starting off here, it looks like Dragapult is going first. Going to be able to use that Buddy Puff in here. Got herself a Monkey Dory start. Definitely not a bad Pokemon to potentially soak up a little bit of damage early game. You know, protect those Dreepies. Can be quite nice starting this. And yeah, we'll see what ends up happening here. Price checking, seeing what they got available to them. And yeah, in this matchup here, got to be a little bit worried about things like Lily's Clefairy if they do show up. The Hubs is playing a 2-of count of that Lily's Clefairy. So we're going to be able to take those one-hit KOs in situations if there are enough bench Pokemon on both sides of the board state. And here, pretty decent start. You know, Buddy Puffin getting 2 Dreepy out, completely acceptable here. And now action onto the Hubs. We'll see exactly what they're able to do. We do see the Terror Orb starting off. Seeing what Ogre Ponds you have access to. Wellspring going to be a very important card at the beginning of the game to pressure those Dreepies or Dracoloaks that get energy on them early. A lot of these Dragapult decks are not playing the Shaman, which means that that Wellspring has the ability to take multiple prize cards at the beginning of the game very, very quickly. Shaman was a card that a lot of people decided to omit from their lists right now because people just were not respecting the Wellspring Mass Ogre Pond, which now has made these Terra Box decks kind of begin to put themselves back into the standard format as a competitively viable archetype. One E-Switch is a turn 1 Ogre Pond attack. Yeah, if they're able to get that one E-Switch here, that could become absolutely devastating. Being able to take out that Monkey Dory that has an energy on it. It's very interesting to see that Monkey Dory with energy instead of attaching it to something like the Dreepy. I'm not 100% sure why they wanted to do that. Maybe they just thought, well, my Dreepies are going to get targeted, you know, early game anyways. Why not just attach it onto Monkey Dory potentially, right? But anyways, here are 3 Ogre Ponds being used and no energy switch. So not going to be able to get exactly what they want here. However, this deck is really built around using Sob. You want to use Sob over and over and over again to lock things in the active, because not a whole lot of decks are playing Switch right now. A lot of decks are moving towards that Air Balloon, which means they don't have access to Switch. So this becomes very annoying for Umbermet to deal with, and I'm not 100% sure what they want to do here. Potentially look for that Confusion Mind Bend. Could be a little bit awkward here for the Hubs to deal with. So we'll see what ends up happening this spot here. So yeah, here's Brock Scouting. Going to be able to get themselves either a couple more basic Pokemon to put on the board, or you could also get the Dracloak as well. Only able to get one Dracloak is kind of unfortunate, but looks like they're going to play the conservative route here. This must mean there's a Dracloak in the hand already, and we're going to see that Brock Scouting getting a Dreepy and also a Badoo as well. And no choice of getting Dracloak, instead just developing the board state a little bit more. That's very interesting not to get Dracloak there. If I were in that spot, I definitely would have grabbed the Dracloak, because Dracloak can also just like net you a Body Puffin anyways, right? Like it can find you those two Pokemon like regardless. So I definitely would have gotten Dracloak in this situation. Like that the Hubs didn't do very much this last turn, right? They got 3 Teal Masks, but no supporters, anything super strong. So at that point, you'd probably be completely comfortable putting down only one of the Dracloaks here. But there is the energy switch. However, we're still missing that luminous energy in this spot. However, we do have access to Penny to put potentially both of these grass back into the hand and then use the Teal Mask once more. You have that option here. You probably just want to use the energy switch here because you really want to go for this. You really want to take 2 prize cards here. The upside is so high, but using this here seems totally fine. Looking for that water energy, we do see the Earthen Vessel being used, and just getting a couple grass energies. We're still not there just yet. We're looking for that luminous, as that is the main way these Wellspring Mass Ogerpons are going to be able to attack. And we see the draw, and there is an Iono. That's a pretty decent card. However, you just saw your opponent not choose to take a Dracloak, which means their hand probably isn't amazing. Maybe they were just more or less focusing on just trying to build a board state here and then just hope they top deck. But I guess there's a couple ways to look at it. The more I think about it here, maybe that means their hand is great and they're going to use like a draw supporter and probably find Dracloaks this turn, or it means their hand just sucks and they were trying to, just, I feel like, develop a board state, hoping that the Hubs was not able to find anything. So you had a reason in this situation to go for Luminous. In my personal opinion, I would have felt fine going for Luminous, because you use Iono. If you find the Luminous, you just take 2 prizes and you put yourself in just such an incredible situation. So, all right, there is the Turo. All right, there is Itchy Pollen here being used. And yeah, there's the energy switch. So a little shaky. I mean, you have access to Ogerpon here. You're so likely in this. So this is actually kind of a unique situation. You are very likely, in my opinion, to find Luminous Energy off Iono. But do you want to give Umbermet a potential chance of drawing out of this? Honestly, in this situation, I don't have an issue going for Iono here in this spot, because you're already up in the game. If you Iono and you find the Luminous Energy, it doesn't matter if they find anything, right? And I think that Dubs has realized this and is just saying, if I find Legacy, if I find Luminous, I'm going up regardless. Yes, I probably will give Dragapult a playable hand, but who cares at this point, right? Sometimes you have to really think about, like, even though you could give them a playable hand, if you're very likely to take the lead, you can keep that pace. So some people here would be like, oh, but my opponent's hand is dead, I'm just going to pass here. But I'm not going to do anything productive as well. And that has the ability to really backfire. You run the risk in those situations of being put in a spot where then if the opponent top decks out of it and then builds your board state, you missed an opportunity to develop your board state before they did. And that's one thing that's really important to think about. Full players plays no candy. Yeah. So we're not going to see here anything too productive at this point. It's maybe like a trap play this turn. You have options. Definitely have options here. See the energy going on to Dracloak. Bench Monkey Dory. There's the Iono. Okay. the research. No candy, no shaman, bros cooked. Yeah, it's not looking too great right now. I mean, the problem is that if you don't get into Badu, then you just run the risk of getting smacked again by another torrential pump. So things are looking very shaky here. There's so many energies on the board. We see counter catcher being used. This is like pretty good, potentially bringing up that Pheasantipity. Try and force an energy attachment for turn. Pulse, Quick Wellspring, and Clefairy the Pull. Yeah, there's a lot of options that this deck has, and this hand is actually pretty good because you can thin out things like Iron Bundle and Ogre Mask here. Cards you don't really need anymore in this matchup, so just tossing these away is pretty good. Imagine Worlds ended up winning by Terror Box. I can't English. I was trying to read that. Yes, that's a true point. Funny. I'm so tired. It's hard to talk. We've been streaming for the past 9 hours, I guess. 8.5, 9 hours. Yeah, it's been a grind. What time did we start? We started 3:30 PST. 9.5 hours. Yeah, pushing 9.5. 2 mass into Water Pond. Yeah, you can also do that too. Yeah, but you want like the Ogre Ponds on the board right now, specifically the Teal Masks. Just draw cards with them, and then you can turn them into Wellspring. So this is crazy, chat. This is pretty wild here to see. Damn, Polt lives. But that's okay because there's no energy on board. Now, like at this point here, I think that Dragapult has to find the Neo upper energy. Like you have to get Neo established here. However, if that's via Hilda, you're not hand disrupted in this situation, and that's an issue. So we see the Ultra Ball getting rid of an Iono. Now this means a couple of things. There's either another Iono in hand, or there's Hilda in hand. One or the other. See what ends up happening here. Let's hit that up, get in. Okay, there's Latios. We're going to go into Badu just to get a little bit of damage on this Ogre Pond to potentially set it up to get knocked out by a Phantom Dive. See Dracoloak being used here with that Recon Directive. Looking at top two, putting one in the hand, one onto the bottom of the deck here. There's another Recon too. The big thing that they're going to need to find here is a energy. That's one of the problems sometimes the Strikeable deck runs into. Not having access to energy can be quite annoying in situations. So, yeah. A player has no energy acceleration. If their pool gets KO'd by Clefairy, if they attack, then it's over. Yeah, like your only play at that point would be like, you would probably have to go for Blood Moon Ursa Luna. So it's like possible. I mean, if you can find a 2-prize KO here, and then Iono, Blood Moon Ursa Luna, you could potentially come back and win. But yeah, we're just seeing the energy attachment here onto the Dragapult and the Iono being played. Not going to get them to where they want to be. And I think in this situation, just saying, I need to get the guaranteed energy on board here. So happy for Matthew. He started building this deck almost a year ago, and I spent so much time on the list. One of the best players at our locals. That's super cool. That's a cool story. So Matthew's been grinding this deck for quite some time. Finally seen these results pay off with this deck. I believe, yeah, they got top 64 at NAIC, right? So really starting to see it continuously see success is really cool to see. Now, we do see the counter catcher here trying to buy themselves a turn to then go into Phantom Dive. If they actually were to buy a turn with this, I think they'd actually have a chance here, but it's not looking, I feel like, as good as I think it was originally looking for Matt here. I guess this like trap play is kind of annoying because you do force Luminous Energy to go onto the Pheasantipity here, and that becomes a little bit awkward. Your bench is locked as well. You need to be able to get into Clefairy at some point, and if you're not able to get into it here, that's a big turn that Umbermet gets. We'll see. All right, here we go. Top deck. Ooh, Legacy Energy. Not really something you want to draw in this situation, but we'll just see the retreat. Go into the Ogre Pond. Boss's Orders. This is actually a great play here because you go down to 2 prizes and then you're just, yeah, then you're just a Clefairy away. So, all right, there's a draw for turn from the Mew, and we'll see that Myriad Leaf Shower taking the KO. And now it just simply comes down to, can Matt pull together a Clefairy for the final 2 prize cards? It's going to be potentially a little bit difficult. We might see an Iono come out here from the Dragapult player. However, honestly, I feel like Matt would be okay with this. You know, I feel like Dubs here and the situation is like, okay, like if you Iono me, great. You know, I get back my Legacy Energy in the deck. The energy switch as well. All cards that you really want to research into, but you don't really want to research away. So We see the Dracloak being used. Yeah, kind of just comes down to, are they able to find that Iono here? We see the Latias in the active with that free retreat. Just punching here. You really don't want to take prize cards here if you are Dragapult, because you don't want to activate Pheasantipity and potentially get closer to that Clefairy. You also want to leave them board locked too. That's really, really important. You want to make sure that they stay board locked in this spot, because you don't want to just give them free access. So, to that Clefairy. All right, there's a bunch of the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Here we go. This might be a Blood Moon. No, I don't think you're probably Blood Moon here. You probably just go Phantom Dive. It's probably like Phantom Dive and then Iono Phantom Dive KO and take 4 and just pray at that point. That's like probably completely fine. What you could also do here, actually, looking at this, is you could hit for 200 and then go Counter Catcher. You go Counter Catcher plus Hawlucha. Hawlucha KO the Pokemon that has 200 on it, and then Luna the active and take 4 prizes. So Turbo Deck seem pretty good in this meta right now. You can just run over most of the top decks before they get set up. Yeah, exactly. I think that's a big reason as to why we're seeing this Ogerpon deck see so much success. The Rex being this broken is really bad news for Grimmonsard. We might have to see some Shamans be included into these decks in the future. That is for certain. Yeah, here, this is kind of a unique spot. It's kind of difficult. Like, do you ever just, like, attach that to the active and punch here? None of this feels good. You put it there, and I guess Boss Sob. I think that's the play that Matthew's looking for here. Just take a turn off, Sob something. Or, I mean, you could also hit the active, too. That's, like, also fine, but it looks like we're going to see a Sob here. If I'm Matthew, you're probably just bossing up Latias, sobbing Latias, and then going into Ogerpon the next turn to try and finish off the game. And I think that's going to be enough in this situation to do that here. I mean, we have access to research. We're going to be able to hit for, starting right now, 120. We just need a couple energies, and we're going to be able to take down that Latias here. I don't think Grimm's as worried as Zard if they have Shaman in the deck gets melted by Frostlass. That is true. It does get melted by Frostlass. Yeah, Spectral's definitely right. Yeah. Oh, there's boss's orders, but I don't know if we're going to see a switch card here. Yep, there comes the Ogerpon. Are we going to see the switch? I don't think they played the switch, right? Because they play the Turo. Oh, whoops, sorry. Yeah, and there's just the pass here. There's the draw of the Luminous Energy. Oh, Dubs is so close here. 60, 90, 120, 150, 180. Actually, a little bit farther than I initially thought. I mean, all you really have to do is just attach the Luminous Retreat, research, and then try and get more energies onto this. Yeah, you're so close here. If you just Sob this turn, I don't think they have much that they could do. I think you definitely want to research, though. You want to find grass energies in this situation. You really want to just find grass energy to Teal Dance. Yeah, research here definitely seems very, very good. There is the grass energy there. A Bravery Charm as well, which is pretty good in this situation. You're going to block... well, actually, you don't block Phantom Dive anyways. But you block like Hawlucha, for example. So I think the problem for Grimm is how Teal Mask can one-shot it. Yeah, but like the thought is that if like the Grimmsnarl can just win in 2 attacks at some point. Yeah. Another layer of difficulty. Yeah. The Wellspring can definitely cause some problems. That is for certain. Should have gone for game, attached to mute, E-switch to it, research, hoping to hit Area 0, Clefairy E-switch. Yeah, but can you ever lose if you just attack with this, Jeremy? Like, is there any switch card? Just go for it. Yeah, no, just go for it. It's 4 a.m. EST. Just ship it. I mean, but like if there's no switch, like this is definitely correct. If there's no switch, the game is over. You just have it guaranteed with. Not play your 0. I thought I played 1. Oh, it doesn't. Gotcha. All right, so we are going to see the Monkey Dory putting 30 damage onto the other side. Kind of curious to see exactly where this ends up going here. Going to put it onto that Pheasantipity here. And yeah, it just kind of all comes down to if they're able to find a switch card. But I don't think they have the pieces here to be able to actually do that. So as long in this situation... Ooh, we see German Tower. Are we going to now see a Halucha here? Because Halucha would be able to wipe that Ogre Pawn off the board, which makes it very awkward because this Sob isn't actually working for you anymore because of the Monkey Dory. The Monkey Dory is going to allow them to kind of pick apart the bench, which becomes very, very scary and means that Sob is not going to work forever. So it comes down to if they're able to find the Halucha. No Halucha. They went with Boss Drycloak. With an energy switch, yeah. Torrential Pump, but yeah, like now it's evolved, so no. Like you need an energy switch still. So now at this point, can Matthew reach the number that they're going to need to actually take this KO? Currently, this Ogre Pawn is doing 80, or it's doing 60, 90, 120. 150, 180 is the max here without energy switch. However, if they simply just find energy switch, they just win the game. It's just going to kind of come down to if they're able to find it. If I'm Matthew here, I'm going for this. All you need is an energy switch plus an attachment for turn. We're taking a look here through the deck. If you miss and you overcommit to a Pokemon, you have access to Penny here. Yeah, 100%. If Matthew can find this, Matthew is going to win the game. You definitely can also attach here in this situation, I think, if you want. I definitely would have attached their, let's say, energy onto the Ogre Pawn in this spot. I don't think there's too big of a downside doing that. Just because you're just always a Teal Mask and energy switch away. And there is the Penny, though. Penny is going to be able to allow you to penny up one of those Ogre Pawns and then attach those energies onto the Ogre Pawn here with 200 damage on it, and then you can actually reach 210. Around at this Terror Box us on ladder right now, and holy, it's insane. I'm winning every game. It's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, it's a pretty sick deck. All right, here comes 30 damage here, but now you can just put 30 onto the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn here. Ooh, choosing not to do that here, focusing on that Pheasantipity. And we're going to see the boss's orders going to potentially bring up that Pheasantipity or that Ogre Pawn here to potentially trap that for a turn. So, although this game was looking absolutely horrible for Dragapult, they are pushing themselves back in this game, giving themselves at least some out to be able to make a comeback here, potentially trying to trap for a turn. However, it's not going to work because there's that Penny in the hand here. But now, this becomes even more awkward. What do? Because if you go into Sob, Sob doesn't do anything. Because then they just go Monkey Dory and knock out that Ogre Pawn with Bravery Charm because of the fact that there's that Jamming Tower in play. So, do you just ever punch here? Is that something that you want to do and just hit in this situation? It's a really funky game here. This is, kind of one of those games where it just seems like Matthew is so close to the finish line, just so close, but just can't get over it. Dragapult really showing its strength right now. Dragapult really just able to make comebacks that you don't really expect sometimes. And I think this is a perfect situation here where we're seeing it, where it just looked so abysmal, but Dragapult kind of feels like the ultimate finesse deck in the Pokemon TCG, kind of similar to Grimmsnarl, where it just wins games you don't expect it to. So, yeah. Bro said game if he pennied the TLMS with 200 on Nespot for Latias. Wait, was that enough? He switch out. Would you already still be short though? I don't think this plays very... I mean, actually, I think they have to do this. Oh, this is not good though. Because now Monkey Dory KOs the Ogre Pawn here because of Jamming Tower. Enough this turn, yeah. But it would be enough next turn, sure. Yeah. This doesn't feel great. I feel like if you're This is, yeah, I think you have to take the knockout here. Just get rid of that ogre pawn. You don't want it on the board here at this point. But you could also just play slow and just put it on the active or somewhere else. Yeah, just gonna play this slow here. They should have pennied the ogre pawn. Yeah, they could have pennied the ogre pawn. I mean, yeah, it's just, I mean, like, not for the fact that they can take the prize card instantly. It's just a liability. It's just always sitting prize cards now. And I think that the Dragapult player understands that. Is that, okay, I can always kill it at any point. So the only issue with this, though, is I'm pretty sure in this spot, not killing the ogre pawn is incorrect, because now all Matthew has to do is just go energy switch, put the 4th energy, and then 5 and 6 attach return plus ability just gets them there. So I don't know. I probably would have tried to knock out this ogre pawn, because now Matthew's very close to game. All Matthew needs in this situation is 3 energies, which they already have 1 with access to the energy switch. I mean, is there just not enough energy in deck? I think that's the big question. There might just not be enough pieces. 3 more energy. Yeah, I definitely would have pennied the ogre pawn for sure. Yeah, that definitely seems sense. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. But was there enough in the deck? Because if there's an energy switch left in the deck and 2 other energies, you have enough to reach 210. I don't know about, I don't know before, yeah. All right, here comes boss's orders. It seems like he's waiting to hit Clefairy plus E-Switch plus Luminous plus boss. But can't you just, like, could you have ever researched, and I guess the question is there even enough energy? I guess there's not enough energy in deck to do it, though. But here we go. There's the retreat, and once again, back into Sob here. At this point, just an energy away from being able to, I guess, needs an energy and a boss, so... Is this going to work, though? That's the big question. Is there enough resources to pull this off if Dragapult just continues to make this weird play? Everything happens besides 1 E-Switch. Yeah, it was close. So close. They might be able to deck them out. Yeah, I think they're going for a deck out here. Yeah, like, you always have to give yourself bench space for Clefairy, because you can actually just like, then you're a what, an energy boss away? There's on clock for pull. Yeah, this Pult player has been in the absolute tank this game, and it has figured it out, you know, has given themselves an actual chance to win. There's the attachment of the luminous energy here. It doesn't necessarily do a whole lot. But yeah, 4 minutes left on the timer here. Dragapult is running out of time in this game. You sometimes see this now. I believe a couple months ago, TCG Live did reduce the timers by a couple minutes. So a little bit more pressure here on Dragapult to be able to actually finish this potential deck out in this situation. You got to move quickly. You know, you got to keep moving those damage counters with the Adrenabrain, and then just, you know, spamming pass over and over again. So there's a couple problems here. Is that, are you going to run out of time? Because I guess the Dragapult player only has 5 cards left. So, yeah, you have to deal with decking out and also, you know, running out of time. Is this best of 3, best of 1? It's best of 3. This is currently game 0, or game 1 of the set. It's 0-0 right now. All right, we're going to see Sob once again here being used. Just kind of playing a game of chicken here. Both people trying to reach this finish line. I feel like they're putting themselves in a pretty good spot. Using Monkey takes time. It does take time, exactly. Yeah, that's sometimes why Gardevoir takes so long, when you have to use 2 to 3 monkeys in a turn, right? If Pult runs out of time, is it a loss? Yes, it is a loss. Can they set up the 6 prize card turn, though? They're getting somewhat close. That's the thing, is that what they're trying to do is they're trying to set up that Mew. Wait, didn't they just have it then if they had an extra energy at any point? With the E-Switch play? Just to KO. Oh, wait, yeah, they just KO the active. Why did they put the energy on the Latios? They can just win the game here. Yeah, here's the retreat. Going into Ogre Pawn. Oh, no. They just handed them game by putting these energies here. I actually think the Dragapult player, I guess they didn't have a switch. That's the problem, though. I mean, like, if they did have a switch, they would have been able to possibly look for that 6 prize card play. But it looks like Matthew is able to take a crazy game one where it looked like Matthew was going to run away with the game, but it really started to tighten there as the Dragon Ball player was making it much closer. Wow, what a game there. The misplay, yeah, just handed him game. But like, I don't know if Umbermet would have actually won it anyways. I think there were so many problems in that game. I think it would have been still very close. Brian is fried. Yeah, we also have to understand, like, it's currently 1:19 a.m. for me, and it could be 2, 3, 4 a.m. for these people. So they probably had to because they were getting close to decking out. Yeah. I think Polt was lost either way. Yeah, like, I think Polt had too many issues in that game. Definitely. Plenty of issues in that game. Want to save their brain power for a fresh game? Yeah. Save brain power. I mean, yeah, this is one of the things, like, when you start to play, I don't understand why not KOing the 3 energy ogre. Yes, if I was them, I would have KO'd the 3 energy ogre. I just would have gotten rid of it. I don't understand it too. I think recognize as either whiffs and energy, you win or you deck out, so you might, yeah. Okay, actually, the main reason why they might have not done it was because of Clefairy, but like there was a lot of gas in the active, so. Oh no. Matthew has nothing. What do you do here? Like, attaching Luminous feels so bad. You definitely don't want to do that. But attaching this here also feels equally bad because now you have less energy to use with that TLMS Ogre Pawn. I think Matthew is working 3 hours. Matthew's working 3 hours? Oh my goodness. Well, if they win this, $300+, they could take a sick day, right? This is a crazy grind. Wow, we see the energy attachment. Oh no, and this itchy pollen in this hand still is so bad. I mean, Iono saved kind of in a way, but not really. This hand is still terrible. Like, you just have to pass. There's nothing you can do. Yeah, and we're going to see the pass here. Easy call on the work angle? Yes, easy call on the work angle. 100%. There's Brox. We're going to see another very conservative play like we saw last time where they had the option to get multiple or to get at least a Dracoloak, but chose to get multiple Pokemon instead. That's what they chose last time. So we'll see if they do that again because they know that Matthew isn't doing anything. But this time changes it up. It's a little bit more aggressive here and opts for that Dracoloak as opposed to last game where they chose to get multiple basic Pokemon. Reason for wasting work, Insomnia Pokemon? Yeah. Dude, I'm having a hard time reading these things. When I get tired, it's just like reading becomes so much harder. It's like, oh my god. Especially like nonstop talking for literally over 9 hours. Like, I'm not going to talk very much tomorrow, I think. All right, there's Ichipollen here coming out. And action is back on Matthew here. Just a pass. Wow, it's just so bad. I mean, even if they get access to items, this hand isn't really giving them much of anything too. And yeah, here we go. This is really the strength of Dragapult. If you are able to get that Itchy Pollen out and be able to slow down your opponent, you can really buy yourself that time to use that Recon Directive and get yourself up that Dragapult here, which I definitely think that Umbermet really wants to get to. See the research being used here. Recon Directive coming out. Once Bull attacks, he can play the game. He will just be behind. Yeah, like that's the problem. It's like that, and also this hand doesn't net him very much here anyways. There's like not a whole lot you can do with it. Like you can Terra Orb for Ogre Pawn, and like Ultra Ball for Mew, get Fez out too, I guess. Like, All right, Ichipollen here. Top deck research. All right, there is the research. However, you're going to lose some pretty important cards. You probably got to bench that Clefairy, use that research here. But I just feel like the issue once again becomes like, what do you do after that? You just don't have very much, and you're just giving Dragapult so much time, so many turns to attach energies. Well, it doesn't necessarily make it always favorable in a situation where Dragapult has 5 turns to load energy on the board. Because at that point, then you can just trade Pult, and just go 2-2-2-2. All right, but all right, there's a retreat going into Sob here. At this point, if I am Umbra here, I'm completely okay with this in this situation, because if that falls, then Matthew goes on to odd price cards, and then 3 Phantom Dive should win the game. So game 1 Sob lock, game 2 item lock. Yeah, very true. Yeah, very, very true. All right, there's Hilda. Yeah, this is just going to potentially get another energy just to attach to the other Dracoloak here. Yep, there's Neo Upper and the Dracoloak as well, continuing to establish just a dominant board state. And if I'm Matthew here, don't really know if there's an out, because that Sob is dealing damage in this situation, which creates a very awkward spot to be in, because you eventually just give them free retreat, right? So that's quite awkward. Do you see the evolve here into the Dragapult, just making sure there'll be no Wellspring shenanigans that are possible here. We do see the attachment of the Neo Upper energy, and we see another Ichipollen dealing actually a relevant 10 damage. This does set up Phantom Dive to be able to take the KO here. And at this point, the prize trade works like this. We'll see a Phantom Dive take a knockout, go down to 4 prizes. If the Clefairy comes out, we'll go down to either 4 or 3 prizes based off if they decide to Sob and take this knockout, and then that will get taken down, and then Blood Moon or Saluna will end up winning the game. So the price trade always works here for Umbermit here if they are able to actually do this. So we'll see if this actually ends up happening here, but it's looking very, very promising for Dragapult in the second game of the finals. And yeah, he's just hiding behind this Sob KO. That's like fine, but like now it's just like Counter Catcher just ruins you. Even just Phantom Dive, like you if I remember here just attacks with like just hits for 200, and then Clefairy comes up, and then you just go knock out the Clefairy with like Jamming Tower, take 4 prizes. The game's just over at that point, right? So pretty much it's just making sure for Dragapult that you can get to this finish line here. That's really what it's about. Find Penny. Yeah, if he finds Penny, that's a true thing. Yeah, exactly. That's a pretty cool card here. So honestly, at that point, if there's Penny, we're just trying to go hit and take 6 prize cards over 3 turns. Just go 2-2-2, right? You don't need to do the 0-4-2 play. Just go 2-2-2. That's completely fine. All right, there's the Night Stretcher. Getting that second Dragapult. Yeah, just closing the door here. Just kind of taking out all options. Now, you do get 1 less Recon Directive, which means there's a chance you could potentially break off an Iono. But here we go. Here is the Counter Catcher being used to bring up the Wellspring. Touch bundle turn 1. Possibly, yeah. There is the Jamming Tower. And we know that Matthew doesn't play stadiums to be able to actually bump this Jamming Tower. So Jamming Tower is going to stick on this board for this entire game, meaning that things like Bravery Charm aren't going to be able to protect them from anything here. So there's a third Dragapult as well. Oh my goodness. All of the Dragapults coming out, just taking away all options here. And yeah, this is looking pretty rough in this spot. Yeah, the CC, everything here, just absolutely everything going right here. And we might be looking at a potential for an upcoming game 3 if Dragapult is able to continue the streamline of attacks. I'd scoop and go next, potentially. Yeah, I don't know if there's really a line here. in this situation because SOP doesn't work because there are 3 Dragapults with energies. Dragapult has currently 1, 2, 3, 4 energies on the board here. Is GG's? I think this game is over because you can't okay, like you could, use Clefairy here, but Clefairy doesn't work because you can't Bravery Charm it because there's, Jamming Tower, so they just Phantom Dive and KO that. And then what do you do, right? Actually, there's a Legacy energy in here. I forgot that. There is technically a Legacy energy, so I guess if they're able to find Legacy, they could present a 1-prizer effectively, but then the issue with that is you run into the problem of actually finding another attacker after that. So I actually think this game is winnable. It's just Legacy energy or bust, and doesn't look like there's Legacy energy here just yet. So you have a couple options. You could just use this and then try and use Legacy a little bit later on. I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to say, I'm not risking missing off research here. I'm just taking this guaranteed KO. And then next turn, what they're going to be able to do is they're going to be able to use that Night Stretcher, get back that Clefairy, energy switch a grass energy onto Clefairy, and then use research paired up with Pheasantipity to try and find that Legacy energy to push one final Clefairy through them and get themselves to the finish line. So there is a potential here actually that Matthew can win because of Legacy energy's existence. Still have 5 prizes left, and they have 3. So like they go KO here, go down to 2, and then you go Clefairy, Legacy energy, KO, and then they KO your Clefairy for 1 prize card, and then they make a 3rd Clefairy. Yes, but if Pult, correct, Pult can also just do that. Oh wait, yes, they aren't doing enough if they don't bench. Correct. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, it's short. Okay, now this is checkmate. Yes, now this game is over because they didn't bench anything. Yeah, I was really just saying that as like based off the fact there were 2 bench Pokemon, but now it's impossible. Yes. All right, this game is over. There's no way that this is winnable now. Yeah. Because it maxes out at 280, not 320 here. Yeah, there's bundle. I mean, I guess you could try and Mew EX Clefairy, but that just loses you the game instantly too as well. Should have played Area 0. Area 0 could have been a pretty cool card in the stack. There's Legacy Energy. I guess is your only play Phantom Dive here for 4. Huh? Wait, this is potentially an out actually. Wait, what? You can't one-shot though. Wouldn't it just been better to set up Mew EX here with Legacy Energy? Yeah. Oh no, they got punished. They had Phantom Dive KO. Oh no, they threw because they could Legacy Energy the Mew. Now they can't even KO. Oh no. I think if they had another energy switch left in deck, they would have been able to potentially win. Wait, no, yeah, they would have been able to potentially win because then they could have attacked with Clefairy the next turn. Oh, they had it too, dude. There's another energy. Oh, there's another energy switch. So they had access to 3 energy switch over 2 turns to set up Mew into Clefairy. I mean, okay, to be fair, though, it probably doesn't matter here in this situation just because there's a very high chance that Umbermet has a bosses or but you drew into the Iono. Oh no, they got punished so hard. Wow. Okay, well, not looking great anymore. Yep, we see the Clefairy just come out and hit. This doesn't do anything though because Jamming Tower is in play, so we're just gonna see the knockout here and the game here. Umbermet gonna be able to take down game number 2. Yeah, we just announced Phantom Dive and the game's over. Yep, Phantom Dive, game over. Right? Oh, wait, no. It only takes 1. Wait, they can still win. They can technically still win the game here. I take that back. If they hit Gust Phantom Dive, they can win. Wait a minute. Yes. Wait, chat. This is actually very winnable. I've seen the line. Wait, Umbermet might actually lose here. They have They have Luminous. Do they have the Stretcher? Oh, they're just going to be just short, though. They need 2 hitting boss. Each Clefairy energy switch would be... Yeah, they... Oh, they have to draw boss. They don't have enough Stretcher here to pull this off. Mew for 2. No, missed it, but drew Earthen Vessel. We can Earthen Vessel away the research because we always lose here. I guess that's also fine. Yeah, he needs to get Clefairy back. I know, yeah. He needs Clefairy boss here. I mean, this is still a very, like, unlikely play to happen. Using Mew EX last turn was always correct. It was always correct to use Mew EX last turn. 100%. There's, like, no excuse not to use Mew EX. But there is still a line that exists. It's going to need to be boss's orders plus E-switch. Yeah, he's not even... I would have gone for that. Stretcher? No, this doesn't work. You don't have... Why did they not just go for it there? Because you always lose this game if you don't hit this, right? I mean, unless they want to... You did the right play before? No, Phantom Dive was always correct that turn. For 400, Phantom Dive was correct because this play is super unlikely to happen. Bundle E-switch? No, there's no Clefairy. You commentate official events? You should for sure. I do not commentate official events. No. There's the bundle, but this doesn't actually get the game here in this situation. You can only hit for 200. Yeah, and there's a concession. Oh, no. What happened that game? It seemed like it was looking absolutely horrible, and then the line appeared, and then he didn't see the line, I think, and then just kind of fell apart. I think he just realized he threw and just gave up. I think that's literally what happened. Did he bundle Luna? Yeah, but that doesn't work because then your Luna gets stuck. And you have no, like, resources, I think, left. But actually, wait, no, like, you had Latias at least, so you can maybe move the Luna. Yeah. He overcooked. So the correct play the turn before was to Phantom Dive. Because you go Phantom Dive for 400, KO the active, and you put 60 on the bench, which means the next turn you have Energy Switch and Stretcher. So you should probably win the game at that point, right? So like the correct play was Phantom Dive for 400, put 60 on the bench, and then you have a Night Stretcher and an Energy Switch left. So you always have the resources, no matter what, to be able to reach game with the Clefairy on the next turn. Because you created 2 threats in that situation. You have Mew and you have Clefairy on the bench. So if they knock out the Mew, then you just go and you use the Clefairy. And it's very easy to get back if they decide to chase it. You have Night Stretcher. Going game 3 when you have work is so punishing. Yeah. Lemon would have been bad. Yeah. All right. Well, learning curve for the match. Mew attack and early bundle. You got a fight unlock? Yeah. You could have bundled, played Luna, and if Pult didn't have boss, he retreats to Mew for the win. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. He already attached. All right. Hopping into game number 3 of the biggest Pokemon TCG online tournament of all time here. Definitely had to end this way, seeing both players push it to the very end here. We'll see exactly what ends up happening. So it looks like Dragapult starting here with the attachment of the Luminous Energy. That is big here, getting that down on the first turn. We see Jamming Tower too. So pretty decent start here for Umbermint and action here on Matthew. And this hand is not great. You know, it's definitely going to come down here in this situation to being able to use that Ogre Pawn to be able to draw into something, smartly using Earthen Vessel, just kind of identifying that I have to Teal Mask into something. Because if I don't, what we saw, I would say, pretty much in that last game is what's most likely going to happen in this game, where that Budew just kind of stalls out your entire deck at the beginning of the game, giving Dragapult that capabilities to set up that really, really difficult board state to deal with. So, checking the prize cards here, seeing exactly what they have access to. There is that Penny. That Penny has proved to be very, very useful in this matchup, as it pretty much forces the Dragapult player not to go for those like 0 prize card plays into 4 prize card plays into something like Blood Moon or Saluna. You can't really do that if there's access to Penny, because you can completely reset Pokemon. So that's pretty cool to see here. We do see the Earthen Vessel, and this is a huge Teal Mask. What are we going to see here from Matthew? And we see the second Ogre Pawn here. getting all the energies Ionoed is bad. So the reason why, okay, yes, obviously that is true, right? But you would rather get Ionoed from an unplayable hand into a playable hand with no energies than be in this situation. So the thought process behind thinning in these spots is you maximize your chance of finding, you know, a card, but you also give them more incentive to Iono you, right? Because you would love to be Iono. Like, if you had the option to have a full new hand of 6 cards or this hand, you'd probably take the full new hand of 6 cards, even if 3 grass energy were going to the bottom of the deck. For the Mew play could have also been punished by second monkey coming down. Would have put the second pull at 30 and Clefairy swinging for 280. Well, that doesn't. Well, I mean, then that's just a 1 prize attacker that they can just boss his orders for game, because they're at 3 prize cards, so they go down to 1, right? Wouldn't they just be able to KO the Monkey Door? Loki carries the deck. Yeah, Saba's really good right now. Saba's broken right now because so many decks aren't playing switch cards. It's just, you know, choosing to play the air balloon, which doesn't do anything against Sab. So that's the reason as to why I think Saba's putting quite a bit of work in the format, because I think people are getting a little bit greedy and saying, okay, like air balloon's just a better switch. They start to cut them, and then it creates a format where Sab becomes very, very powerful. Now, we do see the energy treat here, which really does not feel good in the situation for them to be in. And this hand is still not great. It's not really great. And you're put in this awkward situation where you really want to attach this energy to active to set up a torrential pump. However, you don't progress your board state in terms of actually getting closer to a playable card. However, I think you have to attach to active. You have to threaten the torrential pump on this next turn here. Oh. Why isn't anyone playing Pokemon Ranger right now? Great question, Prowlers. Overrox is cool, but I don't know. There could be a better box deck out there, Eevee, potentially. That was priced to Iono. Ooh, that's not great. Yes. I definitely think attaching is correct there, because, like, it's so risky to bank, you know, drawing into it in that situation. So I think just definitely attaching to active and just hoping you draw into another energy is fine, but... Anyways, here comes Recon Directive being used here. Let's see what they're doing. Honestly, if I'm Dragapult in this situation, you just, I think, split the energies 1-1, evolve one of the Dracloaks into Dragapults that you attached energy to, and then just Itchy Pollen again. Just call it a day. Or you could go for Hilda here for the Phantom Dive. Wow, Hilda here is actually just going to be able to get Dragapult and also Neo Upper, actually. So, no Neo Upper. Is it prized, though? That's not good if it's prized, because... Oh, if they had Neo Upper here, unless it's in the hand, if they had Neo here... Yeah, that's not Neo. Oh, if they had Phantom Dive here, oh, it would have been so bad. Or terrible. It would, actually, yeah, it would not have been very good for Matthew. However, I guess they did have the response with Clefairy Energy Switch, but they didn't have enough Pokemon, actually, I think, right? 40, 60, 80, 120, 140. I don't think they would have had enough still. Actually, no, they would have had enough with the Blood Moon, so, yeah. But he was sobbed, yes, yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. The Badu sobbed. It's true. It's 2 a.m. for me. Trying to keep my brain working right now. I appreciate you guys keeping me awake. Yes, yes. Their Badu was sobbed. Okay. Well, now in this situation, we're just Phantom Diving and KOing. And you need to get another Dracloak on the board with another energy, or just an energy on the Dracloak, but then leaving a Dreepy with energy doesn't feel great. So I think this is shaping up to be very favored for Dragapult here in this situation, because you're going to be able to take 2 prizes here, and you basically say, actually, no, you can only take 1 prize here. Okay, so like you need a counter catcher and hit here. Yeah, taking 1 doesn't do anything, actually. So you really don't want to hit into this, the more I think about it. Okay, this Legacy's carrying. I know Grant was slandering Legacy earlier today, saying that Crystal was just infinitely better, but this Legacy is causing so many problems in this situation here, so... Alright, there's Ultra Ball getting rid of the Latias and the Buddy Puffin here. Going to get themselves another Dracloak here, potentially try and dig for another energy. Really wants to get another energy onto the board, potentially also find that counter catcher as well to be able to bring up one of those Pokemon on the bench. Especially Halucha counter catcher would be a good play here in this situation to potentially wipe out the Ogre Pawn. Armor Slander and everything. And there's just Phantom Dive for 200. I mean, you get rid of the legacy energies. That's like one thing you are doing. And you pretty much still put yourself in a situation where, like, if Matthew's not able to go one shot, even though you're taking this one prize, you will still win the prize trade, actually. Your prize trade still works out. So in this spot, you pretty much just say, if you can't streamline 3 straight attacks, I should be okay in this spot. He didn't run legacy. I mean, maybe in this situation, yeah, I probably would have just punched here. Very KO time. Because it's way more likely that Matthew in this situation has the Clefairy play than the Penny play, right? So, like, you can just play to lose to Penny. And like, if they don't have it that exact turn, you just insta-win. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. This is not great here for Umbermit. Play second energy? No. They don't play second. They only play Legacy, yeah. Legacy and Luminous as the 2 energies. But the Luminous energies will just turn to Prism energies soon. There's no bench. Yeah. I mean, here in this situation, like, if you just punch KO, and then what does Umbermint have to do? They have to, like, go Dragapult EX, attach for turn. Iono, go for Mew here. Yeah, Mew probably would have been pretty good if you could actually attack with Mew in this situation. But also attacking with Clefairy is fine. But yes, like, you just want to put Mew on board because, like, you can potentially Phantom Dive later on. Go Clefairy. You might as well play the Bravery Charm or just Earthen Vessel it away. Way better. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, Prism Energies. Like, it's worth noting that Matthew is playing with a nerfed version of his deck right now, which is pretty crazy to say. That Matthew is putting themselves in the driver's seat to win a 1,500 player tournament with a nerfed deck. I don't know if they will Mew Clefairy. That is a wonderful question. That's a very, very good question. Because we've reached that point, right? We've reached the same situation where there were 2 Dragapult on board and nothing else, which means that Clefairy is not going to be able to take the knockout. So we're going to see here if Matthew is able to go for that Mew play, which was not able to do, or actually just chose simply not to do it last game, which ended up being their downfall. So here we go here. Action back on Dragapult. Going to see exactly what they're able to get here. Definitely just looking for Dragapult plus energy. Should be able to find it. You have 8 cards in hand, potentially access to Hilda as well. Definitely expect here to be able to see a Phantom Dive, take the knockout, and then put all the pressure back on to Dubs here to find those pieces to take another big knockout. There is the energy here. Now, one thing that is important to note is that the Neo Upper Energy is prized, I believe. So if we do see a Mew EX KO on this next turn, if that Neo Upper Energy stays in those final 3 prize cards, as Pult will be able to take a couple prize cards here. Oh my goodness, we're seeing Boss's Orders. What? Huh? Oh, wait, no, this is fine. Yes, no, this is fine, this is fine. I forgot that the Clefairy can't KO here. Yeah, no, this is good. What, TOMS deck? Yeah. I think Archaeolodon could destroy Ogre Box. Sure, but, like, you're also getting destroyed by a lot of other decks because you're playing Archaeolodon. Okay, so yeah, this is actually very good for Dragapult. Because now, I mean, it ends up not mattering because I guess actually Matthew just has Night Stretcher, but it's going to come down to pretty much this turn here. Is Matthew going to be able to find those energy switches here? So we see Earthen Vessel. We're going to have a lot of cards in this hand to thin out. We're going to want to use the Earthen Vessel. We're going to want to use an Ultra Ball just to thin everything out of the deck. You have to make sure that you find this because if you miss, you just instantly lose the game effectively. So Archaeolodon dies to Dango? Yeah, that's true. Archaeolodon's not very good. Dango. I probably would Ultra Ball here if I'm Matthew. The reason is that you live and die by this turn, so you should just Ultra Ball and thin literally the entire deck. You basically go all in this turn, So potentially Ultra Ball would have been better just to sequence here because you wouldn't lose by energy switch. So some of these resources just do not matter in the situation. So I definitely would have Ultra Balled here for a Pokemon, thinned it out, and then use Steel Mask. So, but now at this point, I mean, you have to go for Mew. Like the other option here. There's another option which you could do. He doesn't just lose if he misses. It's like pretty bad. You can hit it next turn. I guess that is true, yeah. He could hit for 260 this turn and then go for Mew the next turn. I guess that's true, too. That's fair, yeah. But at that point, like, why would you even go for Mew at this point? You would just hold it in deck. I mean, I guess actually this is okay. I think actually using Stretcher is fine because you turn all your Nest Balls for Mew. So just, I don't know if they just don't bench it this turn, though. Like, how about we just don't bench it? Putting Bundle. I mean, Bundle was... Yeah, okay, yeah, they're gonna... Oh, they're choosing to use the Bundle. But didn't you want Bundle... But didn't you want the Bundle in deck, though? Because of the exact same situation that happened last game? But, like, wouldn't you keep Bundle in deck, though? Because you punch with Clefairy for 260. They knock out Clefairy, then you just go Bundle, and then you just bench Mew and load up Mew. Isn't that just better there? I think you always say Bundle. Give the second attack with Latias. I mean, he has Luminous, but that doesn't work, obviously, because you need... Well, I mean, yeah. You could technically use Legacy Energy. Like, when Prism Energy comes out, it works. Yeah, that's why it seems pretty good. I just would have kept Bundle. Only one E-Switch. Oh, there's only one E-Switch? Player gets knocked out. Yeah. The thought would be Stretcher. Turo here. Blood Moon. Oh, are they gonna go Blood Moon? 1, 2, 3. Blood Moon doesn't actually do anything here. Yeah, here's Phantom Dive. I don't know my only when he could research there. Oh, what do you do now? This Turo is huge here. Oh boy. I think this is like, is this just checkmate? Wow, yeah, that's... I don't think there's anything that they can do. Yeah, what a top... I mean, technically they... Didn't they? I don't know. That's Game View KO's pull, yeah. I mean, not anymore, but yeah, that is a insane Turo here. Oh my gosh. Yeah, now it's just checkmate. Because you can never, like, yeah, like you can KO the active, it doesn't work. Your only play would be like to hit Ursaluna this turn and just punch into it. That was a $150 Turo? Yeah, that was a $150 Turo. That is exactly right. I mean, you could sob the Luna here. Is that like ever your play? But you have no gust effect here. Wow, what a top deck there. Or a draw just in general off the Turo. Yeah, off that. Yeah, just drawing into Turo is pretty crazy. Punch Blood Moon and take a 4-price turn with Mew? Well, you can't even punch the Blood Moon. Like, you have no way to punch Blood Moon. You literally have to just pass with a Pokemon with 210 HP in the active. We need Gust Ursa and then he has to miss energy. Yeah, exactly. Force punch Luna? That doesn't work. I mean, like, you can't gust. The problem that always gets created in this situation is you can never gust. All right, we're just playing the I don't know. Bundle. Yeah. Bundling was definitely a mistake, I think, last turn. Because, like, you would have liked to use it this turn. Guess there's two, yeah. I mean, yeah, we can Blood Moon here. I mean, but this doesn't get you any closer, right? Oh, wait, can you Blood Moon? No, you can't Blood Moon and then set up a Torrential Pump for game scenario. If Phantom Dive comes down, that doesn't change anything. There's just no... There's not really a win con here. Yep, there's Boss's Orders. Gonna be able to take down any of these Pokemon on the bench. And Mermaid here gonna be able to take the W here. Have Phantom Dive. An Ogre Mask and a Cornerstone. I guess, yeah. That would be crazy. Yeah, the line would just, it's so hard to hit at that point. Like Blood Moon, hope they miss boss, retreat, Cornerstone, Cornerstone KO. But like that would take so long. Like then you'd have to be poking the Lunas multiple times, even if there's a monkey. I don't know. Yeah. First guy I played, unfortunately. Prism also might have gotten the W. Yeah, I don't know. I think like Matthew definitely could have played better in the last game. Matthew had Mew EX to be able to go Mew EX and KO and just chose not to do it. And I think that is what changed anything. Was it for bundle? Not right. No. Like what I'm saying is that he chose to Ultra Ball away bundle for like, or he chose to, I think, discard bundle early in the game for like no reason. But like it was like very small. Like it didn't affect the game at all. But it was just like something I was thinking about. Cal having Noctiles is weird. Yeah, who needs Noctiles? Also could have won game 2. Well, yes, I think they would have won game 2 if they attacked with Mew. They probably should have won game 2, but like it's like hard to judge them, right? It's like 5 a.m. for a lot of these people, right? It's like you've played, like these people have played literally 17 rounds. So like I'm even exhausted too. I'm saying stuff that doesn't make any sense as well in some situations because I'm half asleep right now. It's much harder to discuss intellectual Pokemon when you've been streaming for 10 hours. Was a valid reason why you do Tura? Yeah. Thanks for all the follows. Thanks for all the subs. Thanks for the subs on Twitch as well. I appreciate it. We'll figure out Twitch so we'll be able to get back to dual streaming later on. Shout out to FCBC as well for sponsoring this tournament. Shout out to Jinkies Co. as well for sponsoring this tournament as well. The next Smart Series will be on a weekend. We're going to run it the Saturday or the Sunday before the Pokemon 2025 World Championships. We will run it at a time that works for West Coast, Central Time, East Coast, and also Europe as well. We're going to get a time that works for that. So we'll set that all up and everything. Thanks for all the support on the tournament series. If you are interested in sponsoring the Smart Series as well, feel free to shoot me a message over Discord or on Twitter as well, hoping to get an even crazier prize pool for the next upcoming tournament. The biggest TCG online tournament of all time has completed, with Dragapult taking the W up against a very unconventional Ogre Box deck, and couldn't have been done without you guys. So thanks for all the support in making this an incredible series. I am half asleep. I still have work to do. I need to get a video up on the tournament. We're going to be doing a recap on the top decks. And yeah, thanks for all the support. See, exactly. I'm so tired. I can't even talk. Thanks for all the support as always. I appreciate it. This is Smart TCG. I'll speak with you guys again soon. Peace out. Stay tuned for tournament announcements coming up over the next couple weeks. Should be an announcement though on the tournament in the next week or so, but the date and everything will be set pretty soon. But expect the tournament to be the week before Worlds. All right. Peace out, everyone. Thanks for the support.